Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Volume 16. Riku Misora. Epilogue II, Nostalgia. King of Puppets Urgol. Desperate, started a war because of hatred for the whole world. Because of his bloated ego, a great battle erupted over many countries. Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion. The incompetent knight of Iki Kurigane. The hulking killer Yui Tetara. Princess Yakshinane Seiko. Only thanks to the active actions of this four did the war succeed in nullifying. But it cannot be said that victory was given to them without sacrifices. The Black Knight, one of the League's strongest blazers, died in a battle with Iki after a fatal betrayal. Yui Tatara suffered severe damage to the whole body. She will need a lot of time to recover and rehabilitate. And Iki Kurigane, to win this war he paid the highest price. In the decisive battle against the king of Urgol puppets, he was injured incompatible with life and died. It was only thanks to Lorelei Shizuku Kurigane, who intervened in the war at the request of the League in time, Iki was resurrected. However, even for the incredible strength of Shizuku, the full restoration of Iki was impossible. That is why his body after resurrection greatly decreased in size, as if Iki were back to 10 years old. Of course, the loss of a large number of somatic cells affected his physical strength. Iki's body now had the same strength as a 10-year-old, and daily training only reinforced this cruel reality. No, I can no longer. Iki, frantically waving his sword in the courtyard of the Imperial Palace of Vermilion, sat down on the grass. He tried to do his usual daily workout, but by the middle of his movements he was completely exhausted. Due to a lack of oxygen, his head began to hurt. With a small skeleton, his physical strength decreased very much. As soon as Iki tried to repeat his usual movements, his body ran out of fuel. The sensation of perception of space also suffered. Swings of the sword did not want to achieve the goal. Even on the 5th day after waking up, his problems with training were exactly the same as on the first day. Shizuku said that such a state of the body would not last forever. With her strength, she activated the rapid growth of his remaining somatic cells, and in a couple of months he should return to his previous form. But I can't say with certainty that during this time another extraordinary event will not happen. I just have to somehow learn how to control this body, Iki muttered, throwing a glance at his palm. The palm was small and chubby, like a child. He did not feel enough strength in her. Maybe this is due to the fact that his body is on the verge of exhaustion. His skin is thinner and weaker than before. Just waving a small training sword, a burning sensation and pain appeared in the hand. His body, hardened in many training sessions, completely disappeared. But, there was not a trace of longing on his face. Quite the contrary, his small mouth smiled bravely. If I can no longer rely on my strength, I just have to continue to hone my skills. Right. Even a situation that seemed hopeless, Iki regarded as a great opportunity for growth. All this time, he believed that he was approaching the completion of honing his sword technique. However, I lost in the fight with Urgol. I made my beloved cry, which is good. This cannot be allowed to happen again. And to prevent this from happening, he needs to train more. Now he lacks skills. He did not fully feel the potential of his sword. Perhaps only now in this weak body, in which it was impossible to hope for strength, he will be able to reach new heights. Injury only created a good opportunity. I completely perfect my technique with the help of this body, which cannot be misleading. Fortunately, I remember all my old movements. My sword art, designed to copy the two-winged style, can still be used in this body. If I continue to interact with this body for some time, I will begin to better understand it. Only after that I can develop new movements with which you can fight in real battles. Weak, so much time I need for analysis. And only after. I can become even stronger than I was. I will definitely fulfill my task during these 6 months. Getting up from the grass, Ikki Kuragain began to wave his sword with even greater zeal. He was determined to use his next setback as further growth. At the same time, his partner also fought for life and a happy future. Hospital in the capital Vermilion, Flurberg. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion was completely naked, lying on the operating table for a complete medical examination of every part of her body. Her body, sweaty from tension, stuck to the upholstery of the table, and her frowning grimace did not leave her face. The thing is a large number of suction cups stuck to her body. From them stretched wires to huge measuring instruments. Shizuku Kuragain manipulated all these numerous medical devices, dressed in a white robe. Right now, she took advantage of a combination of medical devices that led a special electrical impulse through the human body and her own strength to study Stella's body. Shizuku learned this thorough examination from the greatest medical knight in the world, Knight in White Yakashi Kuriko. 5 hours have already passed from the beginning of the medical examination. Stella was exhausted from the constant feeling of discomfort caused by the direct feeling of all her internal organs and bones. But Shizuku had even harder. All these hours she maintained concentration. The slightest distraction and she can damage the structure of somatic cells and tissues of her patient. Like Stella, sweat rolled down from her. Right at the moment when Shizuku would faint from a strong overvoltage. Ifu. All necessary checks have come to an end. Panting, the girl removed her hands from Stella's belly. Moving away from the table, she leaned against the wall of the chamber and opened her mouth. Thanks for the work. Now you can get up, Stella. Well, did you find something? Asked Stella, lifting her upper body. Her tone lacked the usual energetic notes. Stella's voice, voicing the question, trembled with alarm and fear. No abnormalities were found in the tissues of your body. Stella, you are still a person, Shizuku answered. Stella breathed a sigh of relief, hearing Shizuku's words. The news greatly pleased her. Feeling weak, Stella clasped her shoulders in her arms. The first tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Not only Ikki's body changed after the decisive battle. Right during the battle, she crossed all limits and reached the culmination of awakening, better known as excessive awakening. Excessive awakening, a phenomenon in which the appearance of the body took the real form of the soul, which cast off its humanity after reaching awakening. Strong feelings for Ikki helped Stella keep and not lose her identity, but she could not stop the transformation of the body, and it turned into something different from the human. Let Stella later regain its former form, but who knows, suddenly its internal organs were no longer human. For this, a medical examination was arranged. Fortunately for Stella, the result was negative. At the moment, the phenomenon of excessive awakening has not been investigated, and it is not known what genetic abnormalities it can cause in the human body. This was especially important for Stella, who remained to be a woman. The body belonged not only to her, but also to her beloved man. In the worst case, she could lose the opportunity to have a baby. But now Shizuku's words relieved Stella of fear. Feeling relieved, she could not hold back the tears of joy. But I cannot guarantee that after the next transformation, your body will return to its previous shape. As Seiko-sensei said, you'd better not use that power anymore. I understand everything, Stella nodded instantly. Memories of the transformation still sat in her head. The words of Nene Seikyo that excessive awakening is far from awakening potential are absolutely true. In the battle against Orgul, only a strong connection with Ikki helped Stella suppress the impulse of anger and destruction and return to its previous form. But there is no guarantee that next time everything will happen just as easily. Do not rely on such dubious strength. Nevertheless, one cannot dismiss the fact that without excessive awakening, Stella would not have been able to defeat the Orgul game of the dead. But when I reached excessive awakening, I realized that I used the forces from a simple awakening, not to the full. However, now I have realized everything, and am ready to give all my best like the Crimson Princess. You will see. Next time I won't need an excessive awakening. Stella had not yet fully figured out, but she was already sure of it. She vowed to no longer use such demonic power in the future. By the way, did you really need to attach them in such a place? Stella asked displeasedly, lowering her gaze to the large breasts to which the suction cups were attached. Suction cups were attached, directly to sensitive places. Electrical impulses passed through them, which were felt quite painfully. Probably, it was not at all necessary to fix them in such places. If the examination was carried out by a male doctor, it might seem from the outside that this was direct harassment. And, oh, you about it, I just molested. Huh. Calm down, I was joking. Stella, you yourself asked me to check all the female functions in your body. Well, yes. She really asked Shizuku for it. Her body condition was very worrying to her. Thank you, Shizuku. This time you came and saved me. Stella sincerely thanked her, tearing the suckers off her body. Her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart, so Shizuku, as a direct opponent, became extremely uncomfortable. You should not thank me. I arrived in Vermilion at the request of Sensei and just did my job. While Shizuku turned away in embarrassment, Stella remembered something. Why did Shizuku come to Vermilion on behalf of Kairiko? After all, even before the start of the war, Stella heard from her mother Astria that a knight in white Yakushi Kairiko should have come to their aid in Vermilion. But instead, Shizuku appeared, who immediately stated that she was studying medical equipment under the direction of Kairiko. Hey, Shizuku, is it true that Japan is also not calm now? I heard many prisoners were able to escape from prison. Unfortunately, yes. The strings of the Puppet King have grown around the world much stronger than the League had anticipated. Not only Japan, but also other countries faced similar problems. Shizuku nodded. What a nasty guy, sighed Stella. Even after his death, Orgol continues to wreak havoc on the world. But my father instantly reacted and announced a special convocation. Kairiko-sensei, president of the student council of the Hagun Academy, the former king of swords of the 7 Stars Moriboshi-san, and other student knights have already been sent to the hotbeds of chaos. Without a doubt, all these people put forward for the task will perfectly cope with the problem. Although this special convocation is criticized by the public for actually sending knights and disciples to the battle front, this did not stop your father. All this looks like a carefully planned action. The ability to think correctly is the only good quality in my father. Shizuku answered Stella's words with a sad expression on her face. Ikki seems to have fully accepted the current relationship between him and his father at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. But Shizuku, like a sister who adored her brother, still could not calm her anger towards her father. By the way, Stella still has not forgiven Ikki's father. She was convinced from her own experience how cruel he could be, so she wanted to find out the true motives of his actions. Feeling that her emotions were the same as Shizuku's, Stella stood up from the table and reached for the basket of clothes on the floor to get her smartphone. Let's clarify a little what is happening. In Vermilion, now is a difficult time, so information from the outside world leaks out to us a little. Stella's words were true. The news reached her empire, but on the brink of war, they just had no time to look at and study them. No, of course, special departments received urgent news from around the world, but the fact remained that they did not have any notice of the unrest in Japan. I wonder what everyone is doing now. A strong sense of nostalgia awoke in Stella. She did not even imagine that she would miss the faces of classmates so much. At this time, Stella had no idea. However, in addition to her, no one has yet noticed the tragedy growing in Japan. The country that has become the second home for Stella is about to plunge into chaos. The great flames have already swallowed Japan, and there is no escape from this. But no one had suspected this. Prologue: Fire from the Abyss Darkness. Endless darkness. In a frozen light snooze, he did not stop peering at her. But this did not bore him. After all, no matter how the darkness was endless. Shine. Small lights like night stars sparkled above her. On the one hand, the lights constantly blinked, flickered, and went out. But on the other hand, he understood. Light is the lights of hope. Human hope. At birth, the light of human life shone and died out only at the end of existence. Such a radiance is more beautiful and nobler than any gemstone. It will never tire of admiring them. But together with strong love, he did not cease to feel sorry for them. After all, the light of these little stars cannot scatter the endless darkness. No matter how many small lights sparkle, they do not have enough strength for the long-awaited morning to finally come. But before the current era plunges into eternal darkness, from the depths of the impenetrable abyss, anyone who exists outside of cause and effect is ready to go out. More than ever, this world needs a big star that would clear the way for a new era. Only its radiance can dispel the theme of eternity. He believed in this because it was not for nothing that he woke up from a love of God, which helped him grow to a big star. Chapter 1. Opponent's time events return to the time when Ikki and Stella had just arrived in Vermilion. Orgol, before starting a war, freed all government officials and ministers from around the world from his control. As a result of the forced abolition of the puppet theater technique, which enslaved people and turned them into Orgol puppets, many officials around the world lost consciousness. This event contributed to a large number of criminals escaping from places of detention. Even Japan, which boasted the highest security in the world, was no exception. Among the criminals who fled their places of detention, there were also former magic knights. Their escape threatened public safety in Japan. Of course, the Japanese government did not stand aloof from the crisis. Around the time Ikki first met with Orgol, Japanese Prime Minister Tsukikage left the country. The position of manager was temporarily taken over by the secretary of the Japanese branch of the International League of Mages Knights, better known under the nickname Iron Blood. Itsuki Kurigane. Given the scale and urgency of suppressing chaos, he instantly made an urgent decision at the initial stage of the response. Special convocation of the Knight Disciples of Japan. To those who received the invitation, the government temporarily granted the same powers as the Magic Knights. That is, let the knight apprentice and does not have a license of Night Mage. All restrictions were removed from him, and he could calmly use force and unleash battles in public places. Itsuki decided to open with an ace and declare a special convocation at the very beginning. By this action, he instantly increased the number of applicants for riot control. The first event happened at the airport. The plane set in motion and was preparing to take off at Aomori Airport. Destination, Tokyo Haneda International Airport. It was in this plane that they were hiding. A couple of days ago, there was a mass escape of prisoners in different parts of Japan. 6 prisoners from the mass escape were on a plane. The fact that they all flew on the same flight, of course, was not an accident. Prisoner number 15, a former mage knight, and now the leader of the operation, sighed heavily and plunged his massive inflated body into a narrow economy class chair. Once again, a plan rolled in his head. According to his assumptions, everything should have ended in success. 6 people, seated in different places in the cabin, gave each other a conventional sign. The first thing they were going to do was take hostage the closest passengers to reveal the number of night magicians flying on an airplane as a guard. After breaking into the cockpit and take control of the flight of the aircraft. Of course, it was a plane hijack. They were not going to land at Haneda Airport. Their goal is to reach a country in the north that is governed by a dictatorship and beyond the reach of the League. The leader has already talked with whom it is necessary and agreed. Suffering from economic sanctions, another country with open arms is ready to get a diplomatic trump card called ordinary passengers. The biggest difficulty was getting on board the aircraft, But now all the problems are over. Now is the time to wait for the signal. He is extremely simple. At the moment when the aircraft reaches the desired height, the light on the seatbelts will go out. Do not move anyone. Simultaneously with the signal, inmate number 1 reaches out to the nearby girl and grabs her delicate neck in a vice. The victim did not even have time to come to her senses, as a device was put to her temple, which took the form of an automatic machine. This happened simultaneously in different parts of the aircraft, and in the cabin immediately became noisy. What? What's happening? They have weapons. Are you bastards knights? Don't move, Dad. And you are a blonde too. Let's do without sudden movements. You do not want me to smash the head of this chick and decorate it with the brains of the whole salon. Just say. Hey, number 22, tie him tight. Got it. As the escaped prisoners planned, they first neutralized the guards. 2 magic knights aboard the aircraft as guards instantly jumped up from their seats, but it was too late. 6 passengers have already been taken prisoner. Obeying the criminals, they allowed themselves to be bound. Confirming the reprisals against the guard, prisoner number 15, together with his hostage, hurried to the cockpit. Bursting into it, he immediately began to threaten the crew commander and co-pilot. Are you already aware of the current situation? From this moment, the flight schedule of this aircraft is reset. Therefore, I am ready to reconcile it again. If you are against, then I. Right during his words, the leader directed the barrel of the machine gun at the crew commander. However, the threats did not quite reach their goal. The middle-aged crew commander decisively opened his mouth for an answer. Do you really want to kill us? I don't think you can fly a plane. Prisoner number 15 reacted to his words with an automatic burst. Bullets flew a couple of millimeters on behalf of the crew commander and hit the cabin windshield. Hey. Do not try to bargain with me. Dad, you're in my cage now. But while you follow my orders, nothing will happen to you. Well, maybe there are still some questions. And no, please calm down. I will do whatever you say. Don't shoot. Finally, the threats reached their desired goal. Having broken the obstinate crew commander, prisoner No. 15 confirmed the success of his operation. I was not going to do this from the very beginning. Well, this flight will not go down at Tokyo Airport. Our new destination is the Air Force Base in North Korea. But if we get too close to such a place, our civilian plane will be shot down. To be shot down, not in my plans. The other side is already warned and ready for our landing. No need to worry. Suddenly, when prisoner number 15 was already convinced of the success of the operation, something hit hard on the plane, and there was a deafening sound of an explosion. The plane shook in different directions. Frightened screams of passengers sounded through the cabin. What? Your mother, what have you done? Shouted No. 15, looking out of the cockpit. It's not us. Right, the plane suddenly shook itself. Look out the window, urgently. False, it just couldn't happen. I do not believe in it. Madness. The prisoners and passengers at the same time panicked. Screaming loudly, everyone poked a finger at the porthole. Before the crew commander managed to open his mouth, the co-pilot had already brought him up to date. Captain, fire escapes from the engine on the left wing. We lost control of the left wing. What? We cannot support the lifting force. If we continue the flight, then we will definitely crash. Well, do you still want to go to North Korea? Asked the crew commander, looking through the eyes of the leader of the criminals. Prisoner number 15 was far from knowledge of aircraft structure, but the repeated sounds of explosions and the shaking of the plane clearly told him what would happen to him. A flight will surely crash before it reaches its destination. Before that, he boldly threatened the crew commander that the crash did not bother him. But in the face of a real catastrophe, all his courage sharply diminished. Urgent return to the airport, rather until we crashed. Shouted number 15, abandoning the original plan. The crew team immediately responded to his words. The crew commander urgently contacted the control room and notified of the emergency landing. And the second pilot, risking his many lives, tried to land the plane back on the runway, from which they had only recently taken off. Loud screams sounded again throughout the cabin. The blazing left wing could not withstand the load and completely fell off. The plane shook even more. Unable to keep his body in a standing position, Number 15 fell to the floor and curled up. God, I do not want to die. Everything will be fine, Oji-san, the guy said calmly, whom he took hostage Number 15, mistaking him for an elegant girl. Unlike the criminal, he stood firmly on his feet. With a raging flame behind him, it might have seemed like he was the devil, having opened the lid of the infernal furnace. This plane will not crash. After all, I was very lucky. And what does this kid carry? However, it doesn't matter. After all, what happened next was on the verge of fantasy. Having lost its wing and lift, the plane quietly landed on the runway, as if there was no accident. Oh, what? The plane, having lost its wing, landed without incident. Too implausible luck in their case. Prisoner Number 15, passengers and even pilots were surprised at such a soft landing. Opening and closing their mouths, they only blinked in surprise. In this deathly silence was heard the only laugh of the boy. See, I told you so. Although, if I had not been on this flight, and if I had not wished that no one died and was not injured, a similar situation did not happen. So you're still out of luck only after his words, Number 15 realized. This fair-haired boy, he is responsible for what just happened. Can't be, can you really? Muttered Number 15 in a trembling voice. The supposedly helpless victim also turned out to be a blazer. I fail your Amine Cinemia. At the moment, I'm still a pathetic knight apprentice, the boy said, driving the thin blade of the just-called blade into his throat Number 15. But nevertheless, to meet something similar on the plane immediately after the response to the convocation can be considered a success. Although no, it is more like a failure. Tokyo Dojo of the Ayatsuji family. Gaza. A loud cry echoed in him. Since this is a dojo for honing the art of the sword, screams and cries are not uncommon in it. But this scream came from none of the trainees. His source was, who is this suddenly declared fat man? Large male, barrel-shaped physique. With a powerful kick, he completely knocked out the doors of the main gate. From nose to crown, a huge, ugly scar flashed on his face. The door, which he smashed into two, flew towards the students of the Danro Academy, training in the courtyard of the dojo. Seeing the head of the dojo, Kaito Ayatsuji, who was watching his students from the veranda, the fat man's eyes filled with blood. A lot of time has passed since our last meeting, the last samurai. I never forgot you. After all, it is you who are guilty of the fact that I lost everything. The suddenly bursting fat man was called Okuma Jinji. Prisoner number 251. He was one of the knights who escaped from prison during a recent mass escape. But what's the point of taking risks and coming in the light of day at the Ayatsuji dojo? There was a reason. The last samurai Kaito Ayatsuji. It was this man who caught him and put him in jail. The time has come for revenge. For the sake of this, risking everything, he turned up at this place. But, hey, is this bald one your friend? No, I don't know him, Kaito answered, turning his head toward the fierce-looking young guy. Narrowing his eyes, he once again looked at Okuma and shook his head in the negative. This fat man was completely unfamiliar to him. A similar situation infuriated Okuma even more. A thirst for murder flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Now is not the time for jokes. I'm Okuma Jinji. 15 years ago, I was the young leader of the Sayama Gyumi gang that you destroyed. I do not remember. My wound, take a look at this scar, it should be familiar to you. After all, it was you who left him on me. I do not remember. The gang has come to an end because of you. My father, my comrades, They were all caught that day. Now I don't even have a house to return to. I do not know you. When I had to attack criminals like you, I just did my job. Sorry, but my plan was not to remember the faces and grievances of everyone. Ha ha. The young guy burst out laughing after Kaito's words. However, Okuma was far from having fun. All these 15 years, sitting in a cage, his anger at Kaito only grew stronger. That's how it is. Good. Then I was weak, so the fact that you did not remember me is in the order of things. But now everything will change. With my fists, I will make you remember me. I will make you capture the fear of this day, cried Okuma, exploding with anger. The moment, and on both of his fists, jade-colored gloves appeared. These gloves are a materialization of his soul. His noble art was to intervene in nature, namely direct control of the wind. A whirlwind circulated around Okuma's right fist. I heard that you are sick, Kaito. However, for me it does not matter. Blow with compressed air. Okuma's fist rushed forward. Sitting on the veranda, Kaito is unable to evade in time. Direct hit. A blast of compressed air blew out the veranda and caused extensive damage to the house behind her. But then, the pillar of dust settled a little, and Kaito and the young man appeared completely unharmed. Why? How did they manage to survive his explosion? While Okuma reflected in confusion, the young guy opened his mouth. Wow, such a spectacular destruction. It looks like this old man showed up with serious intentions. Well, what the hell is there yet? What an idiot made a fuss in the middle of the day, the black-haired girl shouted, running into the courtyard in the midst of turmoil. It was Ice Ayatsuji, the daughter of Kaito Ayatsuji. I heard a rumble and ran out to find out what happened. What? Oh my god. You destroyed the dojo again, hey you guys. As soon as her eyes appeared the pitiful look of the ruined dojo, Ice stared angrily at the students of the Danro Academy, who scattered all around the yard. However, upon hearing false accusations, the students desperately cried out. It's not us, Nissan. This time we really did nothing. Yes. Destruction caused that fat man. He suddenly burst here and attacked without warning. Ice! Kaito turned to his daughter, as if he wanted to break the confusion. Glancing at Okuma, he again looked at Ayasu. You were given a good opportunity to practice a real fight. Try to beat this criminal alone. Who is it? I have no idea. He seems to be one of those prisoners who recently escaped from prison. So this is how it is. Judging by the destruction, he is strong enough, Ice said, looking intently at Okuma. You shouldn't be scared by his bad behavior. You can deal with such a small fish alone. A young guy called Kurado Kurashiki quipped fiercely. Annoying, she pursed her lips angrily in response to Ice's remark. But I understood everything. Good, Atu-san. I will not allow such disgrace to get away with it. Alone, having materialized her Scarlet Akadum katana device, Ice prepared to confront Okuma. For a long time, I restored the dojo. If it hurts you, don't even dare to complain. So Kaito's daughter, unlike her father, is a knight. Heh, funny. Grinning, grinned Okuma. His resentment at Kaito is great. If Okuma simply kills him, he will not be satisfied. Kaito destroyed his family. He simply must return the same to his blood enemy. I will destroy your daughter, whom you're so proud of. And after I take it for you, Okuma roared, breaking off. I could not even believe that such a person with a barrel-shaped figure could move so fast. Okuma ran forward along a straight path, not even trying to bustle. A moment, and his fist hit Aya's. Oreza. He was not even going to ponder his movements. In Ayasa, Okuma saw only a small, thoughtless girl. Huh. Ice practiced the fighting style of her Ayatsuji family, which made the most of counterattacks. This style is due to the fact that Kaito was not a knight. Knight magicians were free to use their magical powers for protection. Using magic, they could even defend themselves against a bullet firing. The only thing that could break the magical defense was another magical power. But Kaito is not a knight. He could not use magic. What to do? How in such a situation to break an invincible obstacle? Reflecting on this issue, the talented swordsman Kaito Ayatsuji created his own Ayatsuji It-Ryu style. This fighting style was based on attack at the moment when the enemy himself went on the offensive. After all, it is no secret to anyone that during an attack, the protection of knights is weaker. In the past, Kaito was the best swordsman. He defeated many knights, not being himself. For such feats, he was respected by the knight magicians, who even gave him the nickname Last Samurai. It is only logical that his daughter Ice inherited his sword style. Turning the blade upside down, she allowed Okuma's fist to slip through her katana. However, Ice was not just defending herself. As soon as the fist of the enemy slipped along the blade, she sharply moved the katana forward to injure the unprotected Okuma. However, such an action was too naive for Ice. A wind blast. Oh. The moment the Akatsume blade was about to pierce Okuma, pressure escaped from his huge body. Wind pressure. The atmospheric pressure bursting from Okuma's body was strong enough to push Ice's slender body back. Instant response to the enemy attack. How, you ask, does Okuma really have such a quick reaction? Well, maybe this is partly the case, but in fact, in the past, Okuma had already fought against Kaito, so he understood what his style of sword was. Clear, so Keida's daughter uses the same skills as her father. Looks like a girl, you're very unlucky. All these 15 years I have been developing countermeasures against Keida. The time has come for revenge. Right, he experienced the Ayatsuji sword style in his own skin. Naturally, all possible countermeasures were thought out by him. He dreamed about this day for a very long time. Ora. I was a little worried, but it seems that all my fears are in vain. Okuma again proceeded to attack. This time, he decided to abandon the attack on the forehead. Leading a prison life, he created not only the wind blast technique, the battle tactics were also carefully thought out by him. Surround your body with a whirlwind, speed up your movements, constantly attack so as not to give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Of course, with each hit, the pace speed decreased, but do not forget that Okuma is a blazer. Putting both hands together, he used them as a blade to deliver chopping blows. Cutting blade, claw of the storm. This technique combined fast pace and powerful shock force. A quick series of hard knocks. Despite the fact that the enemy did not have any real weapons in their hands, Ice could only defend herself. Ah ha ha, it looks like he's too strong for you. Can we swap places, Ice? Shut up. Ice snapped when Curado's words that the enemy was stronger reached her ears. Is the enemy stronger than her? No. Of course, Ice now only defends itself from the attack of Okuma. But should she just defend herself? Yes, a series of enemy attacks is quick, but Ice can easily cope with it. Thanks to the advice of Ikki Kuragain, she carefully took up the preparation of her body. Instead of thoughtlessly imitating the movements of her father, Ice adapted the family style to her body. Now she was much stronger than during the Hagun Academy qualifiers. Nevertheless, if she leaves defense and tries to attack, the situation will be repeated as during the first attack of the enemy. He will surely push her away with the explosion of the wind and immediately switch back to chopping attacks. To prevent this from happening, Ice needs to launch a counterattack that would prevent Okuma from switching between attack and defense, while leaving his blade in the attacking position to reflect a series of enemy attacks. Her katana Akatsume could make this plan a reality. After all, she possessed a truly divine ability. It's time for action. Ice Ayatsuji is ready to show everyone that the advice of Ikki Kuragain did not go in vain for her. Style Ayatsuji Itarao, Tenji Myuho. What? To Okuma's surprise, Ice's body slipped through his series of punches. In fact, this is not true, but she was right in front of the eyes of Okuma. The distance between their bodies is minimal. In fact, Ice entered the critical zone of the enemy. A wind blast. something unexpected happened to Ais's eyes. Her attack with a sword, which was supposed to seriously injure Okuma and prevent him from switching between attack and defense, was met with a counterattack. In the past, Okuma saw Kaido's Tenji Myuho. The memory of the past was firmly imprinted in his head. That is why, having calmly accepted the fact that Ais slipped through his blows, he fired a bullet of compressed air into it. As a result, his counterattack was quite successful. Lunge with a sword Ais only inflicted a shallow cut on his chest, protected by a thick fat pad. He escaped a mortal wound. It pleases. Use such a bizarre technique. I really didn't expect something like that from a woman. Ah. Not having had time to fully voice his thoughts, Okuma cried out in surprise. After all, what his opponent did seemed absurd. Ais just took her back and turned to him, as if her battle was over. "Hey, you idiot. What did you see there so interesting?" roared Okuma, attacking Ais's defenseless back. Anger raged inside him. Enemy behavior is too cheeky. But, in this situation, it was Okuma who made a mistake. The current battle is the battle between the knights. Just as Okuma has the ability to control the wind, so Ais can use magic. But what is her noble ability? Cry, Akatsume 1. 1, by the way, her blade can be translated as Scarlet Claw. But here's the thing. Ais had the ability to open wounds, abandoned by her katana Akatsume. Grog. She can even turn a light scratch into a mortal wound. As soon as she uttered the words of the challenge, her noble art activated. A small cut on Okuma's chest turned into a deep, ugly wound. The pain Okuma felt was quite severe. Having lost consciousness, his huge body plopped to the ground, spraying blood on its sides. However, Ais did not even turn around. Instead, she took a quick step toward Kurado, who was constantly watching her fight. "Well, and for whom was the enemy too strong?" Ais asked with a proud smile, looking up at Kurado. In response, he only shrugged. "I see no reason for joy. You train sparring daily against me. Defeating such a slow turtle was not worth much effort. Oh wait, maybe you expected me to praise you." With a mischievous expression on his face, Kurado pulled a hand to Ais's head. "Do not talk nonsense," Ais said sharply, pushing Kurado's hand with all her might. Blushing, she looked away. However, she could not deny the fact that the attacks of Kurado were much stronger than the attacks of the enemy she had just fought. Tokyo, Shinjuku District. Located in the very center of Japan, it was a very lively place. The heart of the East, in which the greed of enormous wealth, collected both domestically and abroad, is seething. No wonder people from all over the world flocked to this magical place. If you turn off the colorful main street and go into the dark lane, you can get into places of lawlessness. No justice, only violence. In such places, the fierce struggle for existence has never stopped. Usually in the center of such chaos were the Yakuza or the Chinese mafia, but recently they were completely replaced by the large Dragunov syndicate, which belonged to the Russian mafia. Go ahead, explosive fist. Today you simply have to fill up the queen. Red Iron, today I put all the money on you. Do not dare to lose to anyone. Shinjuku Dungeons. With the rise to power, the Dragoon Syndicate built a huge coliseum. Every day, underground fights took place on it, on which the audience put money. This was forbidden in the upper world. Not only local thugs acted as spectators, tourists who loved to play with fire, major players in the political and business world, hiding from paying taxes. Dragunov created a unique entertainment in the shadow of the world. The Colosseum accommodated up to 3,000 spectators, and on that day was packed to capacity. The screaming people from the stands vigorously expressed their enthusiasm and impatience at the sight of the 70 knights below in the arena fighting in the royal battle. They got in his way. LLCOO. Incredible, he blew 10 people at once with one blow. As expected from the queen, like a skating rink she walked all over the Colosseum. Oh. What happened? Red iron is literally wiped into powder. Who is this guy in a gas mask? This is Jack, the same famous Jack the Ripper of the Colosseum. As expected, because the real Colosseum warrior is. The king is not present in the current battle. It seems he is the favorite today. Kill them all one by one. The tall man in the VIP apartments, located at the very top of the audience stands, watched the battle through the glass. This man, dressed in a defiant purple costume, was the general manager of the Colosseum and part-time, one of the head of the Dragoons Syndicate. Ahaha, battle royale with 70 knights. It looks pretty impressive. We, the Dragoons, the only ones in Japan who can arrange a tournament of such magnitude. Yakov, the head of the Dragoons Syndicate, boasted and turned to look at the man behind us. I would like you to join us. The apostle from the rebellion. I'm sure you can easily defeat any fighter in the arena, Bishu-san. A man with grim tattoos on his face, dressed in a spacious robe, snapped his tongue. Don't be silly, Jacob. I just recently escaped from prison and came to this place. I can't stand out much. Ah ha ha. Then you really crashed. Who thought that the Crimson Princess and the King of Swords of the Seven Stars together will be in that shopping center and will take you all out? Right. Bishu and a handful of men with cruel expressions on his face standing behind him were captured by Ikki Kurigane, Stella Vermilion and other knight disciples a couple of months ago. All of them entered the rebellion as mercenaries. And now they escaped from prison together, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the death of Orgol. Did I hear boiled rice in Japanese prisons in my own way delicious? Maybe you should consider the conclusion as a kind of vacation. Hearing the causticism addressed to him by Jacob, Bishu frowned even more and shook his fist in anger. I will make sure that those kids receive a reward for the act they committed, but this is in the future. Now it's better to deal with other problems. In truth, Bishu wanted revenge right now, but there was a good reason why he could not do it at the moment. Their employer, the rebellion, was almost destroyed by Orgol. The headquarters of the uprising fell, and we are forced to look for a new patron. The conversation with the other heads of the Dragoons went smoothly. Of course, after the king of the puppets destroyed the heart of the rebellion and led to the collapse, the remaining forces of the rebellion flow into the International League of Knights Mages and the Alliance of Great Powers. The three-fraction division of the world, which lasted a long time, has sunk into oblivion. In the USA, the most forces of the uprising are gathering, therefore the alliance is now stronger than ever. Jacob nodded. Most of the forces of the rebellion were destroyed by the hands of Orgol. Not even the 12 apostles, who were the supreme leaders of the rebellion, survived. Of these, only 2, not present at the time of the disaster, were able to survive. One of them, the great professor, led his own faction and joined the United States, the country where he was born. The situation is in the hands of the Alliance, but this faction is hostile to the League. Moreover, unity in the Alliance is much weaker than in the League. The militant group is gaining strength, and we don't like such an increase. All the other captains said they would be glad to see you in our ranks, Bishu-san. Immediately after Jacob's words, Bishu's subordinates joyfully sounded cool. I didn't think that everything would be solved so quickly. Even Bishu himself let out a sigh of relief. He was not visible under the robe, but his whole body relaxed. From now on, we are friends. Perfectly. First, you will help clean up the entire area. After our cooperation will continue in other territories. Don't worry about the fee, you will be well paid for the work. I'm not worried about the board, but after a mass escape from prisons, the coastal borders are taken under strict guard. What are the guarantees that our route will be safe? 3 days later, our submarine, which was heading to Somalia, will return back to Tokyo. She represents herself the latest type of high-speed submarine. Not a single Coast Guard vessel can handle it, so you should not worry, Jacob shrugged. Suddenly, in the middle of their conversation, the man flattened the man into the glass partition of the VIP apartment with an excellent view of the arena, which was located behind Jacob's back. What? Yakov cried out in surprise, seeing how a man in black clothes with a gas mask was squashed on a special bulletproof glass. EHH? Jack. To see one of the strongest fighters of the Colosseum in such a miserable form was unexpected for Jacob. What? Jack demolished in a VIP apartment. Hey, this was done by a little one in a raincoat. Who is it? The face is completely hidden by the hood. Is it really a child? The incident shocked not only the VIP apartments, but also all the spectators of the stands. Many eyes stared at the little stranger who had beaten Jack. Okay, it looks like it's time to put things in order, said the little stranger, having thrown off his cloak. Under the cloak, he had the usual t-shirt and bloomers one sports shorts for Japanese schoolgirls. The little stranger turned out to be a breathtaking girl with a light brown skin tone and curly hair. It was the second year of the Hagui Academy, Tamaru Renren. Right after her. Got it. What, already? Okay. 3 more people took off their cloaks. The second year of the Hagun Academy is Seizo Ikazuri. The third year of the Hagun Academy is Kikyo Hagyur. The third year of the Hagun Academy is Botan Hagyur. Knights from the Student Council of the Hagun Academy also responded to the convocation. Girls and the guy, were they among the registered participants? Wait, take a look at their shape. Without a doubt, this is the official form of students at the Hagun Academy. I ask everyone for attention. We are students of the Hagun Academy. Responding to a special convocation, we chased the escaped prisoners and came across a place engaged in illegal activities. We just can't ignore something like that. According to the powers received from the special convocation, you are all arrested. As you can see, resistance is pointless. We are too strong. Those who don't want to get hurt seriously should just give up. What? They already tracked us down. Impossible. Too little time has passed. They probably stumbled upon this place due to some ability of investigative causal intervention. The loud words of the suddenly appearing Knight disciples caused confusion and chaos. Strong anxiety was reflected on Bishu's face, but Jacob did not share his emotions. He only grinned bravely. The 4 knights flew right into the epicenter of the enemy base. You need to greet them properly. Putting his hand in his pocket, he pulled out a smartphone and opened a communication application that connected to the Colosseum speaker system. He had something to say right now. I appeal to all spectators and fighters. In touch with the manager of the Colosseum, Jacob, it has just been discovered that 4 intruders entered the Colosseum. I sincerely apologize for the lack of security that led to this situation. From this moment, the royal battle is temporarily suspended. But don't worry, all your full bets will be refunded to you. And now, I have one more message for you. Right now, I am announcing a new event hunting. Your goal is 4 students from the Hagun Academy. Everyone who takes part in this hunt will be paid 30,000 yen, and if you can finish off someone, an additional 1 million yen will be paid by the Dragoons Syndicate as a prize. Now show these kids that in such a place of lawlessness they are absolutely powerless. The steward's broadcast made the whole Colosseum flare up. Jacob promised money to all who fight against the uninvited 4. In fact, he made them enemies in front of everyone present. As a result, thug spectators who did not participate in the royal battle, one after the other, jumped into the arena. Like a landslide. A huge stream of people poured into a small group of 4. They are too few. A blackbird. All attackers neglected the target. But in vain. All of these students held a high position at the Hagun Academy. At the qualifiers, a streak of victories followed them, and they lost only at the very end. Cutthroats cannot compare with them in strength. To demonstrate differences in strength, Renren activated her ability to accumulate speed, Mach Network. Moving through the arena at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, she blown away the whole small fry, which thoughtlessly decided to go down from the stands to the arena. Well, let's catch me if you can. What speed is it? Faster and faster. My eyes can't keep track of her. Shit, what the hell is going on? And those who were not blown away by the wind, Renren kicked and beat her with fists at a speed of 2 Mach 2. 1 Ma is 1,198.8 kilometers/h, or 333 m/s. Without stopping, she ran across the arena. At that pace, she could deal with all the opponents. But, sorry baby, but now you will end. In addition to small fish, truly strong fighters fought in the Colosseum under the auspices of the Russian mafia. The bald giant with bright red lipstick on his lips, pushing his allies, jumped into the arena. In his hands, the device was already materialized, looking like a pair of huge shields decorated with spikes. Your speed is absolutely useless in front of an opponent like me. Come on, baby, attack me. Try to break through the queen's twin shield with your thin arms. The queen began to provoke. However, Renren did not succumb. Continuing to run in one place, she stuck out her tongue and raised a finger to her eye. I'm not going to succumb to such a provocation, Queen Sama. As you noticed, it is useless for me to compete with the enemy by force. Better I keep using my speed. Immediately after his words, Renren changed tactics. The speed of Mach 2, which she accumulated, is sufficient to invite the enemy into its territory. Maintaining speed, Renren began to circle around the queen. As soon as the enemy loses sight of her, she will be able to attack, not even giving a chance to defend. But the queen, on all movements of Renren, only grinned. It's useless, baby. This trick won't work. Do you know what I want to do? We have connections with one employee from the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. He has information about the strongest student knights from various academies, including about you. Therefore, we know all the weaknesses of your mock network technique. The first fatal flaw, for the accumulation of speed, you cannot stop. You can't even use any deceptive movements. Although you develop frantic speed, the trajectory of your movements is always straightforward. The second, no matter how fast you are, energy is mass times speed. And your physique, baby, is clearly missing the last one. You can't get through my defense, especially against an enemy who already has 2 shields and can defend simultaneously in 2 directions. The queen is absolutely right. For a knight, she had a large physique. Moreover, her device was a shield. She will be able to absorb any attack of the enemy. Knowing that the enemy is not capable of any deceptive movements, the queen has enough of 2 shields to repel any attacks of 360 degrees around herself. As soon as Renren hit the shield, its speed will completely decline, and the confrontation will end there. Neither the queen nor the thugs will miss such a great chance to attack. Renren will surely die. Even the girl herself did not deny this fact. But, all that you said, of course, is true, but this information is a bit outdated. Immediately after the words, Renren changed her trajectory. Having stopped wrapping circles around the queen, she rushed along a straight path and attacked from behind. However, the queen is not so defenseless as not to repel the attack on the blind spot. You idiot! The queen reacted to an unexpected attack from behind. Moving one of the shields to the alleged Renren attack site, the queen prepared for defense. But, the very next moment, the queen was incredibly amazed. Indeed, instead of going on to the attack, Renren jumped up and ended up above the queen's head. However, the surprises did not end there. The girl jumped right into the stands and began to run not only in the arena, but also on the walls and ceiling of the Colosseum, despite the gravity. What? I know very well about my weaknesses. In the past, during the qualifiers, I was already convinced of them in a painful way. I have been discussing for a long time what to do, how to fight against enemies who can keep track of my speed without deceitful maneuvers. The answer is simple. I just took and created a new technique. If you cannot use deceptive maneuvers, then expand the range of your attacks. That's exactly what Renren did. Instead of the usual 2-dimensional flat paths, she began to use volumetric three-dimensional high-speed maneuvers. As a result, her attack path changed from a flat circle to a volume sphere with an enemy in the center. Deadly kicks and fists, with a speed of 2 Mach on any trajectory of space. Now certainly, no one can catch her eye movements. A delta force. Pushing off the ceiling, Renren rushed down and without any obstacles slammed her fist on the queen's head. Grog. From such a powerful blow, the queen's head pressed halfway into the torso. Rolling her eyes and drooling, the queen collapsed to the ground. Screams of fear severed the arena atmosphere instantly. Cannot be, queen, she knocked out the queen. It's impossible. In addition to the king, no one was able to defeat her. Shit, these kids are far from wimps. Do not look that they are only student knights. Come on, let's join our efforts. DAAs, AAA. Their strongest fighter is defeated, but they have not yet surrendered. There are still more than 100 times. Such an advantage in quantity raised their morale. Their first goal, they decided to choose a girl with a bright blue spear, Kikyo Hagyur. And, what, do you seriously consider me the weakest? Kikyo Hagyur was indignant, feeling a change in the mood of the enemy. However, her indignation was more pretended. After all, a crowd of more than 100 thugs of non-knights is very dangerous. Even a knight may have difficulty fighting everyone at once. Though, do you know that your behavior is rude? Armed with a spear, Kikyo gave a brave rebuff to the thugs who attacked her. Making quick lunges with a spear, she pierced all the thugs and neutralized them. Do not retreat. We can still crush it with a number. However, no matter how quickly Kikyo pierced her opponent, the thugs continued to harass her in a furious stream. The fast pace of the spear attack is the main advantage of Kikyo-senpai. However, the advantage can completely come to naught if the adversary comes close critically to her and Kikyo cannot properly swing the spear. In her head, she should always keep a strategy of counteraction against the plan of intercepting the enemy. And she had this strategy. She was told by a knight, to whom she was imbued with absolute confidence. My strength is an escape. Instant acceleration. Shit, every time we almost caught her, she escapes. Stop running away from us, coward. It's funny to hear these words from a crowd of people trying to attack a lonely, fragile girl. Kikyo smiled, using the instant acceleration ability whenever an angry mob was about to overtake her. Again and again, she used this technique to maintain the desired distance, which is very important for a lancer such as her. Her instant acceleration ability was not as fast as Renren reached, but her technique was similar to the two-winged movement, and unlike Renren, it did not require a run to achieve maximum speed. Truly an ideal defense ability, Kikyo is impossible to catch. This was understood by her opponents. Impatient, they began to get annoyed. Heck, we are tired of chasing you. Taste our magic. Realizing that they could not catch up with the target, the thugs stopped in place and began to heal Kikyo with magical abilities. Nerd-chan, come on, Kikyo shouted, using instant acceleration to jump sideways rather than backward. She had a reason for such an action. Jumping to the side, she freed the line of fire for the twin Botan Hagyur, who had been behind her all this time. Silently, all. The line of fire is free. Enemies in a crowd spread before the eyes of the nerd. Ideal conditions for fighting because her device was a revolver. As soon as Botan opened fire, a loud chorus of shouts of pain shook the atmosphere of the Colosseum. 12 bullets with the ability to penetrate through any obstacle flew out of the Botan revolver and immediately overtook their targets. Firing again and again, Botan's bullets overtook the sprawling line of thugs. The perfect combination between twin sisters. The thugs, who were fortunate enough not to get caught in the crossfire of the Botan, were struck by the swift attacks of Kikyo's spear. Great, Botan-chan. Well, someone else has not lost the desire to fight with us. However, their joy was soon interrupted by a huge shadow hanging over their heads. Looking up, they saw a huge, stern giant, more than 10 meters high, waving long rods of steel. "You're finished," showing up. The next moment, the giant sharply lowered its long steel bars onto the head of the Magyar sisters, splitting the Colosseum arena cover. Under a deafening roar, a thick pillar of dust rose into the air. The giant that perpetrated all this rout was... Yeah, this is our king. The invincible fighter of the Colosseum. The great king has returned to us from a business trip. Yakov, all this time anxiously watching the battle in the arena. After the appearance of the giant, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I was very scared when the queen was disabled, but now there is no doubt in our victory. This guy is pretty huge, some kind of ability." "Right, the ability of the king can increase its size by 5 times, turning it into a colossus. Thanks to such a powerful ability, he is the strongest fighter in our Colosseum. I'm sure even the Crimson Princess will not be able to stop him." What? Reassuring Jacob was premature. Because when the pillar of dust settled, instead of the picture where the Magyar sisters were crushed by the king's steel bars, Jacob saw something else. Another member of the student council of the Hagan Academy arrived in time for help and repelled the king's steel bars with his zanbato. "Kikyo-senpai, Botan-senpai, are you okay?" "Seiju-kun." "Oh yes, but only thanks to you." "Well, then I can continue." Confirming the safety of his senpai, Seizu used his axe crescendo ability, which allowed him to accumulate a large mass in the blade. A moment, and he abruptly pushed the king back along with the steel bar. "Liya Chage." "An impossible," king thrown back. "Who is this skinhead?" In the past, any opponent opposing the king would necessarily lose to him, receiving constant blows from a steel bar from above. But Seizu not only accepted the blow with his weapon, but also threw the king back. The crowd exploded in surprise to this guy's incredible strength. "The king, with such force, you are worth the price of your crown," Seizu threw, throwing a quick glance at the abandoned enemy. "Ghha!" roared in rage a man wearing the title of king. Rising to his feet, he waved a steel bar. His weapon in his hand became even larger, but the king did not stop there. In addition to increasing the size of the physical object, he also increased his body in order to strike with the greatest possible force. It looks like Seizu's words hit the king proudly. His eyes literally glowed with burning hatred, but Seizu continued to remain calm. "Kikyo-senpai, Botan-senpai, please leave the fight with this opponent to me." "But Seiju-kun, your crescendo axe..." Kikyo instantly intervened. It tried to challenge his words, but... "Don't worry about me," Seikyo interrupted Kikyo and lifted the zanbato over his head. He understood what words senpai wanted to say. "Your crescendo axe didn't work. It is true that when he beat the king's steel rod, his crescendo axe ability really reached the maximum possible power. After all, it would be foolish to fight not seriously, on the territory of the enemy." From the very beginning of the penetration of the enemy's base, Seijo began to accumulate maximum weight in his sword. But as a result, he only managed to push the enemy's body back a little. He did not win and did not incapacitate the king. Something similar has happened in the past. This did not happen the first time. Seijo remembered how an adversary appeared at the qualifiers of the Hagan Academy, who, without the least effort, recaptured his sword with extremely accumulated weight. Amazement and despair from that time until now were fresh in my head. But he did not give up and took action. Rotating the sword above his head, the blade of which was directed parallel to the earth, he himself began to spin in place. This was the new Seijo technique. Crimson Princess. Only in the fight against this A-rank knight did he realize how weak he was. I am still ashamed of that fight. He did not cope with his ability to accumulate weight. Axe crescendo, a technique that allows to accumulate the weight in the sword up to 10 tons to inflict more powerful blows. But now, she seemed so stupid to him. He was proud of her, but in the battle against the A-rank knight, Seiju could not even scratch his opponent. Therefore, the crescendo axe is not enough. My control of super heavy weight is still imperfect. Therefore, then I simply should not control it. Right, instead of stopping, I will continue to accumulate weight. It was on this that his new technique was based. At the moment, the weight in his blade of the sword exceeded 10 times the maximum 10 tons that he accumulated when crossing enemy territory. Seiju instantly lost control of his sword and simply held the hilt of his blade. The huge accumulated mass increased the acceleration of the rotation of his body and eventually created a powerful tornado with strong pressure. Incredible, what a powerful wind pressure. Even using magic, it blows me away. What brute force. Cutthroats have zero chance of confrontation against such a whirlwind, caused by high-speed rotation of a huge mass. Just like with a real tornado, caused by Mother Nature. Such catastrophic events have great power. Even without control, it carries a huge threat. Idiot. Unlike simple thugs who barely kept their feet in front of a frantic whirlwind, the king is a fighter who has reached the top of this underground coliseum. He immediately uncovered the weak spot of the Seizu's rotating sword. Up. If he tries to attack from the side, then he will simply be demolished by strong wind pressure. But if he attacks from above in the center of the axis of rotation, then the rotation will stop and he will not be thrown back. The king's body is much larger than Seiju's, so the plan is easy to implement. Mocking the Sage-O technique, which from his point of view is full of vulnerabilities, the king, waving a steel bar, ran to his opponent. Stop the tornado from above. The act is quite logical. It is true that the up-and-down rotating Sage-O sword is very vulnerable. Hitting this place alone is the right decision. The king was mistaken, only in that he underestimated his opponent. Lie down to everyone, shouted Seiju. As soon as the king rushed to him, he immediately began to act. He lost control of his sword. But if he puts all his strength to the last drop, that will be able to move his wrist and move the blade from horizontal to vertical. The moment the Zanbato sword turned, a wide blade tore the atmosphere of the Colosseum. The airflow referred to was no longer a tornado or something similar. Now it is a concentrated tsunami of air pressure, sweeping away everything in its path. Only now Seiju was able to justify his nickname Destroyer. A forced blow. The tsunami of powerful air pressure that Seiju set up swallowed and hit everyone in the arena, with the exception of his comrades, who, on his signal, lay on the floor. All the thugs, including the king, with numerous fractures collapsed into the arena. One hit, and all the pieces are knocked down from a chessboard. Awareness of this fact deprived Jacob of the gift of speech. An impossible. This guy is not even known. How could a simple knight apprentice injure the king? Hey Bishu-san, something bad is happening. Bishu's subordinates rustled, sensing the danger in the air. At the same moment, the door to the VIP apartment opened, and a man appeared on the threshold. The boss, something terrible has happened. I know this without you. I have a great view of the arena. And no, I do not mean it. Take a look at the broadcast of cameras from the emergency exit of the Colosseum. The man shouted and opened his laptop. What everyone saw. What? This cannot be. It was a spectacle that mirrored the destruction in the arena. Emergency, exit from the underground Colosseum. This exit was used during evacuation in emergency situations and to invite special guests who, for obvious reasons, could not show up through the main entrance for ordinary people. The corridor leading from the emergency entrance is directly connected to the center of the underground Colosseum. That is why even in peacetime the passage was carefully guarded. The elevator was especially strictly guarded, on which it was possible to go down from the surface of the earth to the depths of the underground Colosseum. Every day, 15 guards watched over his safety. Each was armed with a special assault rifle against knights, capable of breaking through any magic barrier, and was dressed in a special protective uniform made of ultra-strong fiber. When she appeared, everyone knew what to do. All of them were professionals with great experience. That's why everyone understood at a glance. The girl who showed up to them, clicking on the heels, went straight to the elevator, which was no longer planned to be used today. She felt a thirst for murder, and her white dress and hat seemed an illusion that hid numerous blood stains. Wow. They made a quick and correct decision. All the guards pulled the trigger of the assault rifles and opened fire on the girl. All their weapons are loaded with special powerful ammunition that can break through any knight's magic barrier. Each shot at a girl cost about $25. Such firepower is enough to kill any intruder. Victory should be theirs, but why doesn't she fall? The girl refused to die. The fire of 15 rifles did not stop, but the girl only slightly lifted up the hem of a long white dress and a little tousled long blonde hair. She continued to move forward without any injuries. Aim better, guys. There is something else. Bullets do not bounce around, they just disappear. After some time, the guard noticed. Even if the girl reflected the bullets flying into her, a lot of destruction should appear behind. But everything remained intact. Bullets flew along their path, and immediately before contact with the body disappeared somewhere without injuring her. Before us is an experienced knight. Watch out, our weapons are useless against her. With each shot, the faces of the guards grew gloomy more and more. To their great horror, the girl, hiding behind an umbrella, smiled broadly. She walked in a slow, elegant gait. Step by step, she was getting closer to the elevator that these men guarded so fiercely. And finally, "Heck, do not get close. What do you need here?" When the distance between the girl and one of the guards was reduced to 10 meters, blood sprinkled from the whole body of the man, and he collapsed dead to the floor. A similar fate befell him not alone. Each time a girl took a step forward, one after another, the bodies of men exploded in blood and they fell to the floor. Despite all the protective uniforms, the bodies of dead men looked like they were pierced by 1,000 swords at the same time. But the girl was not even armed. She simply moved forward. "Hey, does anyone have any ideas what to do?" cried one of the men. But his question remained unanswered. No one knew what to do in such a situation. It is one thing if a girl, in the manner of a Grim Reaper, waved a scythe and chopped off their heads. In this case, it would be clear where the threat comes from and what needs to be done. But now everything is different. The girl carried violence in an invisible way to their eyes. That is why the fear that arose in her among men was so strong and thick. X enough with me. Finally, one of the men could not stand it and ran back in fear. All of them are mercenaries, without honor and pride. No devotion to the matter was not in them initially. One person is afraid, and a chain reaction will start. And it was she who happened. At the same moment, their line of defense at the elevator collapsed. The 8 men who survived left their positions and ran to the elevator. Only in this situation could he save them from death. But unfortunately, the capacity of the elevator was only 5 people, and given the weight of their equipment, the elevator did not move even with 4 men. "Get out of here. Do not stand in my way. The lift capacity is over. Take the stairs." It's not fair. We also want to leave this place as soon as possible. An ugly struggle for survival arose between people under the loud buzz of the elevator, which reported an overload. The invisible blades of a stranger helped to stop this fight. She significantly thinned out the remaining number of men seeking to get into the elevator. Finally, the buzz of the elevator reluctantly calmed down. "Faster, close the elevator." Have we really survived? The surviving Trinity quickly pressed a button to close the elevator door. Not caring about the fate of the deceased comrades, they discharged the last clip through the closing doors of the elevator. However, they failed to leave. For security reasons, elevator doors have been programmed to slowly close and open. No matter how the men wanted, they could not speed up the process. What? Immediately at the moment, when the doors were almost closed, the tip of the umbrella slipped into the gap. Slender, graceful fingers grabbed the doors and pushed them to the side. And then she appeared before the sight of the Trinity, a stranger in a dazzling white dress with a frozen smile on her face. "Isn't it rude of you to slam the elevator doors right in front of the lady?" said the girl, and went into the elevator. Probably due to its light weight, the elevator did not buzz, and the doors began to close again. "Ay." The men screamed when they realized that they had been driven into a corner. They reopened fire at close range on the girl in the hope that their bullets would finally reach their goal, and she would clear their escape path. However, everything happened as before. The bullets simply disappeared and did not touch the girl. But they finally understood the peculiarity of the ability of a stranger. Around her hung myriads of sparkles, sparkling brighter than rubies. In the usual state, these tiny blades are invisible, but now they shone from the numerous spilled blood of their comrades. This is what the girl's device was. All bullets fired into it were cut into tiny particles that cannot be seen with the eyes. However, awareness came too late. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the last thing they saw was a scarlet veil before their eyes. "Crimson Lady, even she is here," Jacob muttered in a trembling voice, looking at the image from the emergency exit security cameras. Crimson Lady Kanata Tatokubara. B-rank knight, daughter of the head of the conglomerate Tatokubara, who was second in importance in Japan after the Kazamatsuri conglomerate. Despite the fact that she was a knight student, this special convocation was not the first in her life. In the past, she destroyed one of the headquarters of the rebellion, perpetuating in history her nickname, the Crimson Lady. "Hey, Jacob, she is already going down in the elevator and will be arriving to us soon. Can we somehow escape?" "Of course we can. It's annoying, but it seems that I have to leave the Colosseum." "So all the same, there is an escape path. Need to bring down as soon as possible. Otherwise, that four from the arena may also come to us." "Don't worry," Yakov said, dismissing the alarmed Bisho. Having picked up the remote control, with which it was possible to close and open the shutters of the glass panel of the VIP apartments, Yakov pressed a hidden button. Immediately, the shelves with sake, located in the back of the room, moved to the side and showed a secret door with an electronic lock. Now we are in VIP apartments. Naturally, there is a move to get to the surface in case of emergency. Follow me, and you get ready for the visit of the Crimson Lady. Barricade the entrance. You can use this sofa and table. Good. Following the order of Jacob, his subordinates immediately began to work on the barricade. But, what? Suddenly, they noticed that the front door had been open all this time. "The door, why is it open?" At that moment, the lighting in the room went out sharply. "What the hell is this?" "We don't know, boss. There seems to be a problem with the electricity." "Do not carry nonsense. If this happened, emergency lights would immediately turn on. Oh my God." A terrible foreboding clenched Jacob's chest. In an attempt to get rid of him, he quickly ran to the entrance. And then he saw. There were no electricity problems. Someone specifically flipped a switch at the entrance and turned off the light. While they watched the broadcast from surveillance cameras, someone entered their apartment. "You're in charge here, yes?" Someone sounded so close that his breath caught in his throat. However, the surprised cry did not turn into a cry. Lightning pierced his body before he could make even one sound. His whole body cramped, and he heavily collapsed to the ground. Who are you?" shouted those present, noticing a pale spark blinking in the dark. With difficulty distinguishing the contour of the stranger, they pointed their weapons in her direction. On the other hand, the uninvited guest simply blocked the exit and looked at everyone with eyes in which lightning sparkled. My name is Toka Tadu. I am the 3rd year of the Hagun Academy. This girl was better known by the nickname Rakiri. Prisoner number 753, Bishu-san. I finally found you, the girl said calmly, looking around at the many faces in front of her. Fucking bloodhound, how did you come here? I just entered your apartment through the door. How I entered the Colosseum should not worry you. Bishu-san, I suggest you give up. I ran away. He just managed to get out of prison. It's worse than not to figure out how to get back to jail. Before him is only a knight apprentice. If he simply surrenders to her, he will lose all his pride. Bishu decided to defend his freedom. That is why he threw up his hands and materialized the device. Fortunately for him, during this small dialogue, his eyes got used to the darkness. If earlier he recorded only a blurry silhouette, now his eyes clearly saw the figure of the enemy. He is fully prepared for battle. Fight, I just won't give up. I know the nickname Rakiri. But if you are not such a monster as the King of Swords of 7 Stars or the Crimson Princess, I, Bishu, will not lose to you. I will make you feel the fear that only members of the rebellion can do. Pretty pathetic words for a criminal, but... Are you such a worthless knight that you still haven't noticed my cut? What are you talking about? Shouted Bishu. After Toki's words, he immediately felt a chill in his abdomen. Hastily dropping his gaze down, Bishu saw. There is no cut. I know, I just lied to you. Initially, I did not even plan to cut you. Bishu quickly looked up, but it was too late. Silently reducing the distance between them by 5 meters, Toka instantly bared her katana Narukami from the scabbard. So fast. You are not the kind of person whom justice should let go. As for you... The last thing Bishu saw was a flash of lightning arising from the sheath of Rakiri. This technique was quite enough to neutralize at the same time all those present in these apartments. Special convocation. This event, which in the manner of a gampuku forced young boys and girls to fight, was very often criticized by the public. However, Iduki Kurigane did not stop the iron blood. He was an inveterate realist and took desperate measures to quickly capture all the escaped prisoners. Homeless Knight, Crimson Princess, Nanova Star, Rakiri. Here it is the golden generation. Many young talents are already actively manifesting themselves. The successes of the students of the Hagun Academy, including Rakiri Toka Tadu, were particularly notable. Thanks to the investigative and causal forces of Utakata Misogi, better known under the nickname 50 to 50, Toka tracked the location of many prisoners who escaped from prisons. Adults only had to open their mouths wide in surprise at the speed with which the girl arrested prisoners. Thanks to its operational actions, anti-social forces have significantly lost their power. About a week later with a mass escape. Just at that time, when the military company Vermilion came to an end. Through the efforts of the Knight Disciples, who were attracted to the Japanese branch of the League, 90% of the prisoners were able to be returned to prison. Chapter 2, Sword Eater vs. Star of Naniwa. Thus, the Japanese unit was able to rearrest more than 90% of prisoners who escaped from prisons last week. While other countries have not recovered from the chaos caused by the death of the Puppet King, Japan is the only country that has been able to quickly resolve all problems. But we must not forget that such an amazing result was achieved thanks to the hard work of the Knight Disciples. Secretary of the Iron League of Japan, Itsuki Kurigane, I would like to sincerely express my appreciation to you. Everyone, we are very grateful. Japan branch of the International League of Mages Knights. On this day, in one of the skyscrapers of Tokyo, a lot of people were gathered. 30 student knights from the Danro Academy and the Hagun Academy were present in the hall at the next meeting of the special convocation. The gentle-looking man, who was the head of the Ministry for the Prevention of Prison Escapes, bowed his head low in respect and immediately continued his speech. Thanks to you, there are only a few escaped prisoners. With so many, I think, knights magicians of the League themselves can figure it out. Therefore, from today, the person convocation ends its activities. After the man said, a loud sigh of relief rang out throughout the hall. For the first time since World War II, such a large, special convocation was assembled. For many student knights, he became the first in his life. Almost each of the student knights fought in serious battles at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival or in battles inside the academy. But all these fights strictly followed the rules, so the real battles with the bad guys, from whom you could expect anything, put a lot of pressure on them. However, the League also felt this pressure. They did not want to once again expose the dangers of the Knight Disciples and push them to death. Thank you all again. As a reward, each of the student knights who answered the special convocation will receive 30,000 yen for each day spent in work. If you show your certificate of a knight student on the ground floor counter, you can withdraw money both in cash and electronically. Please do not forget about it. In addition, we notified each academy to give you free days in the next semester. You spent your summer holidays, so we want to compensate for your lost vacation. Please do not forget about this either. In any case, the contact details of the Japanese branch of the League you have left. Well, does anyone have any questions? Not? Well then, on this we say goodbye today. Please spend the last remaining days of your summer vacation to good use. We, the Japanese branch of the League, compensation for merits and punishment for crimes, the basis of chivalry. None of the student knights despised such a well-established system. Having cashed out their award, they leisurely left the Japanese branch of the League. All the knight students received quite a lot of money. Together with the joy of finally freeing themselves from oppressive pressure, their walk was extremely light. Each of them in his head made greater plans for a pleasant pastime of the remaining summer holidays. However, not everyone shared a similar point of view. Some knights, even after the end of the convocation, remained in the Japanese branch of the League to resume their training, which were forced to interrupt during work. Among them were Rikiri Toka Tadu and the Crimson Lady of Kanata Tadokubara. They formed a group and decided to work out properly. Oh, so much time has passed since I took a relaxing shower. Toka said, letting the trickles of water wash away all the sweat after an exhausting workout in the Japanese branch of the League. We worked without a break for several days in a row. My hair is in complete disarray, Kanata answered with a nod. The sight of her long hair made her frown displeased. The cuticle is badly damaged, which means a quick battle with split ends. Well, what happened is what happened. There is no point in continuing to grumble. Kana-chan, in any case, you and I gave all our best. But now it's over. The special convocation is dissolved. Don't you care that uncaught prisoners still roam somewhere? Ayatsuji asked anxiously, taking a shower next to Kanata. After the prisoner attacked the Ayatsuji dojo, she immediately joined the special convocation. Teacher Yuri Oriki, who has been responsible for the squad of knight disciples all this time, answered her alarming question. A special convocation was originally conceived as a last resort in emergency situations. If the knight magicians are currently able to deal with the remaining problems, there is no point in continuing to hold the convocation. Even so, in my opinion, it would be better if until the last we helped. Such zeal is laudable, but you forget something. Many of you fought in simple fights, where regenerative capsules and other medical equipment are always at hand. But real battles are much more dangerous. Anything can happen to you, and no one will come to the rescue. At festivals such as the Sword Art of 7 Stars, the safety of the participants was taken seriously. Specially trained staff closely monitored the matches in order to quickly come in and provide medical assistance in an emergency. Thanks to this, fatal accidents have become extremely rare. But the real battles, they went very differently. A true enemy will never stop and will not heal a student knight who is on the verge of death. Without exaggeration, in real battles it is better to just die. After all, one cannot deny the fact that they can catch you and start lynching. The death of a knight mage is an ordinary thing. They are combat units and always know what can happen to them. But in the case of convocation, the death of a knight student is completely transferred to the organizer. That is why the special convocation is a very risky event for both students and the government. It was this thought voiced by the Oryx. The main rule of the convocation is to try to avoid it to the maximum possible moment. The arrest of criminals was originally the work of adults. Leave it to us and relax. You do not need to worry about it. Enjoy the last days of your summer vacation. Enjoy your youth. Hee. Ayatsuji-san, you're an amazing person. And why? Ice bowed her head inquiringly, continuing to lather her body. The words ropes were unexpected for her. Because it was your first convocation. In the past, when I also took part in the first convocation for myself, I was so scared that I did nothing useful. However, such a result was to be expected from the daughter of the last samurai. You're exaggerating, Ice answered reflexively. Embarrassment sounded in her tone, but her face shone joyfully. She felt happy because of her growth, which allowed her to fight without hesitation along with famous knights such as Rakudai. But not only my father influenced my education. Kurogane-kun. It was he who showed the right path in the development of my sword style. Only thanks to him I was able to fight without fear. Wow, so Kurogane-kun taught you the art of wielding a sword. A very short time. This happened when I wanted to take part in the Hagun Academy qualifiers. Oh, Kanata said with a tight smile, hearing Ice's words. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Nothing, it was about to happen. Although for a short period of time, Kurogane-kun pointed out all the mistakes of my sword style, which I thoughtlessly copied from my father. Only after his instructions did I remake the family style of the sword for my body. Ice was sincere. Thanks to him, she got rid of uncertain movements and mastered the Tenni Muho style, which was her highest point of achievement. Great, Kurogane-kun is truly amazing. He honed his sword skills in many grueling training. By the way, how exactly did he instruct you? Well, firstly, he corrected my posture and, Suddenly, Ise, answering Kanata's question, let out a miserable cry. Ayatsuji-san, something happened. Oh, are you really hurt somewhere? Oriki was alarmed, bowing her head inquiringly. I'm fine, Ice quickly responded, reassuring the Oryx. I just remembered the rest of Kurogane-kun's instructions and got a little excited. The reaction of Oriki was not long in coming. Blood spurted out of Orika's nose in a powerful stream. And what kind of instructions are those after which you get excited? Very interesting, but what did Kurogane-kun do to you? It's not like that. He did nothing strange. He just told me how to hold the sword correctly and how to move my body. He just touched me. Oh, what are you talking about? Ayatsuji-san, I was just listening to your dialogue and I was curious. And where exactly did Kurogane-kun touch you? He touched my hands, legs, touched my stomach, the inside of my hips. Ice answered embarrassedly at the question of Kanata out. Kurogane-kun has gone beyond all permissible limits. We teachers are simply obligated to punish him and temporarily suspend him for sexual harassment. You are mistaken. There was nothing like that. Then Kurogane-kun touched me with absolute seriousness to correct all the wrong positions of my body parts. At that moment, only I behaved depraved. Therefore, there was no sexual harassment on his part. Ara, I understand your feelings, Ayatsuji-san. Tadokibara-san. Kurogane-kun's hands are so big and courageous. My heart just melted in a sweet languor. Sometimes I remember the moment when Kurogane-kun suddenly grabbed my chest, and it makes me so sad. Heart suit. A gentle blush touched her cheeks. Dreaming, Kanata stroked her large, formed breasts. Similar words and movements from another girl forced the Oryx to shed blood not from their nose, but from their mouth this time. Kurogane-kun, do you really miss Stella-san and you decided to fuck all the girls? It's horrible. Sensei so believed in your sincerity. The Oryx were truly unpleasantly surprised by the revealed side of her beloved student. Seeing that the conversation went in the wrong direction, Toka was forced to intervene in the conversation. "Oriki-sensei, please do not take Kana-chan's words too much to heart. Kana-chan does not lie, but often likes to misinterpret and dramatize facts." "Oh, so..." "Yes, this did not happen on purpose. Kana-chan and Kurogane-kun fell off in an accident." "Heh, as expected from Toki-chan. She will not let me deceive you." Kanata stuck out her tongue. "The fact that Ikki-kun touched my chest is true. But as Toka-chan said, this happened by chance and did not carry any vulgar desires." "It's all right, sensei. Kurogane-kun is an honest and sincere guy. He would never dare to do something that would upset Stella-san." Oh. Tadokubara-san, you really hit me. I hope you will not make such jokes in the presence of Stella-chan." "No promises. I still haven't decided to tell me about this when meeting with Stella-san or not." "Tadokubara-san, and you turn out to be a bad girl. I'm even starting to worry a little about my sensei," I said. There is nothing I can do about myself. I like the characters so much. In a moment of danger, come to the rescue. I think Stella will be difficult in the near future. Kurogane-san is now one of the League's greatest heroes after defeating the Black Knight." The words ropes were met with deathly silence. The military company Vermilion, in which Ikki took part. The League has taken care and has already passed the results to Japan. In the war, Ikki Kurogane had to fight with the BB, a huge enemy 30 times its size, and with the Black Knight, which occupies the 4th place in the strength of the League. In all his battles, he came out victorious and even made a great contribution to the victory over the King of Puppets. However, for all these battles, Ikki paid a high price. He was still in a coma and would not wake until help came from Japan in the person of his sister Shizuku. Ikki, despite his F rank, took part in the war and won. This is actually an incredible achievement. Their friend in 1 month turned into a completely different person. Trying to realize this fact, each of them felt a certain pride and sadness. All the feelings were difficult to express in words. It feels like so much water has flowed over the past month. Agree. Now I even feel a little strange. Just think that I was trained by a man who took part in the war with such famous knights as Princess Yaksha and the Black Knight. None of those present knew the existence of the Desperate. But during the finale of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival, everyone felt that something had changed in Ikki when fighting Stella. The same thoughts were shared by the Oryx, who had known Ikki longer than anyone else. "I already told Ayatsuji-san, but I was in charge of his entrance exam. Then I told him that he forgot about the dream of becoming a knight because his strength was extremely insufficient. I did not change my mind, even when he entered the academy. My concern and regret about him only intensified every day, but he still managed to prove to me that I had been wrong all this time. He managed to overcome everything. With such accomplishments, Oriki could no longer doubt him. He proved that even measuring devices cannot always accurately predict the strength of a knight. Therefore, when Kurogane-kun returns, I must apologize to him." Oriki couldn't think of anything else right now. She wanted with all her heart to congratulate this wonderful young man. "I think he will be very pleased," Toka said with a little smile. "Well then, we will go slowly, Kana-chan." She turned off the shower and urged Kanata to follow her. She immediately obeyed and also turned off the shower. Turning her head toward Orika, Kanata opened her mouth. "Oriki-sense, we would like to inquire about our vacation, which we informed you a little earlier." Cough asterisk. "Yes, of course, I will definitely inform the academy. Please have some fun." "Are you both going to take advantage of your free days and go somewhere?" Ice asked, realizing that Toka and Kanata were very close friends. Toka nodded in response. Now her face was childishly innocent. She looked like a child who was looking forward to a future trip. "Yeah, we're going to Kyushu. True, this will not be a trip, but the long-awaited return home." Leaving Ice and Oriki, Toka and Kanata left the shower together. As soon as they went out into the corridor, they were surprised to meet one man. Moriboshi-san. Oh, Toka and Kanata, long time no see. Our last meeting was after the festival. Star Nanava Moriboshi Yudai. The 3rd year of Bukaku Academy, last year's 7-star King of Swords. This year, he was defeated in the first match of a hot fight against Kurigane Ikki. Moriboshi fought like a lion, not giving his opponent the slightest chance of a mistake. A truly talented person. If Ikki hadn't stole the 2-winged style, who knows how their fight would end. By the way, for Toki this man was also close. It was Moriboshi who closed her way to the top at last year's festival. However, no matter how much she wanted to get even with him for her defeat, Toka was already a 3rd year old. And this means that the path to participating in the 7-star Sword Art Festival is closed to her. Therefore, Toka gave Moriboshi a warm greeting, nodded. That's right, you made us a real holiday. By the way, how's your sweet little sister doing? She's fine and full of energy. From good morning to good night, she does not fall silent for a second. Very noisy imp. Great. I don't even know, Moriboshi laughed. He always laughed a lot, but now Toka felt that his smile was much happier. By the way, Moriboshi-san, why are you in Tokyo? And today I arrived here to collect my reward. After all, just like you, Toka, I took part in the convocation. But you could have done that in Osaka, too. There is one, but still I came to you to cash my reward. To tell the truth, I arrived in Tokyo hoping to meet your master, said Moriboshi, pointing to Toka. It immediately became clear to the girls about whom he had in mind. Former rival of Kurigane Ryoma on the battlefield. God of War Torjiro Nango. But Toka-chan Nango-sensei, after all. Toka naturally knew what Kanata wanted to say. And it seems Moriboshi was also in the know. Yes, I already know. I arrived at your place in the morning, but Jai-san has already left Japan and set off in search of the missing Prime Minister of Japan, who has stopped answering calls. I was informed about this today on the ground floor at the League Division counter. You haven't chosen the right time. It is what it is. Moriboshi-san, your meeting with my sensei. Is this connected with your desire to take part in the Divine Military League? That's right, Moriboshi nodded. The next Divine War League qualifiers will begin next year after the Chinese New Year, so I was planning to leave Japan next month. I wanted to meet with the former champion and learn more about the atmosphere of the tournament. Next month, you leave Japan early. Naturally, Tadokubara. The qualifiers for the Divine War League are completely different from the qualifiers for the 7-star Sword Art Festival. This is a real battle for survival, where they fight until there is a certain number of participants left. Battles do not stop even at night. Participants can use any methods, even team up with someone to attack another. You can even call for outside help. It would be very foolish of me to join the battle without preliminary reconnaissance of the battle site. A good idea. Kanata was truly impressed by the quick wits of Moriboshi, but Toka, on the other hand, knew that the mind was always his strength. Moriboshi, despite his behavior and appearance, preferred to fight with his head and not immediately rush into the fire. He never showed reckless courage, and won the battle thanks to numerous tactics. With a high probability, the Divine Military League has already begun for him. I wanted to get information not only by collecting it on the spot. The atmosphere that prevailed in the Divine Military League is also very important. I really wanted to know more information from experienced people before leaving Japan. But my goal, unfortunately, has slipped away. As a sensei student, I would like to apologize. I do not have his phone number, Toka expressed regret. But Moriboshi simply waved her hand at her words, so that she would not be worried. Never mind. I understand that the search for the missing leader of the country is more important. Usually the strongest knight of the league should deal with such matters, but he is also not in the country. In the current situation, only Jai-san could go on such an important mission. I understand perfectly well that my desire is negligible compared to the current situation and has the lowest priority. Right, Princess Yakshi was in Vermilion right now on a business trip to deal with all the chaos. The god of war was the only knight who could be sent on such an important task. Unfortunately, nothing can be done about it. And yes, I don't think that having arrived in Japan, I will lose time in the empty. And suddenly, Moriboshi's eyes flashed so violently that goosebumps ran through Kanata and Toki. It feels like he was already standing in the arena, completely ready for battle. However, his gaze was not aimed at them. He looked far further, at someone behind them. Walking quickly, he went up to the man who was sitting on the sofa, standing in the corner of the resting place, and said defiantly, "Hey, you! I did not expect to meet your face here, Sword Eater." Chi, sweeping his eyes through the sunglasses, the Swallow Eater Kurado Kurashiki, sitting quietly on the couch and watching TV. Usually, under such a piercing gaze of Kurado, any person cringe. But not now. Indeed, before him stood the former King of Swords of the Seven Stars. "I never thought I would meet such a rabid dog like you in such a place. What kind of changes have happened to you?" asked Moriboshi, not fearing his gaze. "Do you really want to chat with me?" "Not really. I'm not very interested in this." "Do you want to fight?" "Exactly." At the same instant, Moriboshi's hand gripped Kurado's shoulder tightly. "I'm not particularly interested in your ordinary story of how you were reborn from a bad guy. I'm interested in you, last year when you lost to Byakui Dijugasaki, you did not bother me. I'm not the kind of person who is amused by the humiliation of the weak. But this year I really liked your fight with Sarah Blattley," said Moriboshi. Unlike last year, Moriboshi sensed an obsessive goal in Kurado. He was able to direct his rampant violence in the right direction, and is now moving quickly forward. Since last year, he has grown so much and improved his abilities. He exceeded all his expectations. Probably, now between him and Moriboshi, there is not that big difference in strength. That's why. Moriboshi held Kurado so tightly by the shoulder. "Sword Eater, until now, I have never fought against you. Therefore, today I want to create a memory of our battle before I go to China. Coincidentally, we have a training ground next to us. Are you not afraid of the spearhead of your spear and you will not look for ways to evade the battle?" Moriboshi really wanted to squeeze the maximum out of a chance meeting. To provoke him, Kurado raised his eyebrows questioningly. Why should I help you create memories?" "You don't need to say such things. You were given a rare chance to fight me. We see each other for the first time. However, it doesn't matter. I reacted to the convocation to kill time and have fun. But as a result, I was only deeply disappointed with the small fry which ice could handle." Kurado grabbed Moriboshi's wrist and pulled sharply to the side. Moriboshi's grip lost its power, and his hand slipped off Kurado's shoulder. "I like to fight well. I think the former King of Swords of the Seven Stars, you'll get hurt before your trip." "How menacing. I hope your words come true." Thus, in the training arena of the Japanese division of the league, a battle was preparing to happen that would never have happened at the Seven-Star Sword Art Festival. Why did everyone close their eyes and do nothing? Ice protested, watching the two knights stare at each other in the training arena. Nanova Star, Yudai Moriboshi, and Sword Eater Kurado Kurashiki. Ice's indignation knew no bounds. As soon as she finished taking a shower, she was informed that a student from her dojo was going to take part in a dubious battle. Moreover, no one tried to stop it. The story quickly spread, and now the arena was surrounded by numerous league staff and magic knights. "I told you not to fight outside the dojo. Don't you understand that if you hurt someone, the responsibility will fall on my father?" Kurado, on the other hand, was cool. He has already materialized his twin swords to Orochimaru. "My fault is not in this. It was that guy who first started and did not accept failures. Is that right, Reikiri?" Kurado turned to Toki, who was directly during their conversation. In response to his words, Toka nodded. Well, it's not really a fight. The battle will still take place in the training arena of the league. Moreover, Oriki-sensei will act as a judge. I thought the president of the student council should by all means prevent fights. This usually happened. Moreover, as mentioned, Yudai Moriboshi did not have an explosive character. But, sorry, as one of the knights, I am interested in their fight. Who do you think will win? Unfortunately, Toku was too carried away by the upcoming battle. Her interest flared up enough to continue to follow the rules. Toka-chan, you already defeated the Sword Eater. That was a couple of years ago at a representative match. Yes, but I never defeated Moriboshi-san. Therefore, it cannot be argued that Kurado will lose to Moriboshi-san. And so much time has passed, not the fact that I, Reikiri, will be able to defeat Kurado now. President, then who do you think will be the winner? Ice asked, getting ready to watch the battle together. It is not yet clear. You need to watch the fight. Now I can only say that your partner has an advantage in compatibility with Moriboshi-san. Wow, it starts. The crowd of people who came after the information about the upcoming battle made a sharp noise. The thing is that Oriki-sensei, who, as they said, will act as a judge, has entered the arena. Carrying with her a dropper that poured blood into her, the Oryx began declaring rules for the two knights in the arena. Cough, are you ready? If so, I'll ask you to go to your starting position. Suddenly, this is a fight, not a festival. Here preparations are not needed, shouted Kurado, attacking Moriboshi even before the signal about the start of the battle. The people around were noisy. Although this was a fictitious match, they were greatly struck by such a barbaric act. However, I seemed to suggest that Kurado would throw something like that. She did not join the indignation, but merely mumbled. He always thinks only of himself. Nobody had time to stop him, so Kurado quickly reduced the distance from Moriboshi and waved his bone swords. A little more, and with a sharp, powerful blow, he will split the head of his opponent. However, his sudden attack did not take place. Kurado, as if he had been powerfully thrown back, tore the distance from Moriboshi. What just happened? Almost everyone around me looked at each other in surprise. No one saw anything, but a shallow, bleeding incision appeared on Kurado's throat. For him, Moriboshi was responsible, who imperceptibly materialized his Taro spear. Kurado managed to make an unexpected attack, but unfortunately, he was not able to catch by surprise. When he entered the reach of Moriboshi, he immediately called up his device and counterattacked. Hey, dumbhead, maybe before you attack, you first think? We are both student knights, so you are well aware that I am the former king of swords of the 7 stars. Another such attack and you will lose your head. Ah-ha-ha, as expected from Moriboshi-kun. Yeah, impressive. His opponent in the background looks like a mad dog. League staff increasingly praised Moriboshi and despised Kurado. However, the latter was not the kind of person who would care about someone else's opinion. He was not even upset when he heard ridicule in his direction. Yeah, after you cast me aside, I realized. There is practically no difference between the former king and me. Huh? Do not believe. What a stubborn one. Then let's start our battle. After an ambiguous start, the battle between Moriboshi and Kurado finally started. How I have not really fought for a long time. Come on, Orochimaru. As soon as the words of the call flew from Kurado's mouth, his paired materialized blades stirred. His device had the ability to freely resize at any time, but now Kurado decided to fix and maintain the length of an ordinary Japanese sword. There was a reason for this. The art of sword ownership, studied at the Kaido Ayatsuji Dojo, is based on the use of the Japanese sword, and the ardent liking of Kurado more like fighting in close-range combat. In contrast to the energetic Kurado, Moriboshi stood calmly in the rack. He slightly lowered the center of gravity down, and the tip of his spear, Toro, directed at the opponent, aiming at vital organs. The art of holding a spear of Moroboshi Yudai was based on the principle of waiting. While the enemy was out of his reach, Moroboshi did not even try to attack. He just stood in position and waited for the enemy to enter the zone of destruction of his spear, Toro. No matter how long it takes, minutes, tens of minutes, Moroboshi will never give up his style and will not rush to attack his opponent himself. He will continue to patiently wait for the moment when the enemy crosses the very line that is so beneficial to him. Calm down, hold your breath, and just wait, just like a tiger hunting prey. But the tiger behaves as long as the target is out of reach. As soon as the victim crosses that invisible line, he is ready to bare his claws. Like a raging flame. With special frenzy, the Toro meets a fool who has so rashly decided to step into its territory. Moroboshi polished his skills to the ideal. His many quick spear attacks were ready to make many holes in the body of the target. Despite the fact that, unlike his opponent, Moroboshi had only one spear, he attacked so eagerly, as if under his submission there were forests of spears. Moroboshi will not allow anyone to go too far into his territory. Nevertheless, despite the powerful attack, Moroboshi was not going to attack his opponent too much and somehow try to pursue him. Until the target is sufficiently weakened, he will not take risks. It is better to wait until the moment the enemy himself attacks. Why rush somewhere if it has an absolute advantage on its territory? This battle is not the first in the life of Moroboshi. He stood against many knights face to face, and almost all came across his cruel, but at the same time clever tactics. They recklessly attacked, quickly exhausted, and Moroboshi could only finish them off. Everyone who was about to fight against him knew that the total length of his Toro spear was a little less than 3 meters. Not so long. If you take 2 decisive steps, then this distance can be instantly reduced. But not everyone was capable of something like that. How big is the abyss before a man who has reached the pinnacle of mastery in Japan? This crushed, and opponents of Moroboshi felt awe. However, Kurado did not belong to those people who trembled so much before the greatness of others. That's how you are really fast. Your technique is good enough, but for me you are still not faster than a turtle. Without showing his fear of Moroboshi, Kurado resolutely entered the territory of Toro. Naturally, at the same moment, a series of attacks by Moroboshi resumed, but his expression on his face immediately hardened. Moroboshi lunges were still like a forest of spears, but Kurado did not stop it. Without any fuss and unnecessary movements, he avoided all the blows of the spear of Moroboshi, as if walking along an overgrown alley. This is one of 2 reasons why I believe that Kurado-san has an edge over Moroboshi-san. You mean his divine reflex? Ice asked Toki. Right. Without exaggeration, the evasion and defense skills of Kurashiki are the best among all the student knights. As much as Moroboshi-san is not proud of his honed art of owning a spear, his entire series of attacks is point. With his usual battle strategy, it's so easy for him not to crush Kurashiki-kun. After all, he is the owner of the divine reflex, so it's easy for him to cope with all the point attacks of Moroboshi-san. But Toka-chan, Moroboshi-san has this in reserve, which can eliminate the weaknesses of point attacks and strengthen control over the territory. The same Hakeboshi technique that makes opponents think that its spear is bending. Toka-chan, you yourself came across this at the last 7-Star Sword Art Festival. I wonder if Kurashiki-san can handle this. Contrary to Kanada's words, Toka shook her head. He's already using Hakeboshi. Aura. What? Is there really a rumor that the former King of Swords of the 7 Stars is a monster, isn't it? Do not approach me, it infuriates. Kurado made maximum use of the divine reflex, dodging all attacks of Moroboshi's spear. The distance between them has almost disappeared. With a bitter expression on his face, Moroboshi stepped back. Now he could do nothing more. Although not quite true, Kurado forced Moriboshi to step back. As Toka noted a little earlier, he had already used the Hakeboshi. He could not hit Kurado in the middle distance, so he was forced to resort to a trump card. Hakeboshi is a technique that, in a collision, made the opponent think that his spear was bending. In fact, it did not bend. The thing is the correct movement of the wrist. Moriboshi deftly and quickly moved his hand, changing the direction of the spear, which seemed to the enemy as if the spear was bending. In fact, this can be called a kind of illusion, which should surprise an opponent. That was the power of Hakeboshi. Kurashiki-san, possessing superhuman reflexes, is able to make full use of them in the divine reflex. As much as Moriboshi-san did not try, for Kurashiki-san, Hakeboshi was another slow movement. Sunrinsi, Moriboshi, which was a series of quick point attacks, easily avoided Kurado. Even strengthening himself as a Hakeboshi, Moriboshi could do nothing about it. I can't even believe that Moriboshi-san can do nothing at his beloved middle distance. Divine reflex is too powerful a noble art on the battlefield. But that is not all. There is at least one more reason why such an adversary is not so profitable for Moriboshi-san. Toka abruptly interrupted her speech. Indeed, right before her eyes, the alignment of the battle has changed. Moriboshi, all this time stepping back due to the pressure of Kurado, pressed his back against the wall of the arena. Further escape is not possible. Feeling the advantage, Kurado decides not to miss such a wonderful chance. Here you are, dumbass. Snake bite. Divine reflex can be used not only to evade, but also to attack. While the enemy is about to attack, Kurado is capable of delivering 2 or even 3 hits. So now, he was going to finish off Moriboshi with his twin blades, driving himself into a dead end with 4 super-fast attacks. However, oddly enough, Moriboshi calmly accepted the enemy attack. Tear to shreds, Toro. He made up his mind and used his last strong trump card. The twin clicks of the Orochimaru were able to freely resize, but at the same time, they remained to be a materialization of the soul of Kurado. And the spear, Thorao, was just extremely effective against blazers. His ability, Tiger Bite, is able to devour enemy devices. The stolen magical power concentrated at the tip of the spear in the form of bright golden light. Swipe and Thora, Moriboshi tore into pieces 2 rapidly approaching enemy swords. Garg. Devices are the direct materialization of the soul of a knight. They represent themselves as highly concentrated magical power, and therefore incredibly strong. But if you still somehow damage them, psychological damage will quickly return to the owner. Sometimes, the damage is so great that a knight can instantly lose consciousness. Kurado was no exception. Having lost more than half the length of the Orochimaru paired blades, Kurado abruptly interrupted the attack and fell to his knee. This is exactly what Moriboshi needed. The moment, and he decided to take a favorable chance for an attack. Fast jerk to the opponent. The tip of his spear was clearly aimed at the nose bridge of Kurado. The attack ended in a slip. Kurado at the last moment was able to jump back. "It seems you have completely forgotten what I'm capable of, you idiot," said Moriboshi, lifting up the Toro. The spearhead was still shining with a golden light. "Breaking magical power! I can do that too." "Spit, I already forgot what you just did." Kurado sprang up from the ground. In his hands was an absolutely whole device without the slightest damage. Destroying a device is tantamount to an absolute defeat. Not only Moriboshi, but also all the surrounding audience let out a sigh of surprise. What? Bite of the tiger, Moriboshi-kun, did not work. President, can it be that the second reason you mentioned is now before our eyes? Tiger Bite, Moriboshi-san's most powerful technique capable of not only destroying devices, but also causing serious damage to the knight's soul. It is almost impossible to fight against such a technique. However, if the tiger bite bites off just a piece of the device, there will be no destructive effect. Perhaps the knight will be shaken a little, but consciousness will not lose. Toka Ice answered with a nod. During the first match of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival, Moriboshi used Tiger Bite several times against Intetsu Ikki, but he cut off only small pieces, so Ikki was able to fight on. The Kurado-san device is free to resize. It is still unknown how long his blades are, but thanks to his battle against the Bloody Da Vinci, we know that his device can increase by more than 100 times. What Moriboshi-san cut off was just a tiny bit. Naturally, Kurado-san will not suffer serious damage. At first glance, it might seem that Moriboshi ate half of the Orochimaru Kurado. But in fact, he tore off only a small piece of the snake tail. The dimensions of the enemy device are too huge. Moriboshi will never succeed in destroying it completely. Toka correctly noticed. It was hard for Moriboshi to come up with the worst enemy. This disgusting reality has already begun to manifest itself. Is this all you are capable of? You couldn't do anything even without your favorite elongated spear distance. You know, I am deeply disappointed. If you want, you can continue to stand at your wall, Kurado spat out to Moriboshi. I never thought I'd do it again. After all, I really like to fight in close range. Although, if you continue to stand as a scarecrow, it will be easy. Kurado decided to change the tactics of the battle. His paired blades, Orochimaru, waved up to 10 meters. Waving them like whips, Kurado began to strike at Moriboshi from a long distance. Bone blades tore the skies again and again, and strove toward the goal. Moriboshi was forced to concentrate completely on defense and repel all enemy attacks with the help of the Sunrinsei. But, the same trick will not work against Kurado, the owner of the Divine Reflex. If you did not know, the main feature of the Orochimaru blades was not compression and expansion. Kurado could freely control the blade, including the length. His bone blades, Orochimaru, like snakes, meandered in the air. From the side, it seemed that his device has its own will. His blades constantly dodged the Toro and attacked Moriboshi. The battle between them more and more began to resemble a one-goal battle. Sword Eater nullified all the advantage in the distance of Moriboshi. Kurado attacked too far. Given his blades' constantly changing trajectory, Moriboshi became even difficult to defend. His body was covered with small cuts and scratches. Sometimes he managed to make a successful attack, Toro, and cut off a piece from Orochimaru, but this did not make much sense. The dimensions of the enemy device are beyond the scope of the possible. Moriboshi will not succeed in inflicting sufficient damage on the psyche of an opponent. Training battle turned into a beating of one of the participants. The Oryx, as the current judge of this fight, faded. She needs to carefully watch the fight to catch the very moment when you have to stop the fight. But, is it possible that Moriboshi planned this name? Toki was a well-known man named Moriboshi. Therefore, one cannot say for sure that everything is over for him. A similar situation could be predicted by him. Despite his hooligan appearance, his mind was astounding. He is a true tactician and preferred to fight, following his strategies to the end. It was hard to imagine that he could underestimate the power of his enemy. Match against Sarah Bladley. He attended it and saw perfectly what Kurado was capable of. If he challenged him, so it means he probably had something prepared. He had to come up with something. His eyes said that too. Let his whole face oozing blood from small cuts, and his hair shone with drops of sweat, the light in his eyes did not dim. His determination was in place. He clearly knew what to do next. Kinki region. Bukaku Academy, Journalism Club room. The girl, in a hurry, opened the door and entered the room, apologized to the dark-haired guy with glasses, who had been sitting on the couch all this time. Sorry, I'm sorry you had to wait for me. It's a great idea to make an appointment and be late for it, the guy replied reproachfully, looking up from the book. His eyes flashed displeasedly through his glasses. The apologizing girl was called Hakakoro. She was the head of the Bukaku Academy Journalism Club. And the guy who looked at her disapprovingly was Byakuya Dijugasaki. Last year, he won second place at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. It was then that he acquired the nickname Heavenly Eye. For the sake of this meeting, I was forced to hurry out of the league squad. And what did I see when I came here? Sorry, I didn't want to be late. I really want to do a cool essay with you, Shiro-chan. Well, why with me? Yes, and at such a time. Well, initially I planned to interview Moriboshi-san, but he drove off in Tokyo as if inappropriately. Naturally, my eyes fell on Shiro-chan, who took second place at the last 7-Star Sword Art Festival. In other words, am I just your fallback? Why are you so nasty, Shiro-chan? You are also the pride of the academy. Everyone is so expecting new achievements from you. Does not matter. In my opinion, you were clearly mistaken in the selection of the candidate. I don't think that someone will like an article about a plain knight like me. Will definitely like it. After all, you, Shiro-chan, are a real genius. At Bukaku Academy, there were 3 knights shining like stars. Moriboshi Yudai, Dijugasaki Byakuya, Mamaji Asagi. A year ago, this trio took the entire podium at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Everybody liked Moriboshi for his incredible charisma. Asagi was a beautiful girl, so many fans hung around her. Byakuya looked much paler, and his method of battle was not to everyone's liking. He teleported his opponent outside the arena and won by the fact that he did not have time to return back during the countdown. Byakuya was well aware of this fact, so he never claimed any compliments. But, yes, I understand that the reader may find the article with your participation boring, but now everything is different. I want to create something unique with you, Shiro-chan. I want to hear exactly your professional opinion about various rivals. Hakakoro fully revealed her true motives. After listening to her words, Byakuya did not feel a drop of lies in them. Well, I will take part in your interview. Many thanks, thanked Hakakoro Guy and immediately turned on the recorder on her smartphone. Now she is completely ready to interview. Then we begin. Shiro-chan, are you like a knight who took second place at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival last year? Tell me, in what match did you feel that your opponent is extremely strong? A strong opponent. Yes, maybe this is the mediocre knight that you fought against this year. Still, he is the current king of swords of the 7 stars, and even a hero who defeated the Black Knight during the military company of Vermilion. They say that he was already christened the god of the sword. He is really strong. I could not stand against him even for a minute, Byakuya grinned. But still, even now I can't call him the strongest opponent I met on my way. But why? Kurogane-kun is really strong. Perhaps, among all the knight students, he is the strongest, but in my opinion there is a guy who is much worse than him. Are you talking about Moriboshi-san? Byakuya slowly nodded at her words. I understand your perplexity. After all, I lost to Kurogane-kun even before I had time to prepare for battle. Although, our match could have come out much more interesting, if not for the stupid rule of 2 fights per day. Too many unusual things fell to the organizers of the last festival. A bunch of violations, strange events. Naturally, under the yoke of all this, they were forced to adjust on the go. Byakuya was unhappy with the result of that match. Who would have liked to lose in the first second after the start of the battle? I was defeated by Kurogane-kun. Besides him, there are many people whom I would lose in the very first battle. But this does not apply to second matches. Usually I always triumph over them, unless it is of course the star of the Nanova Moriboshi Yudai. When it came to his comrade, a bitter expression appeared on Byakuya's face. As you know, I am a knight fighting after a careful analysis of the enemy. I give an assessment to my opponent and develop tactics for every possible move. I am starting to know him better than he himself, but even with that in mind, I never defeated him. But for sure, as Byakuya said, he was the strongest knight in rematch games. According to official figures, his winning ratio in rematch matches with a previously losing opponent exceeded 90%. However, no matter how he tried, he could not defeat Moriboshi. No matter how I collect information about him, no matter how I analyze it, no matter how I thought that now I certainly should prevail, Moriboshi always defeated me. He surpasses all my wildest expectations. Even with all the information gathered, I just can't predict his future actions. This was not the so-called development of a knight. Byakuya carefully collected information about Moriboshi and created more and more new strategies. But no matter how hard he tried, Moriboshi found another weak spot and defeated him. Right, that's so simple, without any hesitation. Even logic and analysis were powerless here. Dijugasaki Byakuya could describe this with just one word. He has a real killer instinct. He sees what we will never see. That is why my fear will never disappear before this man. A tiger bite. No matter how much you do it, everything is useless. Enough. This happened at a time when the Sword Eater fought his one-sided battle from a long distance. Moriboshi, all this time acting as a punching bag, tore the Orochimaru blades into shreds with a sharp lunge and ran forward. Confidence was felt in his steps. He very quickly reduced the distance from Kurado. But it looks like you are completely out of your mind with a hopeless situation. Do you seriously want to get close to me? Shouted Kurado, whom such behavior on the part of the enemy did not scare. A little earlier, he had already launched a battle near and was good in defense and attack. You know, and I will follow your example. True, Kurado has always been a knight, preferring to fight with swords in the middle distance, rather than in the far. Therefore, he quickly reduced his twin Orochimaru blades to the size of a standard Japanese sword and leaped toward the enemy. The gap between them has disappeared. The two knights came together in close combat. With each collision, the sound of intersecting blades echoed over the arena. Instead, with a pillar of sparks, bone pieces of the Orochimaru, cut off by a spear of the Toro, fell on the arena field. However, if we recall the actual length of the Orochimaru, such damage is negligible. It is not clear why Moriboshi rushed forward. After all, everything will happen as before, and Kurado will again push him back. What recklessness! With divine reflex, I will always be ahead of you. Your rash act will come to you lumpy. Yes, everyone expected a repeat of the situation when, under the tough pressure of an opponent, Moriboshi would begin to retreat. But, wait, something strange is happening. Guys, what happened? As usual, Kurado crossed his blades with Moriboshi. But the one whom they began to crowd back was him, the Sword Eater. But how? Even Toka, watching their battle, could not give an exact answer. Nothing has changed much in Moriboshi's movements. But the smirk from Kurado's face flew away and gave way to a grim expression. He seems to be having difficulty right now. And finally, Kaya. Grog. It was not Moriboshi who shed the blood, but Kurado. Moriboshi's, Toro, inflicted a shallow cut on Kurado's left temple. As a result, the Sword Eater decided to regroup and retreat. In response to this movement, a defiant smile came out on Moriboshi's bloodied face. Ice and all other viewers could not hide their confusion. Moriboshi had just been forced to fight from the defense, and now he abruptly seized the initiative and acted as the first position. Retreated, Kurado. What happened? I did not see any changes in the movements of Moriboshi-san. Mentally, they understood that Moriboshi had done something. But no matter how they watched their battle, his mastery of holding a spear did not change. That's why they fell into confusion. They didn't even have any clue what made Kurado retreat. However, among the whole crowd, there were several people who noticed some kind of abnormality. It was Oriki, acting as a judge in this match, and Toka, closely watching the fight between the two knights. That's how it is, right? Toka-chan. I finally remembered how dangerous it is to conduct long battles against the star of the dribble. I'll show you what I can at close range. Well, do not run away from me, exclaimed Moriboshi. Pushing off the ground, he tore off and rushed to Kurado, who went deep behind. Noticing the movement in his direction, Kurado showed complete suspicion. He refused to attempt a counterattack and decided to concentrate completely on defense. Exposing both blades in front of him, Kurado crossed them and prepared to attack Moriboshi. Spectators watching the battle of the two knights were extremely embarrassed by the sudden change in battle. However, most of all in confusion was none other than Kurado himself. What? How did he do that? The attack and defense of his opponent was the same. No new moves, and on the contrary, the speed even decreased. Gah. I can't evade. He was always proud of his reaction, but now, along with the divine reflex, he did not keep pace with the enemy. And as a result, Moriboshi's spear tore his flesh again. This time it was a shallow cut on the cheek, but if he had not turned his neck at the last moment, the spear would have pierced the bridge of the nose. Shit. Kurado was really furious. Having concentrated all his physical forces, he tried to stop the attack of Moriboshi. Concentrate. Focus on the movements of the enemy. I just need to be careful if I follow the path of his spear from the very beginning. And he closely and carefully watched every movement of the star of the dribble to prevent new cuts. But at that instant, Kurado felt the sharpness of the cool blade on his raft again. Again, at the very last moment, he had to quickly turn his neck. He barely managed to escape the fate of being punctured, but the enemy's spear inflicted a deep wound on the chin and tore the upper half of the left ear. The burning pain from the wounds just received caused a strong ringing in the ears. But it was thanks to this pain that Kurado understood. He was not guilty of injuries. He did not miss a single opponent movement. I just can't see his punches. Awareness was a bit late, but true. Kana-chan, Ayatsuji-san, do you know the concept of a blind spot? Of course I know that. I heard something about it, but I didn't quite figure it out. Good. The term blind spot is often used as a metaphor when it is necessary to mention the invisible viewing angle present in absolutely every person. And so this is due to the human eye. Right. The human eye receives light through photoreceptors and passes it through the optic nerve, which stretches from the root of the eye directly into the brain. At the entrance of the optic nerve, there is an area called the optic disc. In this zone, a person does not have photoreceptors that could perceive light. Therefore, this zone is called the zone of insensitivity, or, in simple words, a blind spot. In other words, you want to say that Moriboshi-san is somehow using the blind spot, asked Kanata. Toka nodded in response. The reason Moriboshi had suffered Kurado attacks from a long distance for a long time was to determine from what angle the viewer would begin to miss his shots. Suffering from the ongoing attacks of Kurado, Moriboshi tried again and again to hit from different angles. And he did it. He discovered the blind spot of the enemy. True, by trial and error he found her. Moriboshi-kun knows that it will be difficult for Kurado-san to dodge his lunges close by. But now that he is still using the blind spots, Kurado-san is generally unable to see his attack. Now Moriboshi used his spear mastery to the maximum. Attacking with a point, he calculated in his head each trajectory of the spear, which would be most effective. Only Moriboshi is capable of this. He felt the size of his spear and his reach. This allowed him to focus on the same point of the enemy. Unlike the footprint, which forces the enemy not to perceive what can be seen, Moriboshi's attack focuses on the constant use of the blind zone and makes all his attacks with a spear completely invisible. Kurado-san can't do anything. In fact, Moriboshi-san shut up his divine reflex. Moriboshi's entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. The price he paid to detect the enemy's blind spot is high. But it was definitely worth it. You, do not bury yourself if you manage to hit me a couple of times. Kurado was not about to give up. He increased the size of his Orochimaru blades and pulled them in front of him. I don't know how he does it, but no doubt this bastard uses invisible attacks. He needs to try to analyze all the wounds he received. A cut in the temple, causing burning pain, cheek, ear. Moriboshi constantly attacked him only in the face. The trajectory of his attacks was severely limited due to the Kurado blind spot. But all the same, the movements of Moriboshi are so sophisticated that it is difficult to catch the moment of the beginning of his attack. We need to monitor not his movements, but the folds on his clothes. Maybe so at least something happens. I will not fall for the same thing several times, Kurado shouted, taking a step to the side. Invisible attacks do not mean that you cannot feel out. You just need to get used to them. Then it will become easier to dodge. 1 or 2 hits from the blind spot, and he will be able to respond with a counterattack. At first glance it seems that he attacks continuously, but 3 again 3, he follows the rhythm. After every 3 lunges, Moriboshi paused to take a deep breath and change his stance. Therefore, if you counterattack, we need to do this after the next 3 strokes. The next 2 blows of Moriboshi, as before, Kurado met with a step to the side. But after the 3rd blow, he waved the Orochimaru blades and prepared to crush Moriboshi. At that moment, the tip of the Toro's spear bent and hit the defenseless side of Kurado. Gah! Avoiding an invisible attack from the blind spot is really easy if you get used to them. Just because an attack is invisible does not mean that it cannot be felt. Kurado reasoned correctly. The fact that he gave himself all to evade in order to protect himself from invisible blows from the blind zone was the right decision. But still, he did not take into account something. All the tactics of attack and defense of Kurado were based on waiting until the last attack of the enemy and the subsequent response using the divine reflex. But even this technique had a limit. You cannot use it continuously. It is impossible to use the divine reflex after a evasive maneuver. After all, when he evades, his divine reflex is restarted. That is exactly what Toka had in mind when she said that Moriboshi shut him up with the divine reflex. If the divine reflex is inactive, all previously useless Moriboshi techniques will start working again. It is about the very technique that Moriboshi was so proud of, and which helped him control all the fights in the middle distance, the Hakeboshi. Gaorg. Having dealt a direct blow to the opponent's side, the battle course abruptly goes over to the side of Moriboshi. Kurado is unable to respond to the Hakeboshu, which follows immediately after being hit from the blind spot. What can I say? Kurado still did not know that Moriboshi uses Hakeboshu. He perceived the Hakeboshu as a special lunge with the spear of Moriboshi. Although, even if it dawned on him that Moriboshi used such a technique in his tactics, he would not have done anything. His opponent, too, deftly disguised the Hakeboshu between normal spear attacks. In addition to taking into account his abilities and skills, Moriboshi included the enemy's weaknesses and advantages in his tactics in order to fully control the course of the battle. That was the true power of the former king of swords of the 7 stars. Even Ikki Kurigane, fighting against him in the first match of the festival, barely scratched out the victory. Moriboshi is the man who occupied the top of the 7 stars. Between him and Kurado is a huge chasm. Unable to independently evade Morikoshi's Hakeboshi, Kurado tried to defend himself with his blades. But it was all useless. It is impossible to defend yourself with a spiritual blade when the Toro is in tiger bite mode. He cannot escape the blow and dodge. All he could do now was keep running from the Toro. But unfortunately, Moriboshi is not such a gentle knight. Now that the initiative is completely behind him, and the victory is already so close, Moriboshi has completely focused on the attack. And that decisive moment. This time, not Moriboshi, but Kurado was pushed to the wall. There's nowhere to run away. Naturally, Moriboshi will not miss such a chance. Another successful attack, and the outcome of the match will appear before everyone. The offensive of Moriboshi was bewitching. It combined both the pressure of a raging flame and a crystal cold-blooded performance. Awesome. This is what the upper-class knights are like. My eyes cannot keep up with their fight. It makes me so upset. I said, watching the battle. I couldn't even imagine that the guy I hate with all my heart would lose to the former king of swords of the 7 stars. And what just happened? Toka could not hold back a surprised cry. But not only she, what happened in the arena, no one could imagine. What? The astonished voice belonged to Moriboshi, who went on the offensive to deliver a decisive blow. The cause of the general confusion lay before him. After all, at the time of the attack, Kurado unexpectedly grabbed his teeth at the tip of the Toro's spear. He felt that the next blow from the blind zone was again aimed at his face. Therefore, in order to defend himself, he did not come up with anything better than to grab a spear with his teeth. "Let go," cried Moriboshi in a hurry, trying to regain his spear. But it was too late. Faster than Moriboshi reacted, Kurado released his blade from his right hand, grabbed the shaft of an enemy spear, and pulled to himself, not sparing his own strength. The divine reflex, Kurado Kurashiki, immediately activated and directly came into contact with his physical strength. A true gift given by God from birth. In Japan, there were only 2 student knights who could compete in strength at the moment. It was Stella Vermilion and Auma Kuragain. Moriboshi was not one of them. Even grabbing the spear with both hands, he could not oppose anything to such a powerful jerk. The moment Kurado pulled him toward him, Moriboshi lost his balance. And then he got the snake punch into the case with the Orochimaru blade. WH what? Moriboshi-san. Direct hit. Sensing an early victory, Moriboshi put all his strength into the attack. This is what Kurado took advantage of. He instantly contracted, taken aback Moriboshi. After receiving a direct blow to the chest, Moriboshi released his Toro spear from Kurado's slightly weakened arm and barely jumped back. Orochimaru, Kurado left a deep cross cut on Moriboshi's chest. This wound was enough for him to fall on one knee. How? However, the psychological shock was much stronger than physical trauma. He accurately calculated the blind spot of the opponent. His attacks are completely invisible to Kurado. In addition, Moriboshi constantly changed the pace of attack. Not only the initial speed, but also the acceleration and maximum speed. In fact, each of his attacks was unique and did not resemble all previous ones. It is impossible to repulse his invisible blow by interception with teeth. Even in theory, it sounded crazy. Not a single reason came to mind to do this. But how did you think of reacting in this way? Asked Moriboshi in amazement, wiping his sleeve with blood from the corners of his mouth. I do not know. In terms of, I just felt that I could do it, that's all. Kurado's answer sounded a little rude. Not only Moriboshi, but all viewers, including Toku, were speechless from his carelessly spoken words. The only exception was Ice, who knew Kurado too well. President, would you know how much I hate this guy? So many things have happened between us, but no matter how frustrating it is, I have to train with him. After all the many trainings, I can only say that he is a real genius of violence. His skills are at the highest level, and physical strength is amazing. Ice interrupted to catch her breath, but at that moment Kurado, grinning, spoke to Moriboshi with a grin. I thought it was connected with the eyes and their field of vision. I did not expect anyone to be able to detect the enemy's blind zone, which is the size of a needle hole. By this you took me by surprise. Well, I recognize you as my enemy. You bastard deserve me to show all my strength. Immediately after his words, Kurado again resized his blades. This time he did not increase them, but on the contrary reduced them. His Orochimaru blades took the size of large knives. Moriboshi felt a chill when he saw this preparation. Shortening his paired clinics to an extreme minimum, he increased the rotational power of attacks. Now he was about to demonstrate what he used against Sarah the Bladley at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Get up, we are not done yet, although in a couple of seconds you will again fall into the arena. Hey boy, I watched the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. After the 7-Star Sword Art Festival ended, Kurashiki Kurado returned to Tokyo. On the threshold of his apartment, he met a guest whom he did not expect to see at all. It was an old swordsman from whom Kurado had previously trained. His name was Kaito Ayatsuji, the father of Ice Ayatsuji. It is extremely unusual to meet such a person here, because usually he never left the territory of his dojo. GHH, and what? Did you come here on purpose to mock me, old man? Yes, you are right. Seriously, surprised Kurado. He did not expect that he would receive an affirmative answer to his question. While Kurado stared in amazement at the intruder, Kaito opened his mouth. You fought so seriously at that match. Achi. I taught you the style of the Ayatsuji sword, but you know, I'm not going to make you the successor of my style. And, what do you mean by this, old man? Kurado did not understand at all what Kaito had in mind. It seemed to him that he was making fun of his defeat, so Kurado instantly grabbed Kaito by the chest. However, Kaito was not upset by such rudeness. In the same calm tone, he continued his speech. The style of the sword Ayatsuji is the path for me and Ice, but for you it is just a tool. I'm talking about all the techniques of Ayatsuji style, even about Tenji Muho. You will not succeed in it. Our Ayatsuji style is based on defense and instant attack. You do not have enough exposure for this. When you try to use our style, you look like a terminally ill old man fighting with a stick. You lack talent, and nothing can be done about it. Kurado, you don't need to try to become an Ayatsuji-style swordsman. Instead, better put your ego in the blade. Swing the Ayatsuji sword with the same ferocity with which I lit a flame in my chest in the past. Create your own Tenji Muho. With the Orochimaru shortened to the limit, Kurado is ready for battle. Now his blades are more dangerous than ever. Moriboshi himself became convinced of this at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. In this fighting position, Kurado defeated Ikki Kuragane's Ito Shuru, even though he was a fake of Sarah. It will be bad if he gets close and attacks. To prevent this, Moriboshi again began to attack with blows from the blind zone, complementing them with the Hakeboshi technique. But, he failed to stop Kurado. He easily dodged his shortened blades and swiftly continued to advance. Kurado did not even try to take a defensive posture. He simply resolutely ran to Moriboshi, moving his entire center of gravity forward. Toka, watching the battle as spectators, turned pale from such a barbaric attack. What an aggressive! An attack from the blind spot is invisible to the human eye. It is impossible to see. Even Kurado admitted this, so he completely relied on his intuition. A rather risky idea to trust in an unreliable feeling that can fail at any moment. All this was not clear to Toki. She would never have thought of taking such a risk. I wonder what he was thinking about when he decided to attack so impudently and recklessly. In reality, everything looked different. Fiercely attacking Moriboshi, Kurado again turned the tide of the battle to his side. In the face of such an implausible reality, Moriboshi could not do anything. His favorite middle distance is lost. Moriboshi never managed to push Kurado back. Tenimako. If a knight masters this technique, then he may not be afraid of any enemy attack. No matter how Moriboshi attacked, his spear did not hit Kurado. Initially, Tenji Muho was considered the pinnacle of the Ayatsuji sword style. Kurado took the lead in this battle and continued to dominate further. He no longer needed to even somehow defend himself from the oncoming attacks of Moriboshi. He simply passed through them and only increased the pace of his strikes. You know, the style of my father's sword, Kaido Ayatsuji, was often compared to flowing water, which receives and returns attacks from the enemy in smooth movements. But the style of the Ayatsuji sword that Kurado now uses is not at all like his father's. Kurado's sword is like a raging fire that sweeps away all obstacles in its path with force. The long-awaited moment. Kurado crossed the 3-meter distance created by the spear of Moriboshi. Now that there is a small distance between them, he can truly show the power of his shortened blades. A snake bite. The strongest noble art of Kurado. With this decisive attack, he planned to end the protracted match. Attacks I can't win. The moment Kurado pounced on him, Moriboshi only smiled bitterly. Nothing more he could oppose against him. When he watched the match between Sarah and Kurado, the thought flashed through his mind that he would not be able to defeat this guy. Kurado now relied entirely on his physical abilities and fighting spirit, acquired last year. Tiger Bite doesn't scare him anymore. He has grown a lot. He is no longer that arrogant young man who is ready to give himself all over for reckless ideas. The current Kurado is a completely different person. He was even stronger physically, his morale was tempered, and now in battles he preferred to use a proven style. Let him be disgusting as a man, but at the festival of the art of the Sword of 7 Stars, he met with the power of the 8 best knight disciples. Many styles and skills were in front of his eyes, and he took advantage of this. He selected the best skills and movements, and based on them created his own, which were more suitable for him. The most important, of course, is Tenji Muho. This noble art negates any attack. It makes no sense to try to fight against the owner of this equipment. At the very beginning, Moriboshi assumed that by shutting down the divine reflex with attacks from the blind zone, he would be able to resist Kurado. But he simply repelled his every blow from the blind zone with the knuckles of his left hand, which, like the right, held a shortened blade, and continued to climb forward with a brutal pressure. His fist is not a spiritual object. Against him, the tiger bite is useless. The advantage has completely disappeared. Maybe you think this is due to the fact that Kurado now sees attacks from the blind zone. Not, in whatever perfect form he was now, he did not see them. But even if Kurado did not see them, he understood their nature, and therefore was able to sense these attacks. Every second of the battle, he understood what he had to do and how to move. Therefore, it does not matter to him whether he is visible lunges with a spear or not. It doesn't matter how much Moriboshi would have tricked. Moriboshi could further observe and analyze himself and his opponent in order to develop new strategies for victory. But all is pointless. Kurado, with one intuition, crushed everything in front of him. It is useless to try to do something. You just need to put up. All his efforts, preparations, strategies, deceit, all this has sunk into the summer before his violence. Only one word spun in the language of Moriboshi at the sight of such a guy. Genius. A genius combining many styles. Kurado Kurosaki, the Sword Eater, a genius of violence that attracted the god of war. And is my killer instinct well developed? Shiruso believes in this, but he is very mistaken. This is the guy who was talking about. Similar people from birth have a unique sensory feeling. It helps them act unconventionally in various situations. That is why ordinary people cannot understand their actions. I'm not capable of that. Neither my physical strength, nor my abilities, nor my instincts. Nothing will help me defeat this guy. Even in the battle with Ikki Kuragain, albeit with a fake, he faithfully pursued victory to the very end. His power of genius of violence was so overwhelming that fate had no choice but to give up. But, does he know? Moriboshi asked the genius in front of him. Does he know what is the source of his strength? Probably not. He was born with him, so he took everything for granted. That is why he could act recklessly, without fear of anything. Moriboshi was sure of that, although he did not possess such an innate feeling. That day, he touched Curado much closer than anyone else. That smell, Moriboshi could have sworn that he still smells it. Exactly. This smell, he can only appear in a wonderful battle. At that moment, Moriboshi emerged from prostration. Coming into motion, he moved his hand with a spear back. The distance between them is short, and a spear of such length is enough. This tart smell of rage and violence, I want more. Amuso Ritsu 1. The last clash of 2 nights. Tenimako Curado passed through Moriboshi. One Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. Unprecedented violence. The long-awaited climax. 2 knights came together in the last battle, and one of them, drenched in fresh blood, fell into the arena. The one who collapsed was Nanava star Yudai Moriboshi. Match is over. The winner is Kurashiki. Oriki announced when she saw that one of the knights could no longer fight. Oh, roared the audience. A cry of amazement rumbled over the arena. The power of Moriboshi is well known in Japan. All viewers shared the same thought. Yudai Moriboshi will definitely win. Toka to do reasoned the same way, the path to the top of which was closed by his impregnable back. I understood that there was poor compatibility between them and that Kurashiki-san had an advantage, but I still expected Moriboshi-san to win. Kurashiki-san is strong, very strong. He was completely different from the knight with whom Toki had the privilege of fighting in the past. Ayatsuji-san, he was very lucky with sensei. According to Ais, her father, without notifying anyone, decided to personally take up the training of Curado. After Ais found out, it made her angry, but she couldn't help it anymore. It's all the quirks of the old people. I was powerless, you understand. Okay, I have to help with the treatment of this guy. See you at the academy. Yeah, until the new semester. After exchanging goodbyes, Ais rushed into the arena to Curado, who watched intently as Moriboshi was carried away on a stretcher. I do not want this, but since you are a student of our dojo, I must congratulate you on your victory. Hey Curado, you were injured too. It wouldn't hurt you to go to the medical center. Come on, I'll take you away. Ais wanted to say these words, but... And... I couldn't. After all, when she shifted her gaze to Curado's face, she noticed that it was very pale. Hey. Curado was not at all like the man who had just won the battle. Kurashiki, something happened. That means that, muttered the still mortally pale Curado. Though in a decisive clash, but this bastard still managed to scare me. Did you feel fear? At the very end, he wanted to do something. The last clash. As soon as Curado remembered him, a cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. And with it a thick, previously unfamiliar feeling of fear. There are many fights behind Curado, but he never felt something like that. The battle with Kaito Ayatsuji, with Ikki Kuragain. Previously, he simply enjoyed the battles. But, at that moment, Moriboshi's feelings were so strong that they literally made Curado's entire body freeze. What would have happened to him if he had not been the first to strike a decisive blow? Damn you, Moriboshi, what did you want to do then? Tohoku region. In this region there was a hidden, narrow path, not displayed on maps, that stretched through the mountains. If you follow it to the very end, you can get to a dense forest, in the center of which there was a rough, square building, similar to a stone block. A 4-story complex, located on an area of 1 hectare. It was the Wagateku Special Detention Facility. The word special here had a clearly concrete meaning. This prison was specially built to contain one criminal who could not be kept in an ordinary prison. Because of its specifics, no one knew about this isolator in Japan, with the exception of a handful of dignitaries. The road will take 2 hours if you go by car from the nearest village. Therefore, in the vicinity of the territory of the isolator, you could never meet lost travelers. A lonely, forgotten oasis in the middle of the desert. But not today. That night, several people crept through the woods toward the detention center. They are all former prisoners who escaped during the mass escape caused by the death of the Puppet King. The fact that they appeared here was not an accident. Each of them had a clear goal. Is that all who could come? Looking around, sighed the oldest of the prisoners in the bushes. It seems that everyone else was caught by the pursuers from the League before they could get to here. You can't say anything. The mobilization of the Night Disciples was successful. Mutiki, allow yourself to be arrested by the spoiled dredgers who grew up in such a terrible era. Disgusting. They are just a bunch of slobber. Then we begin. It is useless to wait for those who will definitely not come already. The leader of the Rude, reproaching his former comrades, cut short and pulled out a sheet of paper. A sheet of paper turned out to be a detailed plan of the entire complex of the insulator. To get him, the leader clearly had to work hard. Our founder Sama is at the lowest level of the insulator and imprisoned in a device called Kotsit. This device is a solitary cell in which a prisoner is frozen thanks to a cryogenic gas. Wow, what a detailed plan. There are only 10 of us. Can we do it? There are few of us, but as you know, the League does not want to especially attract a lot of people to this place. Therefore, the guards here, like us, are few. Right. Moreover, if we free our founder herself, he will support us. Therefore, you can forget about planning a retreat. We must do this, the leader said with force in his voice. It will be difficult, but they are ready. Frowning his forehead, he continued his speech. He watches the whole world, even in prison, and probably the current situation terrifies him. Yes, the founder herself is always alive. Take a look at the country and the people. The conflict is closer than ever. Only he can save the world. There is no life form that would do without battles. Want to take something, take it. Want to steal something, steal. Want to kill someone, kill. All that he preached is true. His conclusion offends the whole world. Time is like water. If you do not touch it, then it will stagnate and dry up. Our world is stuck in place, forgetting about progress and continues to rot. This is wrong. We have rejected the idea of God about the beautiful. The current world is disgusting to me. I no longer want to be in it for a minute. Following his own words, the leader materialized his device in his hand, which looked like an azure sword. Standing on his feet, he held it high above his head. It is time. We must destroy the dam of the world that continues to corrupt human hearts. We will teach them. We will show them that war is the only way to achieve God's blessing. That means what you are up to. Leah Chage. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke to them. In the wake of the voice on men fell a bright, snow-white light. These were the rays of giant spotlights. Against the background of this radiance, they saw a woman whose appearance was known even to them. This night was well known to everyone in Japan. Even they, prisoners serving a life sentence, recognized the face of this woman. Hirono Shingyuji World Clock. Hourly draw. One shot, and at the same time 100 bullets shot through all the men in no time. Thank you very much for your help. Your appearance came in handy, the head of the detention center thanked. He lowered his balding head to Kurono, who neutralized the prisoners and sent them back to prison with a convoy, and Itsuki Kurigane, the current secretary of the Japanese branch of the League. I couldn't even think of a thought that his subordinates would find this place. How did they find out about him? Indeed, from the very beginning it was assumed that information about this object would be hidden to such an extent that no one would ever know about it. The protest movement of Tendaoshu won, like the Tsukikage Party, after the end of World War II, was against Japan's entry into the League. Enough time has passed since then, but it seems, however regrettable, this movement still exists, replied Itsuki Kurigane grimly, whose life spun directly in the political and business world. One Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, people of the heavenly path. Sorry, Secretary. Tendis, who are all these people? Asked Kurono, going up to Itsuki. The terrorists. After the Second World War, it was they who were responsible for the largest and most heinous terrorist attack, known as the occupation of the Taito Hotel. I heard about him. Occupation of the Taito Hotel. All protests against the policies of the Japanese government, which, after the end of World War II, decided to become a member of the International League of Mages Knights, resulted in a conflict with public safety. Japan, after entering the league as part of a positive company, organized an international friendly tournament for Knight High School students. Many Knight pupils with teachers from England, France, and Italy came as participants. They all stayed overnight at the Taito Hotel. It was then that the battle broke out, which affected all the guests. 145 people died, 290 were seriously injured. The largest terrorist attack after the end of the war. I heard that his culprits were a religious group that started a war against security or something like that, but I didn't know that it was Tendausu. After all, in general, this event happened long before my birth. Kurono was aware of this event only in general terms. They said that after the attack, many politicians involved in ensuring public safety flew out of their places. That was all she knew. She did not take part in this incident, so he was of little interest to her. Yes, even if interested, Kurono could not scout more information. After all the data from this terrorist attack was strictly classified. In order not to go into lengthy explanations, Tendausu praises war and hates peace. Itsuki replied to Kurono's words. So they look like a rebellion group. Itsuki shook his head. They are much worse. Rebellion is a criminal group that, by violent means, tries to build a world in which knights occupy the top of the hierarchy. Their motivation can easily be explained by the selfish greed and thirst for big money. But Tendausu is completely different. For them, violence and war is not a means, but an end. They see the struggle as the right path for human existence. They believe that only in this way can progress be achieved and earn the blessing of God. But why would such a religious group actively participate in politics? Where did they even get ideas about anti-social security? The fact is that Japan at that time was divided into two opposition parties: the ruling party, which supported peace by joining the League, and an opposition party that supported supremacy through an Asian recolonization plan. Tendausu joined the opposition because she hoped the Asian recolonization plan would spark World War III. What a terrible group. The Taito Hotel occupation is the clearest confirmation of what they are capable of. This incident was not widely publicized to protect the privacy of the victims. Were the media also taken under control? Right. The press said that many deaths were due to fierce fighting during the rescue operation, but in fact, such deaths are caused for a completely different reason. That night, Tendausu gathered about 30 Knight disciples in the hotel lobby and forced them to kill each other. Itsuki nodded. The one who survives after sparring will survive. That's what Tendis told the children. Of course, they did not like such information, and they tried to resist. Let them and the Knight disciples, but still the Knights. Children thought that if they unite and work together, they will be able to break out of captivity. Naive. At that moment, the leader Tendausu came out, calling himself the founder, and demonstrated his true strength. After him, no one left thoughts of rebellion. Trying to fight such a person is tantamount to voluntarily rushing into the abyss. Bloody battles began between boys and girls. They had no choice but to fight. According to information from survivors, the so-called founder wept bitterly after each death, as if they were all his children. What? He himself made them fight and cried. Yes. Madman. Such actions are difficult to understand with a sound mind, so do not even try. The only thing you need to know is that the founder is a damn dangerous person. All employees who take part in guarding this complex are told the cruel truth about it. All this for the fact that they realize the enormous responsibility for their duties. Itsuki nodded. Right, our entire staff is working tirelessly to continue to keep this devil locked up. That's why we panicked when the control system went down due to the chaos caused by the death of the Puppet King. We thought the enemy attacked us, and this turned out to be a short-term power outage. The head of the pretrial detention center nodded deeply after Itsuki's words. Stop, Itsuki said sharply, frozen in place. You say that the control system is out of order. And, yes, our systems shut down for a couple of seconds, but then they turned on. Everything is equipped here with us, so in case of problems with the main power source, the backup is turned on. Don't worry, we have everything under control. The head of the pretrial detention center claimed that everything was in order, but... Sengyuji-kun, please follow me, Itsuki said shortly and went down the hall. Secretary, but where? To Kotsit. I have to make sure that he is still there. What? Wait, please. Kotsit is a device created several decades ago. Naturally, at that time no one even thought of video surveillance. The only way to check is to open a sealed door 30 centimeters thick and go directly into the camera itself. You are not going to open Kotsit. I'm going. Hearing this word, the head of the detention center became even paler and screamed. This is incredibly dangerous. The system shut down for just a couple of seconds. No matter how strong a person is, no one will be able to escape with a completely frozen body. This is simply impossible. Secretary, you are saying, do you really want to put everyone at great risk due to stupid suspicions? Captain, in your reasoning you are deeply mistaken. Liachage. You forget that it is not an ordinary person. My father Genma personally designed Kotsit. But this person can make the impossible possible. We must worry about his fate every second. While Itsuki spoke, he did not stop walking along the narrow corridor. Finally, he reached his destination and came to the room where the founder Tendausu was imprisoned. The size of the room was amazing. The room was 20 meters wide and long, and the ceiling reached the height of the 4th floor. With such enormous dimensions, this room was very much like an airplane hangar. Numerous electronic devices stretched from floor to ceiling, the light of which blinked as if breathing. All pipes and all wiring crawled to the center of the room, where a huge metal chamber 3 meters in size was installed on a pedestal. This camera was Kotsit, single camera for founder Tendausu. What a huge device. Prison constraining trapped in ice, must work day and night and not break. At that time, color televisions were just beginning to slowly flow into a person's life. To fulfill such an unrealistic request from the government, a tremendous amount of technology and skills was required. To tell you the truth, what they saw now was only a small part of all electronic devices. Indeed, almost more than half of the total area of 1 hectare was occupied by devices that support the efficiency of the cassette. Standing in front of the camera, Itsuki began instructing Kurono. Sengyuji-kun, possessing the authority of the head of the Japanese branch of the League, I temporarily lift all the bands on your strength. If a prisoner tries to move at least 1 finger, you must immediately destroy it at the level of time and space. If I use world collapse, that will affect you too, Secretary. I do not care. In this case, you can't hesitate and try to somehow fight him. His strength is beyond the limits. We can't cope with him in battle. Only Japan could hold him back all this time. To sacrifice 1 person is nothing compared to the mass disaster that he can cause. Well, I get it. His words made Kurono shed cold sweat. Itsuki is not the kind of person who at least once joked. He is always harsh and straightforward in everything. Therefore, if he says such things, it means that the prisoner is really extremely dangerous. With a sigh, Kurono materialized her soul. In her hands appeared a black golden and snow-white pistol. The forbidden art of world collapse directly destroyed time and space. The process is not reversible. Kurono just had to shoot with pistols. After receiving a direct order from Itsuki, Kurono sat down on 1 knee and prepared to shoot at the camera. Secretary, wait. I will issue instructions to employees right now, and we will open. Not necessary. Time is too expensive, Itsuki said shortly and touched his hand to the camera. square of iron blood. At that moment, a bloody radiance illuminated the room. A red light, like blood moving through a vein, rushed from Itsuki's right hand to all the appliances in the room. Numerous equipment, roaring, activated. With a loud rumble, the camera gradually began to narrow. A dozen sealed walls protected the central pedestal from cryogenic gas leakage. As the airtight walls opened one after another, the air temperature of the room, which had been warm and humid all this time due to the ventilation system, began to drop to minus. Finally, the thickest sealed wall opened, and all the cryogenic gas escaped. From the chilling cold piercing the body, the head of the insulator cried out loudly. But not Itsuki. Without even blinking, he stared intently into the center of the room. Cryogenic gas made my eyes hurt and watery, but the steel shutter speed allowed me to cope with all the discomfort. He did not forget that, in the center of the room, was one of the most dangerous people in the world. But all the stress was in vain. After all, when the fog cleared, there was no one in the center of the room. The cage that was supposed to restrain the prisoner is empty. Fear turned out to be true. That can't be. How could this happen? The amazement of the head of the isolator is difficult to convey in words. With a mechanical gait, he trudged into the center of the room, forgetting about the cold, and tried to catch the gas with his hands. Only after a while he came to himself and screamed. But Itsuki remained calm. He understood that with every second the prisoner goes only further. There is no time to investigate and search for the guilty. Itsuki missed all the instructions and announced loudly, "Head, contact the League headquarters immediately. Notify them of an emergency." The Great Flame broke free. Chapter 3. The Great Flames, Fukuoka Prefecture, Fukuoka City. This city was the second largest in western Japan. It also became the place of arrival for Toki to do, Kanata Tadokubara, and Yudakata Misogi. It was originally thought that this trio was supposed to come to the Wakaba orphanage, managed by the Tadokubara Family Welfare Fund. This place was the home of Toki and Yudakata. However, the three decided to disrupt their plan and leave the plane in the afternoon. The fact is that, at this time, the city is filled with aromas of vicious temptations, namely the smell of pork bones. Fukuoka is a holy place for ramen on pork broth. When lunchtime comes, the small ramen restaurants lined up along the city streets begin to emit the aroma of stewing pork bones. This smell strongly stimulates the appetite and stomachs of people who are already hungry after breakfast. No one can resist such a temptation. Before Kanata and Yudakata were noticed, Toka was already gone. Naturally, her friends immediately began to look around and look everywhere for their lost girlfriend. After some time, at one of the roadside ramen restaurants by the bamboo curtain, they saw Toki's back. Excitedly, they ran to Toka and tried to call her to mind. "We have to hurry. Let's not stop and see you soon in Wakaba." But Toka did not respond to their words. She pulled the curtain back and went into the ramen restaurant. On the behavior of his girlfriend Kanata, and Yudakat just shrugged. It was not unusual. This was repeated every time they returned to their hometown. Usually, Toki's excuse was always the same, so as not to burden Wakabe's house and not steal their refrigerator supplies in vain. They simply have to eat somewhere here. Therefore, the whole trinity, as usual, decided to drop in a ramen restaurant to enjoy the nostalgic taste of their hometown. Bon appetit. Toka, you really like ramen. I always order it when I get home. The whole trinity sat at a brilliant counter and prepared to slurp their ramen. Of course, he was on a pig broth. Such ramen cannot be tasted anywhere other than Fukuoka. You ask what is special about it. Could it be fat or miso? No one knew the exact answer to this question. Just everyone knew that this ramen is different from all the others. For example, Fukuoka ramen had thin noodles with finely chopped ingredients. That's why every time I tried it, it seemed like it was melting in my mouth. Toka, as a man born in the eastern part of Fukuoka, Hakata, was an expert on the proper eating of such ramen, and the very first ordered a portion. As soon as she was prepared a serving, she immediately reached for a box of dried red ginger, specially prepared for all visitors, and began to impose it in her ramen. How cool! I am so happy that I can put red ginger in my ramen and enjoy the rich taste of pork broth. It's great to be back home in Fukuoka. Of course, I am also very pleased, but we didn't get even a millimeter closer to the original goal, muttered Utakata, and once again reminded Toka in his own words that it would not hurt them to resume their journey and take the Shinkansen. But after all, on the shelves in Tokyo shops you can hardly meet red ginger. That's right, but in Tokyo, you can find in large quantities only ginger oil. But all this is not that. I do not like ramen with butter and salt. That's why I just need to come to Fukuoka, as I always rush to try out this wonderful ramen, and of course with lots of red ginger on top. Here is how. Hey, do you intend to kill me? Have you forgotten? We are actually in Fukuoka. Toka was originally born and raised in Fukuoka. She treated with particular trepidation all his traditions and customs. But Utakata Misogi was different. He moved to Fukuoka only after he was protected by a children's counseling center. That is why, no matter how much Misogi did not want, it was difficult for him to agree with such radical customs of the indigenous population. By the way, Toka-chan, have you noticed that you just spoke your own dialect? And it was worth canate between the word to mention this, as Toka blushed with embarrassment. She did not realize this until she was told. Naturally, in Tokyo she communicated in the usual generally accepted dialect, but as soon as she returned to her native lands, her roots remembered herself. Therefore, Toka was embarrassed. Oh God, before going to Tokyo, I practiced a lot to communicate in a common dialect and not seem strange. But now, behind a bowl of this ramen, I completely forgot. This is all Utakata. He began to salt his ramen, and it outraged me. In the depths of your soul, you are a monster. Stop grumbling. Now we are not in Tokyo, but at home. I feel like an old man who has finally arrived home. Down with the big cities, long live the native places. If you're happy, Toka, then everything is fine, Utakata said with a small piece of joy. He could not say it aloud, but Toka, speaking his native dialect, seemed to him much prettier. By the way, Toka, did I hear that the Sword Eater defeated the former Sword King of the Seven Stars in the training arena of the Japanese League? Yes, that's it. What? Weren't you at that battle? I had business, Utakata categorically answered. Perhaps this is how he disguised his awkwardness and disappointment, that he missed such an interesting event. Well, that wasn't quite a battle. Moriboshi-san called on Kurado to accept the challenge of the training battle. How I would like to see such a sight with you. Utakata-kun, are you still getting assignments? That's it, only one person plows overtime. Is this fair? Angrily kicked the air of Utakat. All this time he tried to control himself, but now all his discontent has spilled out. Indeed, on the day when the special convocation was dissolved, he continued to help the night magicians in search of prisoners. The matter was in his noble art of absolute uncertainty. With the ability to manipulate the outcome of an outcome, it can detect the location of an object if it is not in motion. Thanks to such navigation, Toka managed to penetrate into the center of the underground arena in Shinjuku. Let his fighting abilities be insignificant. As a knight in the rear, he is extremely useful. But at that time, I could only rely on your abilities. Thank you very much for your hard work, Uta-kun. And it seems Toki's words were able to distract Utakata. A displeased expression disappeared from his face, and he reached for a jug in which drinking water was poured. Having poured himself a glass, he drank it in one gulp and reopened his mouth. Okay, but back to that story. Did the Sword Eater really win the fight? Yeah. Was the fight equal? Not really. Of course, moments slipped by when Moriboshi-san seized the advantage, but he did not manage to make a single decisive blow. The advantage was completely on the side of Kuruwado-san, Kanata seriously said, who, along with Toka, watched the training battle of the two knights. The friend's words amazed Utakata. Sword Eater, where did he get so much power? Last year, you calmly defeated him, and this year he flew off again in the first match of the festival. In it, not surprisingly, combat strength was dozing in it. It is not surprising that, hard at training under the guidance of a talented sensei, he grew a lot in a short period of time. Did the mad dog train hard? What happened to him? By the way, in the Kusakabe-san wall newspaper, which I read earlier, it was mentioned that Kurashiki-san and Kuragain-san also had a training battle. The victory went to Kuragain-san. Maybe this defeat made him change. Maybe he caught fire with a future revenge. Here's another piece of evidence that I shouldn't be asked to train someone. That battle mentioned happened right before the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Utakata only shrugged, remembering the appearance of Kurado, who started a mess in a restaurant. Only a true genius, who is barely able to pick up a handful all over the world, will be able to take control and raise a strong fighter capable of defeating the former king of swords of the 7 stars. By the way, Toka, would you be able to defeat the current Sword Eater? And, ceasing to chew, Toka responded to the question of Utakata. Yes, I think I would have defeated him. How self-confident. Do not forget that the former king of swords of the 7 stars defeated you in the past. There is such a thing as knight compatibility. Kurado-san was a very bad adversary for Moriboshi-san's spear, but for me, he is a great partner. It's true. Kurado-san is a knight who attacks equally well both at long range and at close range. But my fighting style is exactly the same. To tell you the truth, I would even prefer to fight him over a long distance. Difficulties could be that of his continuous high-speed attack, snake bite, but it is not a hindrance. Toka answered with a nod. A confident answer, but Kanata and Utakata understood that she did not dissemble. Toka had in stock equipment that had absolute power in close combat. Once he tries to attack me close, the Raikiri will overtake him first. Absolutely right. The divine reflex and incredible physical abilities, of course, pose a theoretical threat. His frantic speed and constant pressure can create the illusion that he is attacking simultaneously with many blades. But even such a speed will not be able to compete with the speed of the Raikiri. That is why Kanata and Utakata nodded at the same time, confirming Toki's words. Indeed, Toki-chan's lightning strikes are the same as electric shocks. Against such attacks do not take a long time to fight. And really, I think the Sword Eater would have lost right after Toki's first counterattack. I don't know if I can defeat Kurado-san from the first blow, as you said, but I'm sure that I won't lose to him. In the end. Moriboshi-san is much worse than the enemy. Can't you defeat an adversary who lost at the hands of the Sword Eater? It's all about the same compatibility. My long-range lightning attacks do not work against Moriboshi-san, and his skillful use of a spear will prevent me from approaching and using the Raikiri. In addition, Moriboshi-san can use those blind spot attacks that initially worked effectively against Kurado-san. Attacks from the blind spot. Udakat bowed his head inquiringly, not watching the battle. These are the so-called special, invisible attacks with Moriboshi-san's spear, which exploit the imperfections of the human eye, Kanata explained. Uses the flaws of the human eye. What a inhuman attack. In response to Utakata's confused words, Toka nodded in confirmation. Right, such attacks make maximum use of the speed and accuracy of his spear. I will never be able to imitate them. In addition, the technique that crushed me at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival is also gaining strength every day. And suddenly for her friends, Toka fell silent. Her gaze directed toward the bowl with the ramen looked as though through her. Toka-chan, something is wrong. Nothing like that, Toka shook her head. I just remembered the expression on Kurashiki-san's face at the end of the fight. What happened to him? Kana-chan, have you noticed? Not. At that moment, I was worried about the state of Moriboshi-san. Besides the fact that Kurashiki-san's face was astounded after the victory, I can swear that he still had a grimace of fear on him. Although, as Kana-chan noted, it seemed from the side that control over the battle was on the side of Kurashiki-san. Perhaps in that decisive clash, something happened that was invisible to the eyes of all viewers. If so, then Moriboshi hid something until the last. Although, forget what I said. Most likely I was mistaken, Toka said quickly with a confident expression on her face. I doubt that Moriboshi-san could insincerely fight the whole battle. I cheated myself. It is not good to be overly alert to a person, especially if you are dealing with an intriguer such as Moriboshi-san. It must be so. Yudakata, as the person who watched Toki's many fights with Moriboshi, silently agreed with her words. However, have I heard that the former King of Swords of the Seven Stars is leaving for China to take part in the Divine Battle League? If this is true, then for you, Toka, this is a good chance. An adversary with poor compatibility against your forces leaves the battlefield. Yudakata's words caused Toki's heavy sigh. You know, it's terribly annoying when you realize that your victory is postponed, Toka said with annoyance in her voice. Is it too self-confident? Not at all. Without exaggeration, I trained all year to beat him. Yudakata also knew this very well. Right before the finals, Toka used attacks in the training battle against Ikki that constantly changed their trajectory under the influence of electromagnetic force. This ability was called Inazuma and was originally developed as a countermeasure against Moriboshi's Hakuboshi. How successful were her workouts? Unfortunately, she will not receive an answer to this question. The outward appearance of a dull Toki gave rise to anxiety in the heart of Yudakata. Excitedly, he decided to ask her about something important. Toka, are you going to take part in the Divine Military League too? Is it possible that Toka was inspired by the desire of Moriboshi and also wants to fight in China with stronger fighters? I am not interested. Moriboshi-san got very excited about this idea since he even decided to consult with my sensei, but I want to continue to fight in a place where they support me. I will not go to China. The alarm of Yudakata turned out to be groundless. As a man who grew up in Wakabe's house, he realized what kind of support Toka was talking about. In the past, and even now, it was the inhabitants of this house that were the reason Toka fought. I think the only way I can become stronger. Good thought, Yudakata said with relief, hearing Toki's answer. The man whom he loved all his life and was proud of did not seek strength only for himself alone. Toka strove to become stronger in order to protect what was dear to her. It is time to return to the house where everyone is waiting for us. Great idea, Yudakata answered and stood on his feet. Toka, eating the last spoonful of ramen on pork broth, also rose. We will definitely meet again, Toka said with a sad expression on her face. Having dealt with a bowl of ramen, the trio left the institution to catch the bus, which was supposed to deliver them to their destination. As soon as their bus started, Toka, Yudakata, and Kanata stared out the window. As a child, they remembered that the area was hilly with a fairly large number of rice fields, odorous ponds, and old one-story houses. Now that they are back, the landscape outside the window has completely changed. Old one-story houses gave way to neat, multi-story mansions with slate roofs equipped with solar panels, popular in their days. The thing is that several years ago, a large company listed on the first line of the Tokyo Stock Exchange, Sayama Motor, built a huge plant near their city. As a result, a flood of people who were looking for work poured into the city. However, in the prosperous northern part of the city, there was not so much space to accept everyone. Then people turned their attention to the southern hilly part of the city, and the Trinity on the bus came just through her. The hills were smashed to the ground, the ponds were drained, and a new modern city was built on the site of an old cold village created during the Showa era. However, Not only the landscape outside the window has changed, but also people. A couple of years ago, you could meet an elderly couple, wandering peacefully along the road in agricultural work clothes and dirty boots. But now, all people have become a modern city. Business women in fashionable, beautiful clothes were in a hurry about their business. Children strayed into groups to play on smartphones or chat. Even the cars that he met on the way were not agricultural machinery, but expensive foreign cars. Having watched the new city outside the window for some time, the trio sighed in unison. There were several feelings hiding in this sigh. It contained admiration for powerful people who could completely change the face of their hometown in a few years, and longing for lost landscapes. Soon, the trio got off the bus and stood on a brand new asphalt road. If you go straight along the road, you can get to the residential area with new high-rise buildings, which were surrounded by a wall of a small, old one-story house that looked like a piece of the past. Despite the age, the house was renovated, and a small garden spread around it. This Wakabe orphanage, managed by the Tadokubara Family Welfare Fund, was the place where Toka and Yudakata spent their childhood. As soon as the trio passed through the open gate and entered the garden, the fragrant aroma of daisies tickled their nose. Together with this aroma, a strong sense of nostalgia awoke in Tok. With a quick step, she headed for the front door of the house. "I'm home," Toka said in a loud voice, swinging open the glass door. The instant. This voice. "She's back." A loud clatter was heard in the back of the house. 5 children, who were young students by age, ran to the front door. Seeing Toka in the opening, they enthusiastically began to hug her. "Toka Taeyan." "Welcome back, Toka Chan." Right, I'm back. I hope you behaved well." "Yes." Fully encircled by the children, Toka was unable to move. Hearing the hustle and bustle, a boy and a girl who looked like high school students showed up from home and began to drive the children away from Toka with a tight smile on their faces. These were Ryo Skura and Anzukato, the oldest children in the house. As always, everyone's favorite Tokani. "Yudakata-ne, Kanata-san with the return." "Hee, 6 months have passed, Anzu-san." "And, Ryo, you stretched out again, and your face has become more impudent." "I have a growth period, and you, Yudakata, it seems, on the contrary, only decreased." "I stayed the same." Yudakata-ne always hated milk. That is why you have not been able to grow up." But in my opinion, my body and my appearance are at the peak of popularity. You know, it's nice when girls call you sweet. You have never seen such experiences in your life, Ryo. It really seems a little enviable." "Hey, stop discussing such topics with everyone," someone said a voice. Immediately after him, an elderly woman appeared from the depths of the house, who, due to her age, could not keep up with her students. Well, have you all arrived in Fukuoka together?" This old woman, who was hiding her gray hair with hair dye, was the director of the orphanage, and her name was Hisako Nishikata. "Could call me, I would pick you up by car." "Aka-san," exclaimed Toka, seeing the figure of a woman. Gently unfastening the children from herself and apologizing to them, Toka took a big step forward and greeted the woman with a dazzling smile, which no one else was awarded. "I'm home, okay-san." "Yeah, welcome home. Thank you for your hard work." The Trinity immediately realized that Hisako's last words related to the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. And more precisely to a specific person, because Yudakata did not take part in it. "This year was shameful," Toka said bitterly. "I'm sorry. After all, you supported me that way." Ryo and Aizu, standing next to the woman, hurriedly intervened. No, there is no fault of yours. We hurried up with posters." "Right. The guy who defeated you, Tokani, is constantly on the news," Ryo said. "Right. Almost all television channels broadcast the same news. Namely, about the young hero of Japan, the god of the sword Ikki Kuragain, who saved the Vermilion Empire from death. It's just unbelievable. He is still a student, but he already saved the country and defeated the fourth most powerful knight in the world. Tokeni, you were just unlucky to run into a foe like him. Rio probably tried to diffuse the atmosphere with these words. And I don't think I was lucky. Toka did not share Rio's thoughts. Of course, I wanted to get together with Moriboshi-san in the desired revenge, but in that match against Kurogane-kun, I gave all my best and used all of myself. It's a pity that I lost, but I'm not at all upset that I fought Kurogane-kun. As expected from Tokeni. I'm glad you, Tokeni, are not depressed. You will definitely succeed in taking revenge on him in the professional arena. True, but there is a high probability that Kurogane-kun will not appear in the National League. Therefore, my path of revenge may be long. And why? Shouldn't a Kohai join the National League right after graduation? He showed himself. No one else will stand in his way. Yudakata exclaimed in surprise at Toki's words. I agree with you, but this person took an active part in that incident in Vermilion and even received a new nickname, King of the Sword. I think after graduating from the academy, he will immediately get into the A-League. A rank league is a high-level tournament in the world, in which the elite participated in each member state of the International League of Mages Knights. To participate in such a tournament, you must have a recommendation from the country to which you belong. Typically, such a recommendation is given for outstanding achievements in the National League and a remarkable strength. However, if you have such feats behind your back, you can skip the preliminary link in the form of the National League. I think that Kurogane-kun will definitely join the Vermilion family for his graduation from the academy and will make his debut with Stella-san in the A-League. In addition to Stella-san, there are no outstanding knights in the Vermilion Empire, therefore, they should not be refused to issue recommendations to Kurogane-kun. Ikki defeated the Black Knight himself. After this, no one should oppose. Therefore, if Toka wants to fight again with her Kohai, she also needs to get into the A-Rank League. This is what I meant, but the A-League is a place that I also strive for. Now, between us, there is a big gap, but be sure I will definitely catch up with him. And in the rematch, victory will be mine. Hearing Toki's energetic words, the eyes of the children shone joyfully. They were all proud that Reikiri, who had grown up with them in the same house, became one of the best student knights in the country. The lingering conversation came to an end, and Hisako clapped her hands to attract attention. Well, let's continue the further conversation inside the house. Children, help me make tea. Yes. The children responded in unison to Hisako's words and hurried inside with a loud clatter. Following them, Toka and her friends threw off their shoes and hastened to enter the house, but Toka could not move. The girl with long hair, sobbing loudly, still held Toku tightly. Hana-chan, what? Everyone has already left. Whimper, Yaza. In response to Toki's words, Kan only wept louder. Ah ha ha. She is so glad to see you back that she burst into tears, Yudakata said with a smile. No, there is something else, Toka shook her head. It is true that Hana has long had eyes in a wet place, but now, in her cry, it was not felt that she yearned for talk so much. Has something really happened? In order to clarify the situation, Toka was about to ask Hisako a question, but... Whimper. Oh. Waza. All at once. Grabbing the cry of Hana, 5 children surrounded Toka again and burst into tears. At first, Toka and her friends did not understand anything, but Kanata soon noticed something. Each child had signs of internal hemorrhage on his feet. Where is it from? Toka and Kanata reacted simultaneously. They are real knights who themselves entered the battle. Therefore, they were well aware of all the wounds that can be left on the body of an opponent. And now Toka and Kanata immediately realized that the children's feet were not just bruises, but real signs of beating. Someone specially beat them. Aka-san, what happened to everyone? Hearing Toki's question, Rin and Ayeds awkwardly lowered their eyes, and Hisako sighed heavily. You returned after a long absence, so today I do not want to disturb you. Better put off our conversation until tomorrow morning. Is that bullying? Guessed Yudakata. Tak and Kanata thought of the same thing. Pursuing children from this house. As a child, Toka and her friends came across a similar sad experience. Their guess turned out to be true. In confirmation, Rin nodded to Yudakata's words. That was because Rin tried to explain. But at that very moment, Kana-chan. I know. The intuition of the two student knights, trained in many battles, signaled the impending danger. Responding to the signal, Kanata, who was closest to the exit, straightened the long skirt of her dress, like a matador's cloak. At that moment, the glass front door shattered into pieces, and a solid object flew straight to Kanata. This item turned out to be a baseball sword, bouncing low on the floor. You saw it, direct home run. Hey, Kenta, go and give us the ball back. Nope, in this house only the orphaned are dirty. For no carriages, I will not come close to them. But you're right, even the scumbag comes from here. Right, let's better just change the ball. I'd rather tell my parents that he was stolen from us than I'll go beyond the threshold of this shitty house. Behind the broken glass door, someone heard loud, ringing voices. Without a doubt, they all belonged to the perpetrators of this barbarism. No harm done, Toka frowned. Just a little bit. I haven't had to deal with juvenile hooligans for a long time, Toka said, not hiding her anger. Putting on her shoes again, she quickly hurried to the exit. Toka-chan, we need to catch them. We must get the door repair fee off of the parents of these children. Toka quickly nodded at the words of Kanata and abruptly jumped out. Wow, who is that? I'm the one you will soon get to know well. Run. A stranger, whom they had never seen in this house, ran to them at great speed. The three boys who threw a baseball at the door of Wakabe's house panicked and ran back toward the residential area. To confuse a stranger, they began to loop along tangled paths. Naive. Kana-chan, behind me. Having received orders from Toki, Kanata, who was holding on behind like her friend, turned sharply in the opposite direction. Instead of exiting through the main gates of Wakabe, Toka jumped in a springy motion onto a 1-meter fence. Toka was physically well-trained, so she didn't even need to use magic to jump. Jumping from the fence onto the wall across the road, Toka ran along it. She quickly overtook the boys and jumped down to them right in front of their faces. Wow. Impossible. Where did she come from? Heck, we are leaving. The boys tried to back away, but Kanata was already standing behind them. All escape routes are blocked. Without hiding the anger in her voice, Toka opened her mouth. Hey guys, let me tell you a story. The three boys who smashed the glass door with a baseball in Wakabe's house turned out to be classmates of Hana. Catching them, Kanata asked the director of the house to find out the contacts of the children and call their parents to talk about the hooligan action of their children and collect money to fix the door. Caught boys with grim faces sat on the side of the road near Wakabe's house. They saw what Toka was capable of, so they were completely disappointed in trying to escape. However, there was no sign of remorse on their faces. Usually, when children are caught for leprosy, they immediately lose their fortitude and begin to cry. But that did not apply to this boy. Why did you do this? Asked Toka in a calm voice. Do you like to mock the residents of Wakabe's house? Why? What did Hana-chan do to you? You have no right to detain us, freak. Right, you are the same as they are. Oh, you. Hush, Yudakata said when an angry Rio already wanted to grab the breasts of one of the boys. You're too excited, Rio. You need to calm down. Gently pushing aside Rio, Yudakata himself stood in front of the boys and spoke to them, not taking his eyes off. Do you understand what you have done? What? Our baseball accidentally broke your door. What? Yes, I'm not talking about a glass door. It can finally be repaired. Kanata-san took care of your ball and glass. But did you ever think about the consequences? And if it wasn't her who stood in that place, but a child like you? Broken glass fragments could cause serious injury. If a splinter hit the eye, someone could go blind. And by the way, what if your ball hit someone's head? He could break a skull and kill someone. You think that all this is childish prank, but you could become killers at that moment. Have you ever thought about this? It's just a glass door. You, like all adults, are exaggerating too much. Exaggerating? What are you saying? Why don't I show you what could happen? Immediately after his words, Yudakata raised his right hand and snapped palm trees in front of their faces. "Ay." The children shouted in unison, frightened by the strange gesture of Yudakata. They sensed an inexplicable fear, and their foreboding turned out to be true. Using his power, Yudakata could show the worst consequences that could be caused by prank children. In other words, he could show them the result if ropes had not intervened. Yudakata did not want to frighten children with her strength. He just wanted to show them the price of their negligence. But, Yuda-kun, Toka intervened, you don't have to do this. What Yudakata was about to do was dangerous. As adults, they had the right to educate them, but now it was no longer education, but ordinary bullying. If they do something similar with young children, then in fact they will repeat their act. Good. Yudakati, in my opinion, now you need to calm down. I guess I went too far. Yudakata completely surrendered. This time, Toka faced the boys. It knelt down so that their eyes were on the same level and gently grabbed the hand of one of the boys. This brother certainly exaggerated, but he did not lie. If not for this little sister in a long dress, someone could have suffered. Why are you doing this? Do you like to hurt someone? Calmly, without shouting, Toka gently took one of the boys by the hand, looked him in the eye and asked a question about Khan. Toki has a long history of how to behave with young children. She understood that it was useless to yell at them and try to squeeze an apology. They are at an age when they don't understand anything. Why don't we do it? Why are you scolding us? They do not understand this. Therefore, the main goal of adults is to convey this thought to them. Patiently, without shouting, explain to them what is bad and what is not. Like a sermon. That is why Toka gently grabbed the boy by the hand and patiently waited for an answer from him, not trying to somehow put pressure on him. Finally, the child surrendered and opened his mouth. We did nothing wrong. Yeah, here it is. Toka nodded at the boy's words. Kenta-kun, so you like being beaten or insulted? Or maybe you like it when your friends are offended before your eyes. Of course not. We would not like it if we were hit or insulted. Exactly. One by one, the children raised their voices in anger. Toki's words apparently angered them. You want us to apologize for our bad deed, yes. At first, the boy had a stubborn expression on his face, but after Toki's sermon, all the steepness began to fade. Perhaps somewhere in the depths of his heart, he began to realize that they had committed a bad deed. Toka managed to open it a little. The boundary of detachment began to blur. After being called to conscience, he no longer wanted to make excuses. For the first time since they were caught, the boy looked at the residents of Wakaba. With an apologetic look, he opened his mouth, but... Wait, Kent. The next moment, one of the Makoto boys, who was apparently their leader, rudely cut short his friend. We did nothing wrong, Mom told me. Only criminals live in that house, which bring misfortune to other residents in the city. The boy's unexpected words dumbfounded Toka, Kanata, and Yudakata. We just get rid of bad people, and you are the same as they are. For sure, we are not bad at all. Hearing the voice of their leader Makoto, the other two boys returned stubborn expressions to their faces again. They threw Toki out of the head of the sermon and returned to their original point of view. Criminals. Too strong a word from the mouth of a child. Toka could not hide her confusion. You mentioned about the criminals, but where? Makoto-chan. but she was not able to fully voice her question. Indeed, in the same second, the evening sky was ripped by a piercing female scream. "Moma!" The children responded in chorus to women's voices. Women's voices belonged to 3 well-dressed women. These were the mothers of children, with whom the director of the House of Wateb in Kanata had contacted a little earlier. Noticing their children, women accelerated their pace. A mother in a lilac dress, running ahead of everyone, immediately ran to her child and stood between him and Toka. "What are you doing with my baby?" "Mom." "Kenta-kun, are you not injured?" "I was so scared." Arriving mothers quickly embraced their children and together raised their eyes to Toka. "Do I know you? You seem to be a knight apprentice of Tak Todd. How embarrassing you are to offend a small child." "I did not use any violence. As you should have been informed by telephone, your children broke the glass door of Wataba's house and tried to escape. I just caught them." Toka responded to the accusations of women. But her parents did not even try to hear her. "My Makoto-chan will never run away if he does something." "Kenta-kun too. Why are you bullying and slandering our children?" "That's it. My son could never do that. I always taught him to apologize if he did something. My son was brought up properly, which cannot be said about the children of this shelter." Women insulted not only Toku, but also the rest of the children from Wakaba's house. The eyes under the glass. The currents flashed angrily. "Toka-chan, let me." "I beg." Toka is no longer a teenager to explode from overwhelming emotions. She took a step back to entrust the situation to a more savvy person. Namely, Kanate Tadokuber, whose family owned the house of Wakaba. Kanata came to the forefront of the women and bowed politely. "We are very sorry to have to disturb you during dinner. We are meeting with you for the first time. I am Kanata Tadokubara, daughter of the current head of the Katoro Tadokubara family. At the moment, I am acting as a general affairs assistant at the Tadokubar Family Welfare Fund." "Tadokubara." "The daughter of the head of the largest conglomerate Tadakaber. I seem to have seen her on TV. General assistant. The position of the ropes is quite real. Despite the fact that she is not yet married, she already had real power in the Tadokubar Family Welfare Fund." Having declared to women about her social status, Kanata continued her speech. "What Tadu-san said earlier is true. As you can see, the glass door of the Wakaba house is really damaged by the baseball thrown by your children. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but we cannot leave it all unpunished. We want you, as the parents of these children, to pay for the repair of the door," Kanata said in an even voice. After her words, frowning expressions appeared on the faces of the women. It can't be. Ito-san, what do you think?" "I do not want to spend money on meaningless compensation." "Makoto-chan, did Makoto-chan really break the door?" When the mother of the boy, Makoto, asked a woman in a lilac floral dress, she nodded reluctantly. Only then did Makoto's mother take a deep breath. "Well, there's nothing to be done. But one cannot deny the fact that the ugly street children from that house did not provoke them." During these words, she gently stroked her son on the head. From such audacity insolence, Yudakata fell into sediment. "Hey, you want to say that it's our fault?" But the parents, not even listening to him completely, screamed angrily in response. My Makoto-chan is not a child who would throw a ball into the house for no reason. Do not say nonsense." "Right, unilaterally resolving such conflicts is bad. Surely you slandered a lot." "Kenta-kun couldn't do that. That girl first attacked our boys, and now you want to shake money from us for something." Mothers became more and more inflamed, protecting their children. Listening to a continuous stream of selfish words in defense of his children, Yudakata was so amazed that he was speechless. But not Kanata. Her social experience was much more diverse than that of her friends. During her life, she had already talked with different people and understood how to behave with them. The women in front of her were convinced that they were right. They will not accept all further attempts to produce evidence. So there was only one thing left. Every person in life has someone who is very dear. If something poses a threat to this dear, the person will break. So, you want the government agency to conduct an official investigation. The guilty party does not want to admit its responsibility. Then there is nothing left but to conduct an official investigation. Recording from street cameras must capture the moment your children started the ball at the door. I also heard the screams of at least 2 people, which means there are witnesses too. You can contact the school. I'm sure they can also clarify the reason for your children's hooligan behavior. If you refuse to resolve the conflict privately, be sure that the Tadokubara Family Welfare Fund will definitely ask government agencies to conduct an official investigation. Do not be foolish. What are you thinking about? My son may have accidentally broken a glass. Do you want Makoto-chan to have a dark shadow for the future? The responsibility for the son, studying in the 5th grade of primary school, lies entirely with the parents. I guess I should not remind you that playing baseball in a residential area is prohibited. And the Tadokubara Family Welfare Fund should avoid direct intervention in conflicts between its facilities and residents of the surrounding area. But in this situation, it was not a tree that was broken, but glass, which in itself is very dangerous. The incident committed by your children intentionally, so I just can't close my eyes. Do I understand myself? In a quiet, even voice, Kanata set forth merciless facts. With each new word, the faces of the women grew paler with fear. They themselves understood that with the intervention of a third party, they would definitely lose. Listen, Ito-san, we probably need to pay so as not to cause dire consequences. If investigations begin, and Daddy finds out, he will be very angry. GRR, clear, we better pay. After all the threats, ropes, mothers instantly calmed down, became more obedient and agreed to payment of compensation. Continuing to insist on being right will not help them break an opponent. Unleash such drama by a piece of broken glass. Tadokubara-san, our house is much poorer than yours, but for the sake of the well-being of our children, we will not be stingy and will pay for repairs. I would never have thought that such mean and narrow-minded people work in the welfare fund. Yes, right. I completely agree. The only thing women could do now was to criticize Kanata. After the fight, they do not wave their fists, but it seems that this did not concern them. Naturally, Kanata didn't react to such miserable words. Let's go home, Makoto-chan. But there was still an inexplicable fact that could not be ignored. Please wait, Kanata stopped her parents. What else? We said we would pay. Your children mistreated Watub residents because the criminals live there, our mothers told us. What does this mean? Asked Kanata from women who turned irritably in her direction. The meaning of this word is too vicious to be scattered about. Such an insult cannot be ignored. Oh, what are you talking about? The lips of one of the women, painted in the dark red light, stretched out in a malevolent smirk. No, we do not claim that they are criminals. These are just rumors. Recently, one of the neighboring supermarkets was robbed by thieves. These children were criminals. We didn't steal anything. This is a false accusation. We have said many times that we did not do anything like that. Right, there are very high prices in that supermarket. Usually we always go shopping in a small shop at the foot of the school. Hearing the accusations against them from women, the children of Wakaba's house, who had been watching the situation at the gates for a long time, screamed loudly. But mothers only squinted contemptuously and spat to the side. You will insist that you didn't do anything, even if you robbed the supermarket. That's all. And really, some people saw children from this house behaving suspiciously on the eve of a robbery. It's a lie, cried Toka. The scream looked more like a scream. Her face looked like she was about to cry now. Is there any evidence that the children of this house robbed the store? Maybe someone caught them at the crime scene. Not, these are just rumors. Who told you about these rumors? Maybe this is the person who saw them. This is an ordinary rumor, walking from one person to another. If these children really did nothing, then they have nothing to worry about. That's right. Your violent reaction, on the contrary, looks only suspicious. What? Toki was dizzy from all the words. There was no evidence of guilt, but the children of her house were branded criminals. Rumors have no reason, so stop spreading them around the city. That's how it is. Well, let's turn on the head. Don't you think that there is a problem in your excuses? What? Now in Newtown, there is not a single family that would have to steal for the sake of need. Shoplifting is a rare crime due to economic motives. People commit such crimes out of necessity and not for pleasure. Especially, my son could not do this because my husband and I are well educating him. I'm sure other families are doing the same. But what about the children from this establishment? Could discipline have been instilled in them? I doubt it. If the child has no parents, he becomes mentally unstable and prone to antisocial behavior such as violence and theft. What Makoto-chan did today is self-defense. He feels that these children are not sufficiently disciplined, so he tried to push them away from himself. Toka, don't. Unlike the calm Kanata, Toka could not tolerate such insults. When Yudakata cried out in warning, it was too late. At that moment, when the words flew out of his mouth, Toka had already grabbed Makoto's mother by the breasts. Huh, what do you allow yourself? Be you, and you still dare call yourself parents? Not hiding the fury in her voice, cried Toka. To such actions, Toki, Kanata, and Ryo became mortally pale. Toka-chan, don't, let her go. Tokani, stop it. If a knight apprentice does something like that. They rushed to intervene urgently, but Toka did not react in any way. None of these children wanted such a fate. How does your tongue turn to say such things? How? It's not that Toka didn't listen to her friends. Blood poured so hard into her head that she simply could not hear Kanata's voice. When she was young, Toka received a lot of love from her parents. After their death, Toka tried to imitate them. She understood that not all adults are good people, but now her parents are standing in front of her. Shouldn't they be kinder? What will their children grow up if they see this image of their parents? Your words are real violence against the children of the Watab house. What an example you set for your children. How will their words and actions affect the children of Watab house and their own sons? What will they leave after themselves? Thinking of this, Toka could no longer restrain herself. Anger overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face. Toka cried and shook a woman's breasts. Toka. An unexpected watchman shouted soberly to Toku. The voice belonged to the director of the Wakaba house, Hisako Nishikate. Release her immediately. Aka-san. Haya, she almost killed me. Toka opened her arms when Hisako scolded her. The woman, freed, immediately took a step back and hid behind the backs of her friends. Are you all right, Ito-san? Asked the director of the house of Wataba. But Makoto's mother didn't even hear her. Grumbling saliva in all directions, she yelled from behind the backs of other women. Is everything all right? I cannot believe it. The knight raised his hand to civilians. What a disgusting upbringing of the children of this adder. I'm sorry. I will definitely scold her a little later. Incredible. This girl cannot control herself and immediately resorts to violence. Here is the proof that all the children from this Gadyushnik did not receive proper education. We dumped so much money for the house to live next to such dangerous people. Tamura-san, call the police immediately. This girl poses a threat to all civilians. She needs to be arrested immediately, Mother Makoto shouted in hysteria. Surprisingly, she completely forgot why they were called to this place. Although, people like her often forget what seems uncomfortable to them. However, the fact is the fact. Toka really attacked her. If the police arrive now, unplanned problems may arise. But, the situation has not received further development. At that moment, When they were already dialing the police number, there was a loud, dull sound, as if something heavy had fallen near them. What is that? And, old man. As soon as everyone turned in the direction of sound, they immediately saw an old man lying on the ground. He wore Japanese clothes the color of dry needles and a bandage. Somewhere. Here, the cane, here it is. In appearance, the old man was 70 years old. He held out his hand, looking like a wilted branch, forward to pick up a fallen cane, the source of recent noise. With the help of a newfound cane, he managed to rise from the ground. Leaning on a cane, he slowly trudged toward them. I'm sorry. I wanted to wait for the end of your noisy story. Sorry if my roar frightened you. I would like to ask you for some food or leftovers that you don't mind giving to such an old man. With the advent of a third party, the hot story at Wakaba's house abruptly ended. With the words, "Where did this dirty old man come from?" and "Only homeless people are drawn to this moth," women pulled the children to themselves and hastened to leave. As a result, only Toka and her friends could satisfy the old man's request. But to be honest, he didn't look good. A ragged kimono the color of dried needles, bare feet, a cross made of a pair of twisted branches. Perhaps due to the fact that he had to wade through the bushes, his disheveled hair intertwined with branches and leaves. The face of the old man was especially distinguished. A dirty, ugly blindfold completely hid his eyes. Maybe he hurt his eyes and so wanted to hide his wounds. The whole appearance of the old man gave a good reason for rejection. But he looked so exhausted. Looks like he really was very hungry and thirsty. Leaving him in this condition would be inhumane, so Toka and her friends invited the old man to the table. The old man, holding on to a cross hanging from his neck, offered a prayer of thanks to God and began to eat. Oh, life is coming back to me. How many decades have passed since I tasted such delicious food? Haha, you're exaggerating, Jai-san. But the fact that Tokani has returned back to us is truly happiness. Her culinary skills are at a higher level than that of the director or Anzu. Yeah, Rice-ni-san is just amazing. Thank you, Toka-chan. Let me then join in the praise. Your food really saved me. No, it was you who saved me at that moment, thanked old Toka, who had cooked all the food on the table. The development of that story has crossed all boundaries. The situation has escalated to the limit. To tell the truth, then Toka did not even notice that the old man had been watching their conversation all this time. But it doesn't matter anymore. Its appearance came in handy as ever. Indeed, at the end of the conversation, emotions seized up over Toki's mind. Even a little bit, and she really could use her strength. Moreover, one cannot discard the fact that women could indeed call the police. Deep in her soul, Toka was very sorry that she created such an unpleasant situation. But still, it would not hurt to think about the old man, and this is exactly what Toka did. He called himself Tendu Harima. But who is he all the same, and where did he come from? These questions were spinning in Toka's head, and coincidentally in Yudakata too. By the way, Oji-san, why are you so hungry? And yes, maybe that sounds rude. Why are you so dirty? Where are you from? Yudakata asked a question, looking up from food. I do not know. They kept me locked up, and after the escape I just wandered aimlessly around the district. The old man answered. Wandered blindfolded. Right, it was difficult. But why were you locked up? To this question, Yudakata, the old man shook his head. I do not want to talk about this topic, sorry, but I'm glad I managed to escape. I lost my whole family, I was left all alone, I have no one to rely on, my stomach was dropping from severe hunger. Now I am glad that I managed to meet you. Thank. Then I will give you my fried shrimp. And I'm a sausage. Maybe due to the fact that young children were filled with sympathy for the old man, but Khan and other children began to stretch out their plates with a side dish to him. However, the old man just shook his head and touched the plate of Hana. Ah, what a kind child. Thank you, but I can't take your food. He carefully pushed Hana's plate away from him. You can accept. No matter how desperate I am, I cannot take food from my children. You need it. You still need to grow. The old man answered Hana's question with a gentle smile on his face. Does this relate to Yudakata, who hates to grow? Oh, you want to put me a cherry tomato. Not necessary. It's okay. I've already matured. A smile did not disappear from Toka's face. She was happy to see how the old man tried to show his adult nature to innocent children. Toka-chan. A sudden call from the corridor reached Toki's ears. The voice belonged to Kanata Tadokubara. In the dimly lit corridor, she waited for talk. Kana-chan, so how is it? Through the Tadokubar family's connections, I asked the local police about an old man named Tendu Haruma. They could not find anyone similar in the database. I sent a search request about this person outside the prefecture. I will contact you a little later about the result. There was a reason why Toka acted through Kanata's connections, and not directly through the police. The old man who was locked up. The first thing that occurred to Toka and her friends was the inhuman treatment in a nursing home. No matter how society in Japan progresses, the percentage of crimes with the elderly has not declined. It was likely that, if the police found the institution in which he was held and returned the old man back, this could lead to a new tragedy. That is why it is better to take advantage of the influence of the Tadokubara family. But could not be found in the database of the prefecture, yes. The old man had no identification. It is not clear whether he is Tendu Haruma. Maybe you should check it out from the photo. But comparing photos with everyone in the database will take a lot of time. When he said that he had escaped from someplace, I thought about the prison. I looked through the entire list of escaped prisoners, which we were given at a special convocation, but could not find his initials. The old man's identification was delayed. While he is in this house, he definitely needs an eye. Not even a word came to escort him after he had eaten. I feel that he is not a prisoner and not a villain, but still, Kana-chan, let's make sure of that. Good. Having discussed everything with a friend, Toka left her. She did not return to the living room, but instead went straight to the kitchen. Aka-san. Oh, Toka, if you want to help me, it's not worth it. Anzu is already here. Yeah, Tokani, don't worry, we will remove everything ourselves. Better go back to the table and eat with everyone. Hisako and Anzu had already washed the dishes, but Toka shook her head. No, I will help too. There are a lot of people at the table and without me. Rolling up her sleeves, Toka set to work. She took a rag and began to wipe the dishes just washed. Silence hung in the kitchen for a short while, each doing his own thing. Okay, I'm really sorry. When I heard the words of those women, I simply could not help myself. Toka spoke first. She decided to apologize to Hisako. Tokani, you do not need to apologize, panicked, exclaimed Anzu. The way Toka got angry greatly pleased Anzu. And the directors, too. Things are good. To get angry at such heartless words is an adequate reaction. I don't think that the child Ito-san will be able to show such emotions. She did not blame Toki's act. But, I just didn't want you to use violence, Toka. Do not forget, you are a knight, Hisako Toku rebuked. As already mentioned, she did not mind her anger. But how Hisako's mother understood what the consequences of Toki's action might be. Knights and ordinary people, each of them has a responsibility for their actions. No matter how righteous the wrath of Toka is, the public does not care about him. Yes, Toka nodded. She understood that she wanted to tell Hisako, but even after all the words, the anger in Toki's chest did not fade. At first, when she noticed bruises on Hana's body, Toka thought that this was an ordinary mockery between children. But I thought it was a simple bullying of orphans from our house. But after I heard Ryo-kun and those people, I realized other parents are responsible for all the bullying of Hanoi-chan and other children. Young children always repeat after their parents. Hisako nodded. Some might say that the children raised their hand to Hana. Nevertheless, it was the parents who gave them a reason for this. They repeatedly dropped discriminatory remarks against residents of Wakaba's house with their children. And the smaller the child, the more naive he is. He takes all the words from his parents for the truth. It all began 6 months ago when the Ito-san family moved to us, and then everything changed. It's horrible. Yes, we cannot live in the same luxury as everyone, but people from Tadokubara help us in this way. We eat 3 times a day like everyone else. We take a bath every day like everyone else. But the smell of poverty cannot be eliminated, and now we are also called thieves. Perhaps Hisako remembered all the insults against them, and her lips curled in frustration. Things are better with Ryo-kun and Anzu-chan, but the children in elementary school, they believe in everything their parents tell them. You know, Hana-chan doesn't want to go to school. Why don't the school and the Board of Education do anything? I didn't turn to them, and you see, Father Makoto is a member of the Education Council in our prefecture, and Ms. Ito-san is the current chairman of the parent committee of the elementary school. In addition, Makoto's father, Mr. Ito-san, is the current HR manager at Sayama Motor. You understand, he is simply surrounded by numerous allies. The more Toka heard all this, the more anger flared up inside her. Why would a person in such a high position engage in such nonsense? Maybe they are offended by the fact that we live for free on Earth, and they paid a lot of money. Or are they just amused by bullying the weak? I can't imagine what's in their heads. Deep fatigue was read on Hisako's face. Such an expression on the woman who replaced her mother wounded Toki's heart. Of course, this can be attributed to old age, but it seems that since their last meeting, Hisako was very thin. Toka was simply obligated to ease her burden while she was here. Having finished wiping the dishes, Toka took a bag full of garbage. I'm going to throw out the trash. But, oh Tokani, please wait. If you want to throw out the trash, leave it behind the back door. Tomorrow morning I will throw him out. Hisako and Anzu stopped her. What for? Why can't I throw out the trash? Inquiringly bowed her head asked Toka. There was no reason for myself to wait for the garbage collector in the morning. Especially now it's summer, the garbage will dry up quickly and it will stink badly. The key to garbage storage often changes. Now we can't get there. From such a sudden confession, a garbage bag slipped out of Toki's hands. Her mouth silently opened and closed, like a choking fish. Finally, she found the strength to ask, are all the bullying not only related to the school? Everyone in the district wants us to be gone. I consulted with the Tadokubara Family Welfare Fund about moving with children to another place, but it's very difficult to build an object like ours. What else can I do? The real truth has reached Toki just now. The roots of all evil are parents. Bullying could not stop only at school. Hisako was left alone in this house. She is surrounded on all sides by evil-tongued people. Naturally, she could try to resist. But this elderly woman could not even raise her voice. She is not the kind of person who could cause a scandal in front of children. She preferred to resolve matters peacefully or simply endure. But now, after 6 months of separation, she showed Toka her real expression. This woman is so tired. It seemed as if a lightning bolt ran through Toki's veins. She again began to lose her head from feelings overwhelming her. Why? Why does her loved one look like this? Hisako spent her whole life with children who lost their parents and took care of them as relatives. 24 hours, 365 days a year. This is not even a job. She chose this path and shone the life of children. Not everyone is capable of such a feat. She leads a righteous, noble lifestyle, but instead of reverence, unfounded accusations poured in her direction. Toki's thoughts quickly returned to the memories of a year ago. This happened before the match for 3rd place at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Toki called and reported that Hisako had a heart attack. If the current nightmare does not stop, the seizure may happen a second time. I just have to help. I can't leave aside. I will no longer allow mockery of the inhabitants of this house. Good. To the icy words, Toka picked up a garbage bag. From now on, I will personally guard you. Current. Ignoring Hisako's request to leave the trash behind the back door, Toka silently left the house and headed for the garbage collection point. The garbage collection point was locked with an ordinary padlock. It was not difficult for her to enter as a knight. Acting on the internal mechanism of the lock with electromagnetic force, Toka unlocked the lock, dumped the garbage from the bag into a common pile, and returned back to the Watab house. The walk was supposed to distract her a little, but Hisako's tired look was firmly imprinted on Toki's mind. She stated that she was moving to another place. But this is not easy to arrange, because the Watab house is a shelter where many children live together. It is difficult to find land for such an institution, and the cost of moving will be rather big. Yes, even if they were lucky to find land that would meet their requirements, there could be a problem with the locals. Many locals are against the neighborhood and are beginning to raise opposition movements with slogans that the price of their land will fall. One of these movements, entitled "Not in My Backyard," has recently become a hot topic of discussion. In this regard, it would be nice to use all the connections of the Totokubar family welfare fund and maintain their current position. Moreover, Kanata herself does not mind. After all, moving is always tantamount to giving up your entire present life. You must leave your hometown, friends, everything. And this is not a joke. Why should they leave the earth if the first settled on it? Why should they yield to the people who came to them after the founding of Newtown? Toki's head was completely crammed with such thoughts. You must not let them do what they want. The main reason the situation took such a turn was that there was only one adult in Wakaba's house, Director Hisako. One old woman will not be able to withstand such a militia. It is easy to hit a person when you know that he cannot answer. This could be understood from today's situation. Something needs to be done urgently. She just has to be in this house. Thanks to the special convocation and achievements, I will be able to obtain a license of a night mage. Visiting the academy every day is no longer necessary. If I look after the house and the director, all these people will not be able to do anything. And even if they try, I will just use my abilities and connections. I earned the nickname Rikiri, and it's already worth something. I don't feel like asking for help again, but I think I should. If the persecution does not stop, I must directly seek help from the government. State power has unlimited powers in comparison with the parent committee and some company. I will ruthlessly crush any evil intent. Yes, exactly. Toka was so deep in thought that she became distracted. When Hisako asked her to bring a fresh yukata to the old man, instead of the former rags, Toka started to carry out the assignment on the machine. She quickly found a yukata and hurried to the bathroom. It was here that her distraction appeared. She made a mistake and without a knock went into the locker room. And, oh, do you need something? The old man has just left the bathroom. With a yukata in his hands, Toka saw him completely naked. From the sight he saw, Toka froze in place and only clapped her eyes. But, you are breathing intermittently. Are you all right, Toka-san? The old man's words returned talk to the ground, and she immediately hastened to apologize for her own carelessness. Sorry, I'm too deep in my thoughts. I am not a youth to be embarrassed at the thought that someone saw me naked. But still, Toka-san, what are you doing here? The old man bowed his head inquiringly. Perhaps the old man did not see that Toka was holding a yukata, so the girl hastened to explain herself. Sorry again. Harima-san, I brought you a change of clothes. Please use this yukata until your old one is dry. True, it is designed for women, so it may seem a little short. Oh, did you wash my old clothes? Well, she was pretty dirty. Then I have to thank you. I am very grateful that you prepared me a set of fresh clothes. Saying thanks, the old man wiped his hands with a bath towel and reached for yukata in Toki's hands. As soon as the old man extended his arms, Toka instantly held out the yukata in his direction. The old man accepted her with reverence. And that's all. Once again, sorry for the sudden intrusion. Toka hastened to apologize and ran out of the locker room in embarrassment. She shut the door tightly behind her. Stop. The reason why Toka froze in place. She was not embarrassed by the old man's naked appearance, but by the appearance of his body. The body was strewn with numerous scars and scars. It was they who made the girl taken aback. Excuse me. Yes, what? The scars on your body, where are they from? Asked Toka. She asked her old man through a closed door. These are not traces of ordinary wounds. Oh, do you understand? I am a knight. True, Toka was a knight, and as a knight, she understood what kind of wounds such scars could leave on her body. Were ordinary scars from ordinary wounds on the body of an old man, Toka would not be interested. But there were no ordinary scars on the body of the old man. Scars from lacerations throughout the body, stab wounds, scars from violently torn flesh, numerous burn marks, scars from cuts on the abdomen and on the sides, numerous traces of seams and injections, dozens of traces of firearms, an unnaturally distorted skeleton, even the face. The old man's eyes were still hidden by the blindfold, but Toka examined the drooping eyelids, indicating the absence of eyeballs. All these scars, no doubt these are signs of terrible torture. I'm sorry you had to see this disgusting sight. Oh no, it's not that. I'm just wondering what could leave such scars, Toka said quickly through the closed door. Clear, since I went blind, I can't keep track of my appearance, but judging by the reaction of the younger generation, I look younger than my real age. Perhaps you think I'm 70 or so, but actually I'm much older. During World War II, I already fought on the battlefield. Then all these scars. Yes, they were all received during that war. The battalion in which I served was deployed deep on the mainland. As a result, when the time came to retreat, we were surrounded by enemy troops and we were captured. Perhaps we will stop there. Further history is not for the ears of such a young lady, the old man muttered. Even without talking, it was obvious how brutal violence had been committed against him. From the point of view of the inhabitants of the mainland, the Japanese were invaders. Therefore, falling into the trap, one should not have hoped for any mercy. The captive could make his accounting easier only in one way. Death. The old man in front of her experienced a real hell. It may be impudent for such a little girl like me to say such things, but I would like to thank you for your courage in the struggle for us all. Thank. When I was about the same age as you, Toka-san, I did not even think of such politeness. The stories of the children from this house about you are true. Your upbringing is excellent. Yes, for such an education, I am grateful to the family of Tadokubara and Akasan. When the old man nodded, Toka hurried again to apologize for forcing him to remember the painful past. Sorry to ask you about this nightmare. I'm sorry. And leave. But, oh, wait a minute. Can I ask you something too? The old man, being on the other side of the door, stopped her. Yes, about what? This applies to the story on the street and your conversation in the kitchen. Do I understand correctly that this house is in trouble now? And, did you hear everything? Surprised Toka. I am very sorry that I overheard your conversations, but I could not otherwise. For a blind man like me, hearing is the only way to live. It seemed like it was inevitable. Speaking with Hanoi at the table, he could hear their conversation in the kitchen. But what does the old man care about the problems of this house, if he is not even his tenant? As Toka reflected on this, the old man continued. You announced that now you will personally protect everyone from problems. What do you want to do? My last school year ends next year. but I have already fulfilled all the necessary conditions for obtaining a knight. Mage license. For a while I will miss the days of classes at the academy and stay here. Why would an old man know this? Toka did not know, but decided not to hide the truth and honestly admit. I am also a famous knight apprentice in Japan. If I personally control the situation, nothing bad will happen anymore. You are a dazzling person. The old man's answer really surprised Toku. And dazzling. She did not quite understand why the old man said these words. But it would be better if you didn't do this, the old man said decisively, as if he had chopped all Toki's arguments with an axe. Why? Toka was puzzled. She still did not know why this non-native to them old man was interested in their problems. Therefore, her categorical refusal was incomprehensible to her. On the other hand, the old man continued in a strict tone. Toka-san, in your opinion, why did such a conflict happen? Selfish people try to harm others for selfish ends. No, said the old man. The essence of most conflicts is that people do not know each other. Do not know each other. Toka-san, the only thing I was convinced of after the war was that people are naturally kind. We are dazzling creatures that cannot harm others without cause. In order to harm someone, there must always be a good reason. Otherwise, fighting for no reason leads to war. So you want me to close my eyes to all this recklessness? So I continue to look from the side and let them create disgrace. Who would prefer the fate of being crushed instead of fighting? There are things that really cannot be solved without power. But is it necessary to apply it in this situation? You know these parents and children so well, and can you say with confidence that you cannot cope without power? What about parents? Do they know you well? I do not. It's easy to be afraid of someone if you are new to each other. Toka-san, are you also wary of me? If the old man's words were a bullet, then she tightly defeated Toka. The old man heard Toka promise in the kitchen to protect everyone. Unsurprisingly, her conversation with Kanata in the corridor also reached his ears. Naturally, Toka was wary of the old man. This is a natural self-defense, because this person is not familiar to her. Although, the same can be said of the residents of Newtown, who only recently moved. But Toka could not find words to refute the old man's argument. Meanwhile, the locker room door opened and an old man, in a short female yukata, went out to her. It's hard for people to hate if they know each other. Toka-san, it may take some time, but those people will definitely thank you for your kindness. And now, I want to take the first step and answer your concern to me. If you do not mind, I would like to help you solve the problem, the old man said in a soft tone. The next morning, the children from Wakaba's house, including the trio of returned student knights, set off for a large park that was set up near Newtown. Why, you ask, the reason was. And collect garbage in the city, Anzu asked the director of the house, who led everyone into the park with a smile. Today we go to the park and will collect garbage inside it and in its district. Remember to wear gloves. Shards of broken bottles can be dangerous. But why should we do this? Do you not feel joy when there is a clean city and park around you? True, but we live in this place for a long time. Therefore, you should always look after him. Yes, but let the competition begin. Whoever collects more garbage will win. DAOA. After Hisako's words, young children enthusiastically seize her initiative. However, the skeptical expression did not come down on the faces of Rio and Anzu. The director's sudden venture to be volunteers and help clean up the park, it was clear to everyone where the wind was blowing. This is clearly not her idea. Although Sensei leads us, the idea really belonged to Jai-san, right? Asked Yudakata. Right. We had a conversation with him last night, Toka nodded. After a brief conversation at the door of the locker room, the old man offered his help in solving the problems of Wakaba's house. As Toka noted, Hisako was initially puzzled by the assistant who had suddenly fallen on them. But still, she decided to accept the offer, and as a result, today's cleaning in the park. Hey, are you the same Obson from Wakaba's orphanage? While Hisako was distributing gloves to all the children, a stranger suddenly called out to her. She was dressed in a colorful t-shirt, and on her head there was a fancy haircut, reminiscent of a haircut of punk rockers. Behind the girl stood a dozen or so guys, who looked exactly like her. A very formidable sight. The children in fear stepped back. "Oh, was that I talking to you yesterday on the phone?" Without any fear in her voice, Hisako asked the girl in a friendly tone. She nodded in response. "Right, I'm the head of the Eitoku Academy volunteer group, Kano Itties. All the guys behind me, members of my circle. Thank you for deciding to take part in the cleaning with us. Thank you very much for letting me join you. I am very pleased that the young generation is enthusiastically involved in cleaning the city. That's all because we are young. We have a lot of energy. It's not our desire to burn our youth just like that, so we decided to do something useful. Do you agree, guys?" "DA. Then we begin. Well, guys, give out these garbage bags to all these kids," the girl commanded. In obedience to her orders, the boys began to distribute garbage bags to the children from the Wakaba's house, on which the emblem of the prefecture flaunted. Let their appearance frighten off, but the members of the circle of volunteers took their responsibilities very seriously. So, not only the residents of Wakaba's house will participate in today's cleaning. That's right, old Tenduharima answered the question of Utakata. He and the trinity of Knight disciples stood a little away from the children. They all study at the foot of the mountain at the academy. Before planning to collect garbage, you need to request permission from your local government. And with a circle of volunteers, children from Wakaba's home can circumvent this rule. Clear, so today's garbage collection was really sudden. Toka was impressed by the quick implementation of the old man's plan. However, Utakata still had some questions. "I heard from Toki. You said it was important to know each other," he said, looking at the old man with a puzzled look. "Right, that's exactly what I said. So you think that such volunteer activities will improve the impression of Wakaba's house in the eyes of people?" "Yes." "Does that really work? Everything looks so fake." "Nothing like this." Fears Utakati shared and Toka, but the old man resolutely dismissed their fears. "The sincerity of children will certainly reach people. These children are very kind. There is not a bit of anger in them. People are naturally good creatures." As soon as the old man repeated his thoughts, he immediately hurried to the children. "I wonder if everything will be fine. Isn't it because of this kindness that the children were bullied?" Utakata could not get such thoughts out of his head, and it seems Toka, too. Is a closer acquaintance with vile adults relieve them of problems? Sounds doubtful. But I think Jason is right, Kanata Tadokubara said. Among the three of them, she was the only one who agreed with the old man's idea about today's cleaning. "Oh, Kanata, you don't often see you in a tracksuit. Wearing a casual dress would not be a good idea today," Kanata said, handing Toka and Utakata garbage bags. "You know, when a rich person tries to do charity work, criticism often flies to him that he is a hypocrite and that he is just trying to throw dust in his eyes. And you can't argue. Criticism is always directed to the outside of the fact, but then does it have any meaning? If your hypocrisy can save someone, then why not do it? You know, the actions of people who are trying to at least do something are much more valuable than a voice that is always dissatisfied with something and criticizes everything. Start doing something and be sure that there will always be people who will share your idea and understand you." With her words, Kanata wanted to explain that actions help society better understand us. That is why it is always important to act. Today's cleaning will help people get to know the residents of Wakaba's home better. I'm feeling it. Even if this activity is criticized as hypocrisy, we are here precisely to protect all these children. Yes. With the words, Kanata Toka agreed. It's always better to do something than do nothing at all. And even if it seems to you that everything is bad, do not let other people change your mind. Always stand your ground to the last. It was these thoughts that the whole Trinity shared. Nevertheless, this Jaisan, he is far from an amateur, Kanata said in passing. What do you mean, Kana-chan? Such volunteer events conducted by students and others occur often, but not many people know about them. In addition, it was today that people were recruited for such an event. I bet even Hisako-sensei didn't know anything about this. You're right. Make a plan and implement it in one evening. The idea of using volunteerism as a positive company for our home, I do not consider amateurish. In addition, Kanata narrowed her blue eyes and looked at the old man, surrounded by children, who had already begun work. He was blind, so he could only feel for garbage. For this reason, he asked the children to help him. The children naturally agreed, and now they all began to work together. In other words, the old man intentionally gave the children a new reason not to get bored. Almost always, children want to feel like adults, and this Jaisan really likes taking care of the children. He knows how to communicate with them correctly and easily finds a common language. This is his way of life. He must have been involved in similar activities in the past and was part of a large organization. But who is he? The old man did not want to discuss his past. Nor where did he come from, nor what did he do. This was one of the reasons why Toka did not want to participate in his current idea. Although she understood that the old man is not a bad person. And while Toka was pondering all this, and you too, don't stand back, help the old man. The old man, who spoke with Rio, turned to a do-nothing Trinity. Sorry, Kanata said. Let's think about Jaisan later. Our goal now is to clear this entire park. Let's create a favorable impression of the residents of Wakaba's house. Come on. Okay. Why don't we really go in for the trash during the last days of the summer holidays? Thus, Toka and her friends, along with the children at Wakaba's house and the students of the academy, began a mission to clean up the city. Sometimes doing something like that brings joy. Toka shared this idea. She liked activities that could be useful to others. But all this is not important. Most importantly, all the children from Wakaba's house had fun from beginning to end. The whole day of the summer holidays, they enthusiastically engaged in cleaning, which the old man started, having shared their duties with the students of the academy, who were also attracted by the old man. They completely surrendered to this occupation. Garbage bags filled up with great speed. Wow, look at those emo guys. There are more kids with them, but that girl seems to be leading everyone. Before lunch, the children were happy to compete with each other who would collect more garbage. In the afternoon, an awarding ceremony was held between the students of the academy and the residents of Wakaba's house who collected the most garbage. The prize was supposed to further motivate for the work done. The winner was Wakaba's house, and as a prize, the children were presented with an old board game. Of course, the team from the academy students could not lose. Perhaps at the very beginning of the cleaning, the number of garbage bags was issued in such a way that the children in Wakaba's house got more. After all, the victory in today's event was supposed to please them even more. On such a winning note, the day of volunteering for the residents of Wakaba's house came to an end. The next day, volunteer work continued. Children took part in cleaning the city, painting curbs, and visited a nursing home. Naturally, the old man was also behind this. One park cannot make progress. Fortunately, it was summer vacation now. Regular voluntary volunteer activities were constantly announced on the internet. It was not difficult to keep track of them and take part. Spending time is pleasant and beneficial. People involved in such activities wanted to use their time effectively in the process of becoming progressive Japan. All these adults were child-friendly. Unlike mothers, they did not slander, but rather helped the children play and spend time with the elderly in a nursing home. Children grow up watching adults. Previously, They saw only the disgusting side of adults, so the other appearance of adults was new to them. And in parallel with adult volunteers, the old man spent his positive lessons. These lessons were not global in scope, like volunteer events. It was about daily greetings. Give a smile to every person walking or driving along the street. Of course, Hisako once taught children like that. But when people like the Ito family arrived in their city, who responded to friendly smiles with an evil grin, the enthusiasm in the children pretty much went out. But the old man again reminded the children of this. They are very timid. I, like all adults, are also scared. This fear comes from the fact that we do not know each other, but if such kind and brave children come up to me, fear can disappear. And the result from two parallel positive companies began to give a visible effect within 5 days. In the evening, the group of children who went out for the purchase of ingredients for dinner returned in high spirits. Many adults on the way to the store greeted them friendly and thanked for cleaning the city. Naturally, people like the Ito family did not change their attitude towards them. From the shadows, they continued to criticize the activities of Wakaba residents. The number of people living in their area exceeded several thousand and continued to increase. They did not behave in a hostile manner, like the Ito family, but did not show interest and friendliness to the Wakaba house. Why, you ask? As the old man said, the matter is in fear of the unknown. What kind of children live in Wakaba's house? What kind of education did they receive? Adults were not very interested in Wakaba's house, so they did not know anything about its inhabitants. But thanks to the efforts of the old man, the wall of alienation began to collapse. Numerous volunteer work, children's smiles. Toka and Yudakata were initially skeptical of the old man's ventures, but gradually began to change their minds. In such a short period of time, he managed to do a lot for Wakaba's home. And when everyone tuned in a positive way, this sudden incident has occurred. What? Hearing the morning sobs of Hana and other young children, Toka ran out in a panic into the yard and was dumbfounded. After all, the entire yard of Wakaba's house was strewn with foul-smelling garbage. Aka-san, what is this? Toka asked confusedly from Hisako, who hugged the children tightly. I don't know, as soon as I woke up from a strange smell, all this was already in the yard, she answered sadly, stroking the children on the head. Where, this, horror? Someone did it on purpose, Anzu exclaimed loudly. Without a doubt, shit, this is in no way, Ryo exclaimed in anger, hitting his fist on the porch. As one of the older children, he felt responsible for Wakaba's house. Toka and Yudakata shared the same feelings. Their paled faces instantly turned crimson with bubbling anger. And at that very moment, so, do not you think that today from this place grazes even more? Someone's voice came to their ears. He belonged to a young woman in a lilac dress. It was Ms. Ito, Makoto's mother, bawling about the police that day. On either side of her stood her friends. They were also present that day. Look, a bunch of rubbish is scattered all over their yard. And what interesting things they were thinking, Ito said with a mockery. Yes, really. Smelling bad garbage everywhere. 2 women immediately echoed into Ito's trail. Slowly, Toka turned her head toward them. Are you responsible for the outrage? 2 women immediately turned pale after Toki's words, but Mrs. Ito did not lose her composure. Arara, again false accusations. Themselves scattered all the garbage around the yard, and are we to blame? Although, according to rumors, recently you have been diligently cleaning up the garbage around the city. Maybe you loved him so much that now you can't live without him. Right. Exactly. If you like garbage so much, next time I'll bring mine. We have a lot of it, you cannot worry. Ah-ha-ha, women were not going to leave. They laughed and lowered the mockery. Why would they do this if they are not to blame? Understanding this behavior is too difficult. Yes, no one tried. Toka and the others have already lost patience. Toka, I am going to use my abilities to find out who the attacker is. This time I'm not going to stop. Good, I too can no longer restrain myself. And, abilities? Ms. Ito asked anxiously. A shadow of concern fell on her face. Like Toka, I am also a knight apprentice. Thanks to my noble art of absolute uncertainty, I can manipulate the result and look at the face of the criminal, Yudakata said. And, after Yudakata said, even Mrs. Ito lost her composure. Maybe this is due to the fact that the causal ability of Yudakata is extremely rare. Usually, when it comes to the power of a knight, many people imagine in his head how he breathes fire or calls for lightning. These women thought the same way. They did not assume that someone could have truly unique abilities. Is it not forbidden for a student knight to use his power outside of academies? Protested Ms. Ito. I am the current vice president of the student council of the Hagun Academy, so I have some authority. In an emergency, I can use non-lethal abilities outside the academy. True, during the summer holidays, privileges may not work, but I am ready to be punished for the unauthorized use of abilities. You scum again hurt my house. Stop, don't. The women tried to urge Udacat not to do this, but naturally he did not listen to them. Folding his fingers in the form of a pistol, he raised his hand to his temple and activated his noble art. Calm down, a voice said and grabbed his hand. It was old man Tendu Haruma. Calm down. Yudakata did not even try to hide his murderous intent in his voice. However, the old man did not react in any way and continued in a calm voice. The use of force that can identify the guilty one will open a deep crack in all our achievements. We have established friendship with these people, so let's not break it. Friendship, yes, we never had her with them. I can no longer stay in a place where it stinks. I can already smell the smell in my clothes. We are leaving. Ito and her friends did not miss the moment for a successful escape. They didn't give a damn how it looked from the side. They ran as fast as they could from Wakaba's house. Sorry sight, yes, and useless. Yudakata uses absolute uncertainty on himself, not them. He wanted to see all the outcomes of this morning with him. Yuda-kun, do it. I take full responsibility for the unauthorized use of abilities on myself. Toka-san. Haruma-san, thanks for all the care of Wakaba's house. You have done a lot for us, but even this is not enough. This can be understood from today's incident. It was made intentionally with malicious intent. We are already tired of an unfair treatment of our family. Patience is also part of the battle. Some things can only be achieved in a similar way. But not now. It's not too late to listen to their point of view. Toka bowed her head inquiringly, not grasping the meaning of the old man's last words. I know you're there. We need to discuss something with you. Please don't be afraid and come to us. The old man turned to the stone gate, ignoring Toku. Following his words, 3 boys appeared from behind the gate. Those are the same boys. Makoto-kun. These boys were classmates of Hana, and the children of escaped women. You're the son of Lady Ito-san. Do you want to tell us something? Hisako asked, going up to the boys. The boys were in no hurry to speak. Shifting from foot to foot, they looked at each other. It's like everyone was waiting for something, but after a while. Sorry, we're very sorry. The boys apologized and bowed their heads low. We scattered the garbage. In the morning, along with our mothers. Aunt Makoto told us to do this. To be honest, everyone assumed that the main culprits of this incident were their mothers. Therefore, no one was surprised at this. But no one expected that the children would apologize for the acts of the mothers. So this is how it is. But why did you decide to apologize? Hisako asked, not taking her gaze from the boys. Makoto, the leader of the boys, looked around the courtyard. Seeing Toku, he nodded his head. Because the last time, Ni-chan was very angry. I used to think that mocking Hanoi in the order of things. My mother never scolded me for this, but We saw how you cleaned our park, in which we often play. Bad people would never do that. That's why we decided to apologize." After their words, the boys turned to Hana and the other children together and bowed their heads again low. "Hana, sorry, please." Hisako gently stroked their heads. "Hear then how, I see. Did you hear?" "Everything, Hana, guys." And she turned to the children of Wakaba's house. "I understand that at school you suffered a lot from them, but just these boys sincerely apologized. They apologized not according to the requirements of adults, but themselves. This is a bold act. Why don't you bury the acts of war and start all over again?" The answer to her was the confused silence of the children. "This offer is too unexpected. You can't just take it and instantly understand your feelings." However, the first to break the silence was Hana, descending from the steps of the veranda. "Do you promise to live in peace with us from this day on?" From the words of the girl, the faces of the boys instantly brightened. Yes, of course. Yes, indeed." "Yes, we promise." Embarrassed, the boys hurried deep into the courtyard of Wakaba's house. In response, Khan and the other children took a step forward towards them. The reconciliation scene seemed awkward, but at least both sides were ready to smooth out the angles of contention. How did it happen? Toka and Yudakata could not hide the confusion in front of such a picture. How could they apologize? How could they just forgive? All these things were not clear to Toki and Yudakata. That is why the old man decided to make it clear to them. People are by nature good creatures. The old man repeatedly repeated these words. A person cannot hurt someone for no reason, and the reason usually is ordinary ignorance because we do not know each other. These boys realized that they were wrong and came to apologize for their bad behavior. Truly a brave and courageous act. You no longer need to quarrel with them. Man is by nature a good being. Anger comes later. But the kindness of a child, due to childish naivety, is disinterested and genuine. This helps him to respond to environmental factors more honestly. The kindness of the children of this house will certainly reach adults, although they are not so naive. Wow, this is Srach. What happened? Have you accidentally turned over the trash can? At some point, everyone heard previously unfamiliar voices. When everyone turned to the source of the voice, they saw two guys with fancy hairstyles. These were the students of the academy whom the children encountered on the first day of volunteering in the park. "Oh, you are those Nichan volunteers. What are you doing here?" Riku asked. Holding a plastic bag in his hand, one of the students of the academy answered. What are we doing here? We brought your promised prize as agreed. We asked the head of your address and went to you, but this is not the point right now. What happened to you?" A little malice." In a similar institution, where are many children. What kind of freaks did it? Need to track down these bastards." Now everything is fine. We are even happy that this incident occurred," Rio answered hastily. "Are we strangers to you? If you think that everything is in order, we will not insist," the guy snorted. "But you know, it's always important to have allies. We will help you." Idoken, did the gloves remain in the car? And it seems they were. I remember leaving them in the car. Then go get it. At all those present here. To clean this garbage with your bare hands is a bad idea. Okay. No one asked the guys, but they themselves expressed a desire and began to prepare for cleaning. Yuta-kun. I do not need to say I myself know. Yudakata and Toki simultaneously realized. Why couldn't they understand this before? Why? Maybe because they blindly despised everything around them. The kindness of loved ones, the kindness of friends. They were born with great strength, which could eliminate many difficulties along the way. And now, as the accomplished knight disciples, having returned to their hometown of Wakaba, they wanted to give all of themselves to protect its inhabitants. Because of their pride, they relied only on their strength, forgetting about the good intentions of other people. And now, when the realization of this fact reached them, they could not hide the strong embarrassment. I'm still a child, and you Toka too. They refused to believe people and immediately tried to attack. If not for these boys, all good starting would be destroyed by their own hands. Harima-san, I am grateful to you. Without you, we would have done something irreparable. Thanks to you, I realize that there is still a child, Toka said, bowing low. No need to belittle yourself so much, the old man said. I was angry with my family too. I also wanted to protect her. These are wonderful feelings. I remembered them again when I got into this house. The director of this place raised and taught each child kindness. I just helped convey this kindness to other people. During his words, the old man stroked Toku on the head. May you not be as good as your named mother, but you can remain a good sister to all of these children. A hand gently stroking her hair reminded Toka of her parents. Not even that, tears poured from her eyes. Now I can leave this place without worrying about his fate. Do you want to leave Wakaba's home? Instantly raised Tok's head. The old man nodded his head and removed his hand from her hair. Right, I was about to leave today. I already stayed with you. I no longer want to use your kindness. Moreover, you sent a request about my humble personality to government agencies. This happened only because the old man was not familiar to them. Now, after what he did for them, Toki became very ashamed. But the old man only shook his head. I don't blame you. I understand that at that moment you were just vigilant. You know, this may sound rude, but I'm not going to return to the place where I ran away from again. If that place is so bad you had to run away, I can do something. No, please let me do this. Toka wanted to at least somehow answer all the kindness of the old man, but he only muttered, This is not the main reason I had to flee. I realized that the moment has come when I need to wake up and step back on this sinful land. Toka did not quite understand the meaning of the last words, but the old man no longer uttered a single sound. By his appearance, she realized that the old man was determined to leave her house before sunset. Perhaps she would never see him again. Therefore, sorry for my impudence, but can I ask you something before you leave? I want you to come with me. For the first time, Toka was guided by her selfish thoughts, an unheard of sight for her. But she really wanted the old man to go with her. On the same day, when the evening sky turned crimson, Toka, along with the old man, went along a mountain path and arrived at a place which was located a little higher than Wakaba's house. After standing for a while under the gusts of wind, the old man asked Toka a question. Is this a cemetery? Do you already understand? Yes, here the air has a characteristic smell and it moves in a special way. This is definitely a cemetery. This reasoning surprised Toku. As you noticed, this is a cemetery. It is here where my parents sleep forever, said Toka, stopping in front of one of the tombstones. Namely, in front of the tombstone of the Tadu family. Toka sat on one knee, gently stroked the stone, and then reached for the plastic bag to pull something out. These were daisies that bloomed in Wakaba's house. Right, when my parents were still alive, as their farewell gift, they planted daisies in the home garden. When these white flowers bloomed, the sight was breathtaking. Daisies, now growing in the garden of Wakaba's house from my house. I planted them with the permission of the director. Usually, I always return home to the blooming daisy season to bring the bouquet to the grave of my parents. But this time, because of this whole story, I was late. I offended the memory of my parents. Nothing of the kind, the old man objected with a bitter smile. When that evening I proposed to the lady director my idea, she informed me that Toka-san is working hard to share all the love she received from her parents with the children who lost their parents. That's why, no need to blame yourself again. The director is exaggerating. All of this is admirable. When I was your age, I could not think of anything but myself. I'm sure your parents sleeping here left a lot of good memories. The old man's words did not quite correctly reflect the truth. That's why Toka decided to confess honestly. To be honest, I don't remember much about my parents. My parents were always sick. I don't remember what ailment, but according to the recollections, they spent all the time in hospital beds. I do not remember a single time when we walked together or went on a family trip. Whenever I heard from friends about another trip to the camp or about a joint visit to the amusement park with my parents, I bit my elbows with disappointment. I could not do anything because they were always sick. In the end, my parents died, not leaving behind a single pleasant memory of joint entertainment or walks. When I got into Wakaba's house, I hated them. The old man met confession of Toki with a surprised expression on his face. But now you have shown one of the gestures of love, not hate. Why? How did Toka deal with her anger? Something happened. After Toka got into Wakaba's house, the director told her. Namely, about the language of flowers, daisies, left by Toke as a farewell gift, and which she now brings to the graves of her parents every year. Haruma-san, do you know what daisies symbolize? No, unfortunately, I know little about the language of flowers. Strength in adversity. When it turned out that my parents did not have a single chance for a cure, they returned home. They were given terminal care. Between medical care, when they had free minutes, despite their illness, they planted chamomiles in the garden. They wanted to leave me a farewell gift with these flowers. At that time, they did not tell her anything about the meaning of these flowers. Perhaps they felt it was too cruel to tell the little girl that she would soon be left alone. But when the director spoke about the language of flowers, I realized what desire they put into daisies. With these flowers, they wanted to express all their love for the child, whom they would never see again. How many times have they accused themselves of not being able to give their beloved daughter a single pleasant memory? How many times have they cried from impotence that their beloved daughter can only see them in a hospital bed? No matter how hard it was for them, they wished her to remain strong. They wanted their daughter to continue to live without disappointment. Isn't that a gesture of their love for me? It cannot be called in any other way. At least Toka believed that. And let their joint time was much shorter than that of other families. This did not stop Toka from growing strong and kind. After I found out what my parents had invested in chamomiles, these flowers became a strong and unshakable support for me. I lived a long time in Japan and thought that I had become old enough to start supporting other people myself, but Toka got to her feet, mumbled in front of the tombstone, "A recent incident proved that I'm still not mature." She shyly turned to the old man. "Haruma-san, you showed me the way. Thanks to your help, I became one step closer to my goal. Before you left, I wanted to introduce you as my benefactor to my parents. Sorry if I acted selfishly." Toka apologized to the old man and took his hand. Pulling out a few banknotes from her pocket, she put money in his hand, which looked like a dried branch. "I don't want you to leave, but I won't stop you. Please take them. This is my reward that I received after a special convocation. Money will help you on the road." Right in the middle of her words. Ay, 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 ay. With a loud cry, the old man's body shook as if in a fit. "What happened, Haruma-san? What's happening?" The first thought that occurred to Talk was that it was a fit. The person in front of her is very old. This can happen to anyone. Toka hastened to intervene and intercept the body of the old man. But at that moment, she noticed that it was not a fit. The old man was crying. Due to lost eyes, his lacrimal glands atrophied and the eye patch remained dry. But from his cries, from twisted eyebrows, from the wrinkles on Talk's face, she realized that the old man was strangled with tears. "Dazzling, the light that you emit dazzles." The girl knew these words. On the first day they met, he already said that Toka is dazzling. The man in front of her lost his eyes and lost visual function. At that time, such words from a blind woman seemed strange to her, but now, He probably wanted to praise her like that. Toka tried to thank the old man. People are by nature good creatures. I can confidently state this, because after I lost my eyes in the war, I gained the ability to see the radiance of people. Everyone shines like a star. Toka-san, your little light is small but incredibly beautiful. I still remember the radiance of those foreign high school students who came to us. But her words of gratitude were consumed by an endless stream of words pouring from the lips of the old man. Until now, he was laconic, and when it came to him, the old man completely shut up. Where did such a change come from? And most importantly, what is he talking about? High school students. What does this mean? Oh, that's an old story. Once upon a time, when this country just entered the league, brave children swam across the sea to build friendships with the former enemy. But they are out of luck. They could not bear the love of God, and as a result, they lost the opportunity to receive a blessing. But you will definitely be able to get a blessing after all the trials of God. What? Toki's words got stuck in his throat. As if in a fever, the old man was not going to stop. More and more wrinkles appeared on his face. His hand, holding a makeshift cross around his neck, turned bloody. The changes also touched the eyes hidden by a tight bandage. Strength in adversity. What are the right words to characterize the radiance of people? Now I am absolutely convinced. In the past, I was crushed by a big star known as the great hero of Ryoma Kurigane. It was this man who illuminated the beginning of the era. But now it's time for me to step on this sinful earth. That is what God is asking me for. Shine. Emerald radiance poured from his empty eye sockets. No doubt its magical power. Tests, sparks flickering on the ground, at first immature but have the necessary inclinations to grow to great heights. I was sent by God himself to guide them to the blessing of God beyond awakening. Because of stagnation in this century, the radiance began to fade. In doubt, I began to speculate whether that tragedy should be repeated with high school students. But all the worries are in vain. People, future, I still see their bright radiance. I will dedicate everything test myself. I will put my whole soul into them. Even if all the weak in this house die, nothing bad will happen. Trials are the love bestowed upon us by God. This is God's gift that allows people to reach new heights. You grew up such a wonderful person after death of parents, so be sure to get back on your feet after the death of all your relatives and friends. You will definitely get the blessing of God. Your radiance will sparkle even brighter in the darkness of despair and adversity. The Rakiri. Without delay, Toka materialized her device with the Narukami. The old man in front of her is crazy. It carries a monstrous threat. Instinct sounded the alarm, and Toka used one of her strongest techniques. But he repelled the Rakiri. Toka was not going to show mercy. Her Rakiri was aimed right at the old man's neck. But before her blade hit the old man's carotid artery, a materialized green light repulsed her technique. At that very instant, the fabric hiding his eyes flashed brightly and burned to the ground. His empty eye sockets, sparkling with emerald light, hid nothing more. Before Take was not a man. You, who the hell are you? I am the founder of the Tendaushu religious movement, the great flames of Tendu Harama. I am the one who leads people in the trials of God. Magical light, like a greenish fog, began to take shape. Bronze block with a handle in the form of an anchor and a guard. In the same second, Tendu spoke the name of his device. Come, Amino Muromo, one. One heavenly cloud masses, heavenly cumulus sword.